Stewardship by the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Yes, everybody, half a century of relentless commitment to safeguarding our air, water, and soil. Half a century of being custodians of balance between growth and sustainability. Half a century of staying true to the call of nature. Over these 5 decades, the Kerala State Pollution Control Board has been more than just a regulatory board. It has been a guardian, a guide, and a partner in the journey towards a cleaner, greener, and a healthier tomorrow. So yes, what better way to celebrate this remarkable legacy than here at Aura 2025, where the brightest minds, the policy makers, the scientists, the innovators, the industry leaders, the change makers from across the globe come together. So across in the next couple of days, we will witness thought-provoking panel discussions, keynote addresses, and knowledge-sharing sessions that touch upon every crucial aspect of our environmental journey, from sustainable development to climate resilience, from circular economy to technological innovations, and from community participation to global collaborations. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, can we put a big round of applause? A very grand welcome to Aura 2025, presented by Kerala State Pollution Control Board. So without further ado, let's embark together on this journey of reflection, inspiration, and collaboration. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Ms. Srikala S. for the introductory speech. She's the chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. We're so honored to have you here, ma'am. Let's welcome Ms. Srikala S., chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, with a big round of applause onto the stage, everybody. Pause the introductory speech by Ms. Srikala S., chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. We'll be moving on to the first session on the topic circular economy and waste management. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskaram. Aura 2K25 International Conclave on Environment-ലേക്ക് ഏവർക്കും സുസ്വാഗതം. സുസ്ഥിര വികസനവുമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ നാട് മുന്നേറുമ്പോൾ അതിൽ കണ്ടും കാണപ്പെടാതെയും വിസിബിളായിട്ടും ഇൻവിസിബിളുമായിട്ടുള്ള പാരിസ്ഥിതിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും കൂടി ചേർന്ന് നിൽക്കുന്നു. ഏതൊരു വികസനത്തിലും അത് കൂടെയുള്ളതാണ്. ആ വിഷയങ്ങളെ സ്ക്രീൻ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്ത് പാരിസ്ഥിതിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഒഴിവാക്കി നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ സുസ്ഥിര വികസനവുമായി മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകാം, എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിലേക്ക് എത്താം, അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം പരിസ്ഥിതിക്ക് ആഘാതം ഉണ്ടാകാത്ത രീതിയിൽ മുന്നേറണം. ഈ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാടാണ് എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡും 1974 പരിസ്ഥിതി നിയമത്തിൻ്റെ ചുവട് പിടിച്ച് വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ബോർഡുകളും അതിൻ്റെ അപ്പെക്സ് ബോഡിയായ സെൻട്രൽ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡും നിലകൊള്ളുന്നത്. നമുക്കറിയാം, മലിനീകരണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതും പരിസ്ഥിതി വിഷയവും ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ബൗണ്ടറി മൂവ്മെൻ്റ് ആണ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് കൺഫൈൻഡ് ടു എ പർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഏരിയ. സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഗ്ലോബലിയും നാഷണലിയുമുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളിലും നമുക്ക് നോളജ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ 74 തൊട്ട് ഏതാണ്ട് 50 വർഷത്തിന് ശേഷം നമ്മളിവിടെ നിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടാകാവുന്ന മലിനീകരണ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ കൂടാതെ വളരെ സങ്കീർണങ്ങളായ മലിനീകരണ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ നമ്മളുടെ ഇടയിലുണ്ട്, നമ്മൾ അറിയപ്പെടാതെയും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കപ്പെടാതെയും പോകുന്നത്. ആ ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ നമ്മൾ സ്ക്രീൻ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ആ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെ വളരെ സാങ്കേതികമായ രീതിയിൽ നമുക്കത് ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്യാമെന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻസാണ് നമ്മളിന്ന് മെയിനായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിനായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ദേശീയ അന്തർദേശീയ തലത്തിലുള്ള വിദഗ്ധർ നമുക്കിവിടെ പ്രസൻറ്റഡ് ആണ്. സോ ഈ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻസ് നമുക്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം. മാക്സിമം നമുക്ക് ഈ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻസ് ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും നമുക്ക് വേൾഡ് വൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളതും ഡെവലപ്ഡ് കൺട്രീസിലും ഡെവലപ്പിംഗ് കൺട്രീസിലും എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് പുതിയ പുതിയ ടെക്നോളജി, ഏറ്റവും ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിജിറ്റൽ ടെക്നോളജി പോലെയുള്ള AI മോഡൽ ഡ്രിവൺ മെക്കാനിസംസ് ഒക്കെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ഇത് ഫാസ്റ്റ് ട്രാക്ക് ആക്കാം, എന്തെല്ലാം കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് ഇന്നും നാളെയുമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമിലേക്ക് ഒന്നുകൂടി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഒപ്പം തന്നെ എല്ലാ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻസും നമുക്ക് ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻസും വിൽ ഷെയർ ടുഗദർ. ആ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുകൂടി നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ മുന്നേറാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിൻ്റെ മെയിനായിട്ടുള്ള ലക്ഷ്യം. അതിലേക്ക് എല്ലാവരും ആക്റ്റീവായി പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെന്നും രീതിയിൽ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരോടും റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും സുസ്വാഗതം. Good morning and welcome, warm welcome to the Conclave 202K Aura International Conclave. So I already mentioned that along with the sustainable development, visible and invisible environmental issues are normally associated with it. So it's a transboundary movement of the matter. So we'll have a clear idea how to tackle this issue. We'll take all the informative and technologically evaluated informations from all over the world. World technologies we'll discuss together. We have eminent personalities from different sections are here. Different personalities from developed personalities are present here. Today and tomorrow we have a very good lecture on all these topics, including space pollution and all. So we'll share the information together. We'll gain feedback and the issues, and we'll tackle and get a good and sustainable development for our nation. So we'll make a future nation for our children as well. Thank you so much. So I'm concluding my introductory remarks. So we'll start the technical sections. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very warm introductory note. So now on that very beautiful note, we're moving on to the first session of the day on the topic circular economy and waste management. So that is going to be the first session of ORA 2025, the International Conclave on Environment, presented by Kerala State Pollution Control Board. So now it's my honor and privilege to welcome the chairperson for the next session, Professor Dr. Adarsh Pal Wig, former chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board, professor of Botanical and Environmental Sciences at Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up loud for Professor Dr. Adarsh Pal Wig, who is going to chair our next session on the topic circular economy and waste management. We are so honored to have you here, sir. Welcoming you to please take your seat on the dais. Thank you so much. Up next, it's my honor and privilege to welcome the moderator for the next session, Mr. Vivek J.M., Environmental Policy and Resource Efficiency Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy Team, GIS. It's an honor and privilege to have you here, sir. A very warm welcome to the first session of ORA 2025. Requesting you to please kindly take your seats on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up loud for a moderator for the next session, Mr. Vivek J.M. Welcome, sir. Now introducing our panelists for the next session. The first speaker on the topic circular economy and EPR is going to be Mr. Ankur Yadav, Environmental Policy and Resource Efficiency Advisor, GIS India. We are so privileged to have you here, sir. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists with a big round of applause onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Requesting you to please kindly take your seat on the dais. It's my honor and privilege to welcome our next panelist who is going to be speaking on the topic light pollution and its impact on the ecosystem, Mr. Sriram Murali, National Geographic Explorer and IUCN SSC Firefly Specialist. Welcome, sir. We are so proud to have you here on ORA 2025 for the first session. Thank you so much. Requesting you to please kindly take a seat on the dais. On that note, it's my privilege to welcome our next panelist who is going to be speaking on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Waste Management, such an innovative topic. Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh, CEO and co-founder, Ishwatwa Robotic Systems, Ahmedabad, India. Welcome, sir. We are so truly honored and privileged to have you here for the first session of ORA 2025. Requesting you also to please kindly take your seat on the dais. Thank you so much. Up next is my honor and privilege to welcome our next speaker of the panel, who is going to be talking on the topic Forest and Biodiversity. Let me welcome Dr. N. Anil Kumar, Chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board. We are so honored to have you here, sir. Let's welcome Dr. N. Anil Kumar, Chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board, onto the dais, everybody. Up next is my honor to welcome our next panelist, Dr. Jyoti Essen, Associate Dean and HOS School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She's going to be speaking on the topic Institutional Waste Management. Welcome, ma'am. We are truly honored to have you here for the first session of ORA 2025, the International Conclave on Environment, presented by the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Welcome, ma'am. Requesting you to please occupy the dais. Thank you so much. We have our hall panelists, chairpersons, and moderator on stage. Now I request Professor Dr. Adarsh Palvik, along with our moderator, Mr. Vivek JM, to please kindly take over.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today morning for the session and moderate this first session on circular economy and waste management. But before that, it's also my honor to invite and briefly introduce each of the speakers today. So it's my honor to have the first welcome of the chair of the session, Professor Dr. Adarsh Palvik, former chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board, and professor of Botanical and Environmental Science at Guru Nanak Dev University. A small brief about the chair of the session. Professor Adarsh Palvik is presently the professor and former head of Department of Botanical and Environmental Sciences, Guru Nanak Dev University. He is also an independent director of HLL Life Care Limited, former chairman of Punjab Pollution Control Board, and he is an excellent research person with a teaching and research experience of more than 31 years, about 140 publications and 4 patents in national and international journals. He was appointed as the chairman of Punjab Pollution Control Board by the Honorable Governor of Punjab in recognition of academic leadership and institutional governance. The salient achievements of the Punjab Pollution Control Board under the chairmanship of Professor Dr. Adarsh Palvik marked a significant progress towards achieving a pollution-free Punjab. He is also a professional member of the state-level Environment Impact Assessment Authority. So we have an eminent chair for this session. So may I request everyone to please once again welcome Sir to the session. Thank you. And I will also request the audience to be much more energetic when you give the applause. So please consider from the next. Yes, that's perfect. Great. Now we have the next speaker, Mr. Ankur Yadav. He is an environmental policy and resource efficiency advisor with over a decade of experience in urban planning, waste management, and circular economy. He currently serves at GIZ India, where he leads technical advisory and stakeholder engagement for national projects on plastic waste management and resource efficiency. Ankur has contributed to the development of India's national EPR portal, which is with the Central Pollution Control Board, and works closely with the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. His multidisciplinary expertise and impactful contributions make him a compelling voice in sustainability dialogue. And with this, I welcome Mr. Ankur Yadav as a panelist to the session. Welcome, Ankur. This conclave actually brings some very interesting topics which we often neglect. For example, the topic of light pollution, which we will discuss today, and we have an eminent panelist for that, Sri Sriram Murali. I would like to welcome Mr. Sriram Murali, who is the National Geographic Explorer and IUCN SSC Firefly Specialist with remarkable experience in conserving nocturnal habits, environment-friendly lighting guidelines, sustainable urban planning and photography. His photography and films have won many international accolades, and supported dark sky movements across the world and enabled policy changes. Through wild and dark NGOs, Sriram studies the impact of artificial lighting on the environment and advocates for responsible use of lighting. As Chairperson was mentioning earlier, we are not seeing many of the challenges or pollutions that are not visible to a naked eye. So light pollution is something, and I think we will have a remarkable discussion today. So welcoming Sriram. Since this is an age of digital solutions and robotics, we have an eminent panelist discussing on that, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh. He is the CEO and co-founder of Ishita Robotic Systems, and he's driving one of the most pressing global challenges on dry waste management using Industry 4.0 automation tools. He strongly believes AI and computer vision can bring affordable and scalable solutions to enable circular economy of plastics. Prior to Ishitwa, he has worked as a private equity investor to environmental and sustainable investment space, and his core focus areas were waste recycling and clean energy. Sandeep also has more than 21 years of experience working with startups and early stage to growth stage, and he's an eminent panelist for today's session, and may I welcome Sandeep also to this panel today. This is the year of biodiversity conservation. This decade is actually the year of biodiversity conservation, and we have an eminent panelist, Dr. N. Anil Kumar, who is the chairman of Kerala State Biodiversity Board. He is a renowned botanist with 3 decades of expertise in biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and equitable benefit sharing. His career spans over 30 years, spent with iconic agricultural scientist, Professor M.S. Swaminathan in Chennai and Wayanad district of Kerala. Dr. Anil Kumar has made significant contributions to policies related to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, including India's secure and sustainable agricultural policy. As a leader in community biodiversity management, he served on the steering committee of International Partnership for Satyoma Initiative, helping promote sustainable socio-ecological landscapes worldwide. Welcoming you, Dr. Anil Kumar, to this wonderful panel. And we have an important personality today, which is Dr. Jyoti SN, who is the Associate Dean and HOS, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. She is having an experience of more than 42 years, significant contributions to both engineering, education, and environmental research. Prior to joining Amrita, she worked for 29 years of TKM College of Engineering, Kollam, including 13 years of professor and head of Department of Chemical Engineering. Many major initiatives she is spearheading, especially in her current role in Amrita University, including strengthening the solid waste management and sustainable environmental practices on Amritapuri campus, which received the Kerala State's government's Paristhiti Mitram Award in 2025 for outstanding contributions to environmental conversation. It's an honor to have you, ma'am, in this panel. So with that, I have made a brief introduction, and I believe I haven't done a justice to the introduction of all the speakers, because all the speakers are eminent panelists in this field that they are representing. And I am Vivek Jain, Environmental Policy and Resource Efficiency Advisor with GIZ India, working with European Union as well as German Development Agency on multiple projects. And with this, I think it's time for us to open to the session. And before that, I would also set some ground rules with the timelines, because we are a bit late. So there will be a panel discussion, and there will be a presentation by each of the panelists. So requesting all the panelists to keep a time frame of 15 minutes. 12 minutes, I'll give a signal. 14 minutes, I'll also give a signal. And please conclude in the 15th minutes. And with that, then we will have the session open discussion. One question will be shared, and then also we will take questions from the audience as well. This will be the housekeeping rules for today's session. And with that, I wholeheartedly welcome the chair of this session, Professor Dr. Adarsh Palvij, former chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board, professor of Botanical and Environmental Sciences, Guru Nanak Dev University, to deliver the chair address. Welcoming you, sir.
Good morning. Namaskar, Kerala. Namaskar, please. Namaste. Be little alert, and thank you, Kerala, the Pollution Control Board, Kerala, Madam Shirikala, and all other colleagues for really celebrating the 50 years of State Pollution Control Board in Kerala as well as similarly in other states. So that is a big day for every pollution board, and as such for the whole country, because in these 50 years all these issues related to pollution and environment have gone to a kind of extent that they have become a first priority to be resolved if we want to save our world. And it is the time to expand as well and do much more on ground so that problems of this pollution can be mitigated, can be removed, and we can live in India or in the world which is free from the pollution. So with this motive, we are all gathered here, and dignitaries coming from various parts of the country and all our colleagues in a sense who have a responsibility to resolve these solutions. And as we were discussing with various organizations and interacting formally, informally, so I feel every organization or every institute or every individual who claims to be the regulator, maybe chairman, maybe a younger officer, or maybe the experts, they should first do the self-regulation. If in all terms of pollution control, if we are not self-regulated, we have no right to say to others to be regularized. Maybe industry, maybe government system, maybe other departments, maybe the public, general public, and like that. So anyhow, with this particular message of need of such regulations as well as a kind of self-regulation, we need to expand, we need to do much work for the betterment of the environment as such. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The topic of this particular session is made up of two words. So being a teacher, I always start from that topic. What is the title of the topic? What is the title of the course? So this particular course is Circular Economy and Waste Management. So let me start. Is there any, I will be interacting in terms of questions as well. So this is a beginning kind of thing, and being in the chair, so I will be broadly discussing the thing, not specifically doing what my research is. But anyhow, even in the end, we can have a good way forward. So waste, what is the definition of the waste first? Anything which human discards, that becomes waste. It is a technical definition. But I ask you whether nature or environment has such kind of terminology. Nature does not make anything waste. There is no such word exist in nature. Or in other terms, I wish to say to the younger ones, to the senior one, nothing is waste in the world, everything is resource. So when pollution board itself uses this word, it becomes difficult. So why we have been taking this word waste? I don't know. Technically it is there, waste management rules, and then liquid waste, solid waste, and so many things are there. So I am very difficult to understand, because if your thought process are different, then your work will be different. So I am taking the things in a different manner. So nothing is waste. So rather I will propose that we should stop using this word. We should use resource management. It is always a resource. Nothing is waste in the world. Everything is resource. So if we try to thought from this term, I think the whole scenario will be changed. If nothing is waste, then there is no need to manage the waste. So this is a human creation. This is a creation by some kind of, you can say, economist. The materialistic world they have made. Nature never makes any waste. If you, I challenge you, if you have like that, you can just, it is human. So human must stop. So this is word So it is a resource management in that sense. Then the second word is circular economy. What is this circular economy? Nothing else. It is a way of life. Do you need to teach India a circular economy? India or other any traditional society, maybe the other parts of the world, so everything they were reusing, they were reducing, they were not having any kind of this thing. So in India, if I try to put a new word like this circular economy, I feel that we are forgetting our traditions. So circular economy is a way of life. It is not a technical word, it is not a technical term. So it is linked with the lifestyle, which we have already changed. So this is two things which I want to say regarding this particular thing. So then, I will try to correlate everything with our system, because the purpose is to go for the solutions. So how to go for the progress so that these things should not spoil the environment. So let me ask another question in this term. Once if we say that waste is there, we have accepted already, there are rules and regulations. So then we go for waste management, and then we say that dry waste, wet waste, different kinds of waste, different categories of waste, different rules for different waste, and then I always feel that every time types, categories, amount of the so-called waste is increasing. It has never gone down. If it is like that, you tell me. Means, let's say you started with the municipal solid waste initially, rather which was not also there in our system. Then comes a kind of more categories of waste. Let's say the plastic itself. So plastic has become the part of that. Then slowly more regulations came. Then biomedical waste. How it comes that hospitals are meant for good things, to treat diseases. They are not to generate the biomedical waste. So why they were generating such things? Then electronic revolution, e-revolution, technological revolution. So then e-waste, battery waste. So every time, then do you feel that the construction was a waste? Construction is a way of life, but reconstruction and construction and demolition waste. So please, why this is happening? Instead of stopping use of this word, or in other technical terms, finishing some categories of waste, we are increasing. Not categories, types and amount. Nuclear waste, everything is becoming waste. Furniture waste, or so many things, battery waste. And so it means where we are going. So let me go back to our system. I ask you, I always, to audience, to even those who are in policy, who are in regulation, tell me, before the birth of these pollution boards, or maybe 40, 50 years, some senior persons are sitting here, whether you were having dustbins in your homes, क्या आपके घरों में डस्टबिन होते थे? You just try to remember your parents, grandparents and younger age. There were no dustbins. Tell me if it is there. There was a way of life of Indian system where everything was reused. Maybe clothes you were wearing, maybe books, maybe pen, maybe watch, maybe shoes, maybe anything. It is very simple. Nothing was going out of the house or the homes. And now you have gone to a kind of category known as kitchen waste. Whether kitchen was thought of as a producing any waste. Kitchen was meant for a good food. Now you are throwing everything, cooked, uncooked, leftover, whatever. So just try to see the background, the trend, the systems where we have deteriorated ourselves. So if that was a culture, and now as we are increasing different types of waste, the same way we are increasing different kinds of bins. It started with wet waste, dry waste, and it now went on the e-waste and this medicines and that electronic, and that it means we have made our systems, and this was not only to the houses, rather it was also to the industry. They were taught a kind of thing that nothing should go out of that business or industry or commercial. So just please realize those things. Why that was happening? Now we are only using that reduce, reuse, recycle, circular economy, like kind of those words. Those words are the part of the living system, habitat. They were practiced on the ground. And what we have done, we have forgotten our culture, and what we have followed, a culture of modernization, a Western culture, or whatever way of new life or new development, maybe urbanization, modernization, whatever you can call. And what is that culture? Use and throw. So simple. If we are not doing that thing, what we are doing? We are using and throwing. So please, again and again, it is a discussion because it's a panel, it's not my lecture as well. I want to make the things in a different policy aspects, a kind of self-regulation, a kind of thought process. Every solution will not come with the technology. The solutions are within the problem always. But if you have taken the wrong track, you have accepted that waste is there, so use and throw culture you have adopted. And sometimes I say, being through economics, what economics tells? Buy more, use less, and throw maximum. And you can see anything or any category or other which is not doing a kind of disposal or waste. So that is very difficult to handle, very difficult to see. So that should be the systems. So anyhow, if these things are there and how to manage these things, so these are my two views which needs to be discussed, needs to be practiced, and needs to be implemented. Because everyone will say, no, we have a rules and regulation and kind of system. So now I will come to the real things which are going on, let's say. So we are very happy with Swachh Bharat Mission, the waste management rules, and every time we are changing and new EPR are coming, everything is coming. Kindly tell me whether we have got any improvement. I am very happy to promote e-vehicles, very happy, because on ground the air pollution will be controlled, very specific, very good. But have anybody thought what will happen to those batteries which will come after 5 years, 6 years, from the thousands and lakhs of the e-vehicles? Do we have parallelly established this recycling systems of batteries? Not only lead batteries, but these EV, lithium batteries. And one study says that lithium has also come into the air. So it's not that easy. So doing one technological development and just forgetting the other, you can say, part of how to manage. And I always seems to say that now you are looking the mountains of the municipal solid waste. If this is not taken care, you may see the mountains of the batteries. Because the way it is, promotion is not bad. I'm not against the promotion of e-vehicles. It's very good alternative of the air pollution on the ground, on the city level. But parallelly, and if you compare the cost of the lead batteries and recycling of the lithium battery, it is maybe 100 times costly. So who will come to that business? In plastic, we always say that, no, it's very good to recycle. Do you know what is the data of the world? World data says only not more than 10% is being recycled. It means every time 90% plastic is going into the environment by one way or by another. And we celebrate Environment Day. Do you know which topic was repeated 3 times? No other topic was repeated 3 times. This is only beat plastic pollution. 3 times it has come into the Environment Day themes. So it means, and still no ban, single-use plastic is banned. What is happening on the ground? We all in pollution board or in local government have seen the systems. So it's good to theoretically see those solutions. It's very good to say that plastic recycling is there and we should do, but what is happening on the ground for so many years? So please, these are the issues. So then we are managing all these things on a larger level, city level, corporation level. If you have to manage it, kindly, another aspect we have left, that is decentralized model. The previous system where we were reusing, recycling everything, that was a decentralized, rather that was a simple home model. A lady, a family, they were having containers of the leftover food or the tin items or this paper or anything, but they were putting it into a circular system. They were not throwing into the open dustbins. So this was the issue. Please. Anyhow, so if it is to be worked, decentralized. Let's say we have a Indore model, very good. Everyone says that we have a model and that should be replicated. Whether Indore model replicated anywhere, tell me. I have been seeing 5 years, 6 years. Indore is good, but who else is to adopt that? They have a stickiness, other corporations, other bodies, we cannot put pressure on the public. Public is open to throw anything. So then who will correct? Then if waste is not being managed, what we are doing? Burning the waste. All these dangerous things, because burning has become a solution. And in Punjab, we are facing the burning of stubble. No doubt for the past few years we have reduced it and we are making its pellets and bales and so many things. That is a separate part. This is also one kind of waste, but we have managed it in ex situ type. Then, do you know, NGT has a fine, collective fine on only one topic, not on air, not on water, not on other things, waste. Every state have a common fine on one topic. Rather, air and water pollution are more dangerous if you feel like though. So that is on sewerage waste, liquid waste and the solid waste. And almost, I don't know about Kerala, Punjab has 28,000 road fine. Maybe West Bengal 3,000, 35,000. Environment compensation, do you know? So government system, so if it is not being managed, so who will then there are companies, you always say that technology is there. I request that when technology is master, you are going to face disaster. Technology is not a solution. Biological systems, natural systems are solution. It's not that you have to reuse, recycle things in a systematic manner. It is also management. But please, there are biodiversity solutions. The persons are sitting. There is microbes, there are systems. And let me ask you another question, which is my field. Who is the best waste manager of the world? Any organism if you can name. Who is the known ecologically, environmentally engineer, best waste manager of the world? No idea. It is earthworms. Please, do you know earthworms? They are meant, their gut flora, everything is meant only to take waste and make it the manure. This is double-edged technology. This is all my research is with that. I have my information with me and you can share later on. So those biological solutions are there. So I think these few issues which were there in my mind, I have shared with you. So please, we have to give a different way, not only this engineering or technology. It's not bad, but if it is not practically coming out, then we have to go to our traditional way of system, and the solutions very much lies there. And not only for solid waste, today I'm speaking on waste, for air, for water, every solution is there in Indian traditional living system. Thank you very much. Good day, good report.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Adarsh Pal, for sharing his insights. One important aspect is the responsibility, the element of individual and collective responsibility that was stressed. So, ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ചർച്ചയിൽ നമ്മൾ വളരെ വ്യത്യസ്തമായ ടോപ്പിക്കുകളാണ് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതെങ്കിലും എല്ലാം തമ്മിൽ കണക്റ്റഡ് ആണ്. എല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സുസ്ഥിര വികസനവുമായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാ ടോപ്പിക്കുകളും കണക്റ്റഡ് ആണ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ സർക്കുലർ എക്കണോമി, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ലൈറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഇൻ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഫോറസ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് ബയോഡൈവേഴ്സിറ്റി, ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഇവയെല്ലാം ഒരുമിച്ച് നമുക്ക് ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് സുസ്ഥിര വികസനം സാധ്യമാവുന്നത്. So without further delay, I think let's go into the sessions today, and thank you again the chair for the session. We will have the first discussion and presentation on circular economy and EPR. So may I welcome Mr. Ankur Yadav to deliver the presentations. And please stick on to the time of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskaram. This is my third visit to Kerala. I was there in a discussion in 2022, September only, where I had a stakeholder consultation for EPR, where we talked about the issues which were evolving during EPR. So we will talk about that, but just to reflect, I'm thankful to be here. Myself, Ankur Yadav, and I am an environmental policy and resource efficiency advisor from GIZ India. And as Professor Pal has already set the context for circular economy from indigenous perspective, from Indian background, I would like to shed some light on how it is being translated empirically in some of the aspects. So we'll see how circular economy is evolving in Indian context, but at the same time how business models are evolving over the course of time when it started in 2022. So we'll look at the overall picture, but my thought is that as an outcome, you should also know that what can be contributed from the urban local bodies level, what are the perspectives for the pollution control boards, and how even businesses can be benefited, or what are the stark challenges. So given that background, I will begin my presentation with a brief on the project on which we are working. So very briefly, at GIZ India, we have Circular Economy Solutions Preventing Marine Litter in Ecosystems as a project which we started, and through this project, we supported Central Pollution Control Board and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for the development of the Extended Producer Responsibility EPR portal for plastic packaging back in 2022. And later on, with co-financing from European Union, we have another project on the right, which is EU-India Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy Initiative. So, as we already know, if we are going with the model of use and throw, we are going into a linear fashion, and we are just consuming the natural resources, making and just disposing in a straight line. And then it becomes waste. So this kind of economy is generally the linear economy. But if we are considering waste as a resource and try to utilize all the value which can be taken up from the waste to wealth or resource, then it closes the loop and we term it as circular economy. Now, for the audience, if you are not aware about circular economy as a concept, but you must have heard about 3R, reduce, reuse and recycle. And now there are more R's which are coming into the picture, which have reached to 9 R's. So we have some other words like repair, refurbish, which we already have been doing. So, thank you. So, if you see at the material level, material history begins with the excavation stage when the material is taken from the ground, and then it goes into the processing stage, and then it reaches to another stage where manufacturing brings to the retail stage, and it goes to consumer, and post-consumer it becomes waste or it can be reutilized. So there are different opportunities for us. So in a cycle, if we are able to take material by its design in such a way that it can be reused, that makes an efficient use of it. Or it has some components which can further be extracted and used. Like for example, in electronic waste, there is certain amount of plastic which is there. So even in our phones, we have different metals. We have plastic, we have other components which can still be extracted, and there are multiple projects across the world which are working on extracting value in such a way from the daily items. So there are different components of reduce and reuse, and while we talk about circular economy at a local level, it also affects positively towards reducing the impacts in some way for the global climate change. Means it has implications for the emissions which we talk about, carbon emissions, because you see when products are formed or they are manufactured, there is a certain amount of energy which is being invested. And when we invest energy in the beginning, we are taking it further, and if we are making it waste, that entire energy spectrum is lost, and there are some emissions also associated with it. So if we are able to reuse it, the beginning stage emissions we can still avoid. So circularity gives us a potential for reducing those emissions. So that is also there. So what is happening in India for the context of circular economy now, it has potential to add more employment. It has more support which can be taken to the skills, entrepreneurship. So we see a lot of business models which are coming up who are working on waste itself. We will also look at some of the models which are now evolving in India. So Government of India has identified 12 priority sectors to accelerate this transition towards circular economy, where we have different waste categories. I will go a little bit faster because I want to focus some parts where circular economy relates with EPR. So again, there are some facts related to circular economy reaching this much value by 2030. Now, setting the context for circular economy, I would like to talk about plastic waste management as a focus, because I have worked a lot on this domain. And if you see in India, a lot of development has been occurring from the plastic waste management rules of 2016. It has been amended multiple times. So if you see the focus is overall on the plastic waste management infrastructure. Then what could be the scenarios of single-use plastic alternatives? Because there is a ban on single-use plastics from 2022 July. And I got an opportunity to be a part of that panel in July at the National Committee for the monitoring purpose. And we see how it affected the entire ecosystem. So there are a lot of challenges at that side also. And lastly, the extended producer responsibility. These are three major concerns in the plastic waste management scenarios. I would be focusing more on the plastic packaging part of it. So this is the overall journey from 2016 to 2024. This is just to show that the rules are being amended basis the scenarios which developed. So if you see, prohibiting the use of single-use plastic initially started in 2021, and later on, then we saw the ban in 2022, and then EPR regulations came as a guideline in 2022 February. And then we saw it has been under implementation. So now this is from the Gazette notification of the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. So as you understand, we are trying to close the loop, we are trying to reuse the waste, but we also need to take care of the initial stage where producers are putting it into the market. Now, if they are continuously putting it on the market, the burden is on the environment. So we have to reduce that burden. So who will take the responsibility? So government came with the idea that, or from the environmental perspective, that this responsibility should be borne by the producer or the stage where they are putting into the market. That's why this responsibility is extended towards producer in the beginning stage. That's why this is called as extended producer responsibility, in short EPR. So this model came into the picture. Given that scenario, for plastic packaging, this was the framework which was developed initially. On the top you see Central Pollution Control Board as the regulator, and then at the policy side on the left you see Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for the notification. Then on the right, for further implementation, you see state pollution control boards and the pollution control committees. So this is the regulation scenario, and in the center you see we have the core stakeholders, which are the obligated entities. Now what will be covered by the EPR? So we see manufacturers, producers, importers who import plastic packaging from outside India. Then we have MSME, which is a huge chunk in India, which needs to be tapped as a potential. Then the brand owners like Nestle, you have Apple, you see these brands, right? You see the packaging initially used to come when you order from Amazon. Now it has changed to cardboard, right? For instant delivery, you see the transformation. So plastic packaging is a major issue, so that's why it is covered under EPR. And then lastly, at the bottom you see urban local body who are going to have further stake in this. So let's see. So for plastic packaging in India for EPR, the coverage is for 5 categories. First one is called rigid plastic packaging, like Harpic bottles, shampoo bottles. Those are the first category, and they have potential for reuse because they can be reused. Like you see the 20-liter Bisleri cans we use for water, they are again being reused again and again. Then we have second category, the flexible plastic packaging, like the milk pouch, where you have one layer of plastic with another layer of plastic, right? And then third category, we have multi-layered plastic packaging. In short, we call it MLP. I will talk about its model also very shortly. That's why I just remember the name. And this is the Lay's chips. The chips, Kurkure chips that we have, this has plastic mixed with the aluminum layer inside, all right, for food application. So that is the third category, and it has poor recyclability. That's why a lot of work is going on how we can take the best potential out of this particular category. Fourth category, we have compostable plastic packaging, and the fifth one recently added in the amendment is the biodegradable. So all these categories are the ones which are covered under EPR. So you have to remember not the entire plastic waste which is coming out. So some of the categories which are not involved are also mentioned. I'll now focus on the entities. So if you see, the keywords are producers, importers and brand owners, which are termed as PBOs. They are liable for this particular EPR mandate. And since they are putting the plastic in the market, they have been given a target from 2022 to meet their liability, that X amount of ton you need to take care of when it goes into city, and you have to take care of by transacting or by having a clear attachment with some processor who is going to process you on behalf of this. Like for example, recyclers or waste to energy, waste to oil, such kind of players will interact with PBOs. So those are plastic waste processors, PWPs. So this interaction is to be performed, and there are annual targets which are being provided to the PBOs. So coming to the ecosystem, this is how it looks like overall. And now the most important stakeholder are the urban local bodies as well, because now urban local bodies can interact with the plastic waste processors, and these processors under the EPR guideline and from the portal which is being developed by CPCB, they can generate EPR certificates, or you might have heard the term plastic credits, or so this is how it is also termed for you to understand easily is EPR credits. So these can be generated, and urban local body can take benefits under different models from this modality. So they are also part of it, where they take care of the plastic waste management infrastructure. So this is the centralized EPR portal developed by CPCB, where all of these EPR implementation is being monitored and taken upon. And these are the numbers from Kerala, which I just checked today from the dashboard, where the brand owners, producer and importers who are now being registered on the EPR portal. There is a lot of potential in Kerala which we need to tap, and because EPR's major idea is that it is across India, but there is a point where it becomes geography neutral till now in our regulations. So it means that the waste of Kerala can also become resource for some other state. So why are we losing that potential? So we need to tap that potential because of the geography issue. So we need to look into that from external areas also, what we can do about it to benefit our local bodies in Kerala. So that's why I have put some numbers here, and the revenue which can be generated from EPR certificates, these are numbers for 2024, lies in 600 to 700 of crores. This is just from the targets which are being given to the PBOs in 2022 to 2023. And this year you will see the target for doing recycling is 100%. Target for doing reuse has already been introduced. And reuse is quite tricky. How many times you can use it? How can it can be done? So globally there are thoughts which are being developing. So similarly, these are there for other categories of waste also. So even on the portal, the certificate potentials or the amount of transactions which are happening or certificates which are available, which can be taken up from the producers who have a mandate to meet their target can be looked at. So quickly, example from Mysore, where Mysore engaged with a local, you can say PWP, plastic waste processors, for transfer of the credits for the interlock bricks which they did, and then they received 2.6 lakh from the plastic waste itself, and it's still growing because there is a cutoff which needs to be done, but then this was being done and taken as an initiative, and now urban local bodies have started creating their own EPR certificates on the portal as well. So now just quickly, for different categories, the different prices are there in the market which we can take up. So it ranges from 1.5 rupees per kg of the processed waste to 8 rupees per kg of the plastic waste. And the largest value which we are getting in the market today is for the category 3, which is the multi-layer plastic packaging, MLP, which is difficult to recycle. So it is fetching more money, but then we are seeing a lot of players are trying to come into this picture, but there is a lot of EPR certificate related revenue which can come into the picture. So these are some of the numbers which I can even share, but there is a lot of calculations can be done. Even there are scenarios where legacy waste, the waste which is being into the dump site, I would say, or landfill, it has also potential if you have the bio-mining and plastic waste been extracted. Cement companies are interested to take that for co-processing in a safe scenario, and they can generate end-of-life credits. So that is a model which was supported by the project. Then that has implications for the cement industry. So finally, I would conclude by saying that urban local bodies can have EPR by two ways. First, they can engage with the plastic waste processor by giving them the waste and taking back the EPR credit, or they can set up their own facility and they can generate their own credits. So these are the final thoughts, that there is a potential in EPR and there is a lot of potential in Kerala which we need to tap, and we need to boost the business ecosystem as well as the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ankur. You may take the seat, and it was really insightful that extended producer responsibility is evolving in the country in different waste streams, and a lot of discussions, deliberations have been happening across the country with the private sector, with the different state pollution control boards, regulatory authorities on implementing EPR modalities. So it's a place which is evolving along with the market changes. The influence of the oil prices, etc., really influences the market on the virgin as well as the recycled plastic content. So EPR is an evolving aspect. So extended producer responsibility എന്നൊരു ആശയം കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 3-4 വർഷമായിട്ടാണ് ഇത്രയും predominant ആയിട്ട് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്കത് സെക്ടേഴ്സിൽ, ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് സെക്ടേഴ്സ്, അങ്കൂർ ഇപ്പോൾ എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്തതുപോലെ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് സെക്ടേഴ്സിൽ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനിയും മറ്റ് പല സെക്ടേഴ്സിലോട്ടും അത് എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും. ഉദ്ദേശം എന്തെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഏത് വേസ്റ്റ് ആണെങ്കിലും അതിൻ്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്യം കൺസ്യൂമർ കൂടാതെ ഇത് പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആരാണോ, മെറ്റീരിയൽ പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആരാണോ അതിൽ എത്തണമെന്നാണ് ഈ എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡഡ് പ്രൊഡ്യൂസർ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി എന്നുള്ള കോൺസെപ്റ്റിലൂടെ നോക്കുന്നത്. സോ താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് അങ്കൂർ. ആൻഡ് ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സെഷൻ എടുക്കേണ്ടിയിരുന്ന ഡോക്ടർ കത്രീന പെട്രോക് ഫ്രം GIZ, ഷീ ഈസ് അൺവെൽ. ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ Mister Ankur Yadav has stepped in, and she was supposed to join us here. So thanks again, Ankur, for delivering the session. And may I request everyone for a round of applause for that? Thank you so much. And next session, we would be going into light pollution and its impact on ecosystem. So we have Sriram Murli, who will be sharing the insights. And please stick on to the time as we discussed. And over to you.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, for organizing this wonderful event. It's the need of the hour. And I think this is the first time in India the topic of light pollution is addressed. So the Kerala government is a pioneer in that regard. I hope other states also follow suit. This is Parambikulam Tiger Reserve in Kerala, a sky full of stars. Such scenes were very common less than 100 years ago. Our ancestors used to look up at the night skies and were inspired by it. Throughout our history, so many artists, poets, and scientists used to look up at the night skies and were inspired by it. The night skies give us perspective, a reminder that we are part of a much bigger world. As we move away from our towns, cities, and its lights, the darker it gets, the more we can actually see. This is Anamalai Tiger Reserve. This is a photo of millions of fireflies synchronously flashing across vast expanses of the forest. Male fireflies perched on trees flash in unison to attract females of the same species. Such scenes are very rare, so rare it feels otherworldly. Fireflies, they flash to communicate, especially to find a mate. And artificial lighting drowns these mating signals, and fireflies are unable to communicate and their populations are threatened. So much lighting has been increased around the Anamalai Tiger Reserve in the recent years that these firefly populations are starting to be threatened. This is India, a map of India at night in the year 2012. Electricity and lighting are very important, especially for a developing nation like us. But there are sustainable, responsible ways to light our spaces with least impact to the environment. This is India in 2023. So just in the last 10 years, I'm going to go back and forth just to show you the kind of difference. Light pollution in India is growing at an alarming rate, almost 3 times the global average. Lack of policy and planning has led us to this situation. The Western Ghats looks like a lonely strip of darkness that exists in India, but even the Western Ghats is getting brighter. This is a map of light pollution in India in a color scale. The year 2012. Western Ghats still appears dark, but if you look at 2023, light has started spilling into the Western Ghats as well. That lonely speck of darkness in India is starting to disappear. This is a closer map of the area that we are in. Cochin to the west, Coimbatore to the north, Anamalai Tiger Reserve, Parambikulam Tiger Reserve, Periyar National Park. As our cities become brighter and brighter, light starts spilling into protected areas, and they threaten the wildlife that live in these protected areas. Just the Anamalai Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu, in the last 10 years, the ambient light levels within the reserve, there are no lights inside a tiger reserve. Imagine a tiger reserve at night. There's so much life in terms of wildlife in the forest. The lights that we put out in our cities spill, they travel, just like the star lights, the lights that we put out travel. And the ambient light levels in the Anamalai Tiger Reserve has gone up from 15% brighter than normal to 50% brighter than normal. And unfortunately, at the same rate, when Coimbatore becomes Bangalore, the light levels within the Tiger Reserve would have become so bright that the fireflies will start vanishing. These are some of the first photo that I showed of fireflies. These are some of the largest population of fireflies in the world, and it would be a shame to lose them. And if we continue with our unsustainable practices, these fireflies would go extinct in the next few decades. Imagine this being, these fireflies, they evolved to bioluminescence 30 crore years ago, 30 crores, whereas us Homo sapiens came into picture a mere 3 lakh years ago. So they deserve to be here more than we do. The case is actually same for the nature reserves in Kerala. Standing in Annamalai Tiger Reserve, I can actually see the fireflies flashing in Kerala. I can see the fireflies flashing in Parambikulam Tiger Reserve in Kerala. Fireflies, they know no boundary. It's only us humans. And with the light that we're putting out in our environments and all sorts of cities without planning, it endangers the fireflies in the reserves in Kerala as well. The effects on wildlife are drastic across the Western Ghats, and we are only beginning to understand the impacts. All lives on Earth, including us, have evolved to and depend on a day-night cycle. Artificial lighting at night hinders or affects the wildlife's circadian rhythm, their foraging and reproductive behavior. Songbirds, birds that sing, they sing all night in artificially lit areas. Owls find it difficult to hunt. Insects are disoriented by artificial lighting. Frogs, they stop calling. If they stop calling, they are not able to mate and they go extinct. Frogs stop calling in brightly lit areas. Sea turtles, they have this instinct when they hatch out of the eggs, they have this instinct to go towards the brighter horizon, which, say, about 50 years ago, it was the ocean and the beach. But we've put so much development behind the beaches. Now the brighter horizon is the buildings and the streets. So these sea turtles, they end up on the road and they end up getting killed. And these are beings that lived shoulder by shoulder with the dinosaurs. Just imagine the kind of damage we're creating to our environment. And even trees, we hardly think about trees. Like on the highways these days, you see lights put out on the trees. Can you imagine sleeping under a street light? Trees have a life. Trees have emotions. Plants have emotions. And we are putting out light on trees. And research is showing that trees blossom earlier because of artificial lighting. And living in urban areas, we hardly notice the kind of lives that live around us. There's so much wildlife, snakes, birds, frogs that live right by us. We humans, we're able to draw our curtains and have a good night's sleep. But this wildlife that lives in our urban areas, they don't have that luxury. They don't understand, comprehend what artificial lighting is. I live in Tamil Nadu across the border. I'm from a small town called Pollachi. And I used to have this is a spotted owlet. And there used to be a resident spotted owlet just in front of my house. And recently they changed the street lighting in front of my house to something so bright that it feels like daylight. There's no reason for night to be day. And it got so bright for the owls and they stopped visiting. They're just gone. And we are driving away wildlife instead of sharing our space with them. And not just wildlife, artificial lighting impacts our own health as well. Exposure to artificial lighting at night suppresses the secretion of melatonin, this hormone that is responsible for regulating our sleep-wake cycle. And light pollution and artificial lighting are also known to cause some types of cancer and other diseases. Research is emerging in this regard. Doctors and pediatricians actually advise parents of newborn children to turn off lights at night because to regulate the newborn's sleep-wake cycle. So we do it for our own good. We just have to be mindful how it affects the wildlife, the lives that live outside of our house, outside of our living area, and make it a comfortable, safe environment for them to live as well. So we know light pollution and artificial lighting is bad for our health, is bad for the environment and wildlife. So what can we actually do? Fighting light pollution does not mean sacrificing necessary lighting. There are ways to light our spaces with the least impact to the environment. Shielding the light, making sure that the light actually goes down and not up. If you see, some of our street lights are actually tilted at an angle. The idea, people think that, oh, it goes to more, it covers more area. So shielding the light and making sure where it goes where it's actually supposed to, where it's intended, we reduce about 50% of light use. So about 50% of light actually goes up. So if the satellite map that we saw, there's so much light that goes up in the air. It creates a lot of glare. And if you look at any white light on the streets these days, if you look at them for a few seconds, you start getting, your eye vision starts getting affected. And it causes serious issues in elders. And I'm sure all of us are familiar with how car headlights have gotten so bright, almost a dangerous situation to drive at night these days, and it just gets brighter and brighter. And I think governments, and especially people in the government here, we should have some regulations on car headlights. They cannot be this bright. And we were safe, say 20 years ago, 10 years ago, with the yellowish kind of lights. So by directing the light where it's actually necessary and putting it on the ground, by shielding the lights, we can save about 50% in electricity. Imagine the kind of electricity and money we can save just by shielding the light and making sure it goes where it's supposed to. With the advent of LED technology in lighting, these LEDs are actually good for the environment. They are energy efficient. We moved from the sodium vapor lamps to LED lamps, and it's good for the environment in terms of energy efficiency. But today, LEDs have become so cheap that we are putting out much, much brighter lights. Our lights are becoming so bright in many parts of the country, it's almost like daylight at night. There is no reason for them to be that bright. And we also moved from yellow or oranger color lights in the sodium vapor lamps to white color lights. And the white light is of the blue wavelength, and the blue wavelength, it travels farther. So with these white lights, the amount of light that spills into protected areas far away, we can think that, oh, I'm only putting light here in Angamali, in Cochin, but this light travels hundreds of kilometers. The lighting that's put out in Coimbatore is spilling into Parambiculam Tiger Reserve, which is about 50 kilometers away. So these two things, the brighter lights and the white lights, have significantly increased the light pollution in the past decade or so. So we recommend yellower or oranger lights, which are also good for our own eyes, and because we evolved to the light of fire, and we should only use what's actually required. One other way to address light pollution is by reducing the brightness. So when human activity goes down, we can reduce the brightness of the light to say about 30% or even 40%. And similar experiments elsewhere have shown that it reduces the impact to the environment, it saves electricity, and people also get used to the decrease in the lighting. So for any changes that we do, it's also important to include the community in these decisions. Make them participate in these decisions, make them participate in the solutions. I am part of an NGO called Wild and Dark Earth. We conserve nocturnal habitats in India. So we are currently designing a streetlight experiment wherein we are installing streetlights of different specifications and asking the community to come and select what they prefer. And in experiments, similar experiments elsewhere, people have always chosen the shielded yellower, oranger lights that is good for the environment, good for our own health as well. Light pollution studies are very rare in India. My team and I have studied how artificial lighting impacts fireflies in the Annamalai Tiger Reserve. Would love to work across the border in Kerala as well, starting in Parambiculam Tiger Reserve, because we see large populations of fireflies in Parambiculam. I'm currently working with a team of scientists from the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research to understand how one of the most common nocturnal birds in India is affected by artificial lighting, the Indian nightjar. How its behavior and physiology are impacted by artificial lighting, how its activity and calling patterns are affected. More such studies should be encouraged by the government. Scientific studies are very important to fill the gaps and to persuade policy change. The Forest Department can start mandating lighting guidelines in eco zones around the nature reserves. Currently, I'm working with the management of the Annamalai Tiger Reserve to come up with a 10-kilometer radius outside the Annamalai, around the Annamalai Tiger Reserve, where we'll mandate how lighting should be. This will ensure impact to the nature reserves is minimal. Only policy change can enable large-scale conservation. So the state government can put out guidelines on street lighting, commercial lighting, and property lighting. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. We'll risk losing nocturnal ecosystems, and at one point it'll get so bright. If we don't do anything, it'll get so bright, and eventually it will start creating drastic impacts and diseases to our own kind as well. And light pollution is easier to solve, unlike say air pollution. Cleaning the air or cleaning the water is so difficult, but we can just change the lights, and imagine just switching out all the lights. I'm not asking to turn out the lights, but if you install the right lights, it just goes back to what it was before. And for people, use only what's needed, when it is needed, and only the amount necessary. So it starts with us individuals. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Kerala Pollution Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sriram, and thanks for keeping on time. And it was really an interesting session. The light pollution is something that we never discuss, and I think absolutely you are right that the state of Kerala has put that as a discussion point today to discuss the pollution which is really visible but invisible to us. So that's really, and it also comes under the ambit of circular economy. I was just thinking, so we are actually trying to conserve the use of photons. If you see, it's like reducing the dependence on the light that we use, or conserving it, optimum use of photons, basically. That's what we should do to mitigate light pollution. So, thank you so much. ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ഡിസ്കഷൻ വളരെ ഒരു ചിന്തിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാണ്. പ്രകാശ മലിനീകരണം എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ ഇതുവരെ നമ്മുടെ പോളിസി ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കുകളിലോ നമ്മുടെ ഡിസ്കഷൻസിലോ ഒന്നും ഇത്ര ഡീറ്റെയിൽഡ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഈ ചിന്തിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആശയമാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സെഷനിലൂടെ ശ്രീറാം പങ്കുവച്ചത്. So thank you, Sriram. It's really wonderful. And without further delay, I think we should go to the next session, which is on artificial intelligence in waste management by Sri Sandeep Kumar. And of course, technology is something that is rapidly changing, and now it's again something we will discuss more on how technology can support in waste management. So please, over to you, Sriram, over to you, Sandeep, and please stick on to the time. It's over there.
I think this mic works better. Yeah. Hello everyone, thank you Kerala State Pollution Control Board, thank you Shikla ma'am. The quality of events says a lot about what Kerala is thinking about solving this problem of waste. And about us, we are an Indian company developing technologies for waste segregation. We are focusing on dry waste. We are recognized at multiple forums, but the problem statement for us is that waste is getting into landfill, which waste is leaching into water bodies, waste is getting burnt. All of this is happening, in my opinion, because it is in mixed form. Waste has zero value if it is in mixed form. Waste has enormous value if it can be segregated and recovered as a resource. And that has been the challenge statement for us 7-8 years back. And coming from India, I'll show you a small video clip first. If you look at in this video, the packets are being identified and deposited into different bins automatically. So this was a problem statement given to us, that if something like this can happen for warehousing industry or other industries, why it cannot be done for waste? So, after looking back, the other industries have a very simple problem to solve. But in waste industry, almost everything which humanity consumes comes in some form. So our identification requirement, our identification expectation was huge. So we built, how to solve it? We built an AI tool. It took us almost 7-8 years to develop it and build it. It is, proudly speaking, it has world's largest waste classifier database right now. And we can identify any object. So basically, if you look at on the left-hand side, how human eye sees the material on the belt. On right-hand side, how our machine vision sees the material on the belt. We'll be able to identify what is the polymer, what is the color, what is the grade, what is the brand. We can sort flexible. We can, today, if in any of the shelf, if you are finding a RPET bottle, recycled PET bottle, there is our machine somewhere in the behind making sure that only food grade PET bottles should be going for that kind of recycling. So all that kind of identification and separation we are able to do with this powerful AI tool. So what we did with this AI tool, we are coming from a software background, but we are not a software company. We are making machineries. So what you see on the screen is a complete product, including the conveyor belt. So all the material from your dustbin is actually flowing on this conveyor belt, and this orange box has our cameras and sensors installed, which is looking downwards, identifying the material. User can select whatever he wants to separate: polymer, color, grades. Anybody who can operate a smartphone can very easily operate this machine. Our AI tool identifies the object with precision. It marks their coordinates on the belt as well. When the selected material reaches the edge of the belt, an air shot will happen at the center of gravity, and that object will bounce and get separated from the mix. This is the real speed. A single machine processes now 7 tons per hour. There is no sleeve on this bottle. Still, it can identify what is the polymer, what is the color, what is the brand, and what is the earlier use. And you can separate on those parameters. We can do black on black belt. Black has been a big problem for recycling industry across the world, which we have solved. The entire data is collected real time with the ERP systems. Today, sitting here, I can calculate what all the machines are operating at different locations. You don't have to go to the machine. So this video gave you an idea of what kind of machine we are creating. So this is the first innovation we brought, that we can, with the help of AI, we can identify the material, and with the help of pneumatic, we can separate. And we have created the machine using these two combinations. So I'll show you some of the examples, because in your mixed waste, different types of material will come. I hope I'm audible till the last. This is a facility in Ahmedabad. We call it Innovation Center, where we are developing technologies for solving the problem of waste, exclusively focusing R&D for the waste. So from a mixed waste, only HDP is being separated. From a mixed waste, only LDP is being separated. Both are polyethylene, but if you separate in this manner, your recycling quality will significantly improve. Polypropylene, obviously, within polypropylene, we can separate injection molded, blow molded. You don't need any human hand to pick the waste anymore. It can be completely autonomous. Everybody sitting here should feel proud that is the world's most advanced material recovery solution, 100% made in India by your engineers in Indian setup. There are bottles, liquor bottles and medicine bottles where aluminum ring and cap are involved. All those parameters, we track and identify what problems the recycling industry has been facing, and we have been creating solutions to solve those problems. PET green. Obviously, any particular brand, if you want to separate only Lay's chips, today we can separate only Lay's chips as well. In your waste, obviously, you'll get paper, cardboard. Paper. this is a big problem in the cities. Almost 30-40% in some cities. Kerala is a tourist place. A lot of tourists travel here. Multi-layer packaging is a big problem. We can separate multi-layer packaging. We can also separate based on the definition of structures. So even that is possible. Within LDP, we can separate oil pouch. It requires a lot of washing because of grease involved. We can separate milk pouch, which is a food grade material. For all this separation, earlier we used to think how to deploy human labor. That was the real bottleneck for the circularity of the material. HM bags, including black. BOPP bags, your bread packets, atta packets, etc. E-commerce packaging, it has become a big volume in the cities now. Polypropylene bags. So I showed you, this is the sorter which you just saw. We call it Suka. Suka is a Sanskrit word. This means solving puzzle. That is what we are trying to do. Another, the next problem statement which came to us from, urban bodies, etc., that in our dustbin there are not only, it's not that only you need to separate one object. There are 15, 16 categories needs to be separated. And in order to create that infrastructure, typically in developed world, you'll find that the first polymer is set up by first machine, then the balance goes to the second machine, balance goes to the third machine. So the capital expenditure becomes very huge. So there is another innovation we brought where we are running the material in loop and AI is taking the decision itself. We call it Sanjeevani, taking clue for our mythology that's solving all the illness of the value chain. So this is the loop where your mixed material is running. You are feeding in this loop from one end and the material is running in the loop, and in the middle you have our sorter in place. Whatever is being separated is coming on the slope and going into different bins. For each loop, our AI is calculating the composition of the material. And let's say it identifies that polypropylene is more. It will start separating polypropylene and it will open the bunker gate of polypropylene. Nowhere any supervisor intervention is involved. In next 2-3 minutes, when the composition of the material changes, AI will change the instruction. Now PET, it will start separating PET and open the bunker gate of PET. You don't need a supervisor as well in this facility. You just feed the material, all the categories will come out into different bunkers without any human intervention. What I feel that there are certain tasks which should not be done by human. As sir said, biomedical facility. Today, biomedical facility, the waste is being segregated by hand. Your own household waste being segregated by hand. AI should be utilized to segregate, automate these tasks. So your mixed material can be fed and it can be segregated without any human intervention, and a recycling value chain be created for that. And what, states like Kerala, where one of the biggest challenges to create infrastructure is land. That is where you need decentralized systems, where systems like this, 10 ton, 15 ton per day volume, or even 50 ton per day volume, these kind of centers should be set more in numbers around the cities of Kerala, because you don't want to utilize your land for landfills, or you don't want to utilize to build very large facilities. So our machines are being used in all of these centers. Few are missing. We already reached Northeast, and these are current discussions going on. We are here to solve the problem of waste for our country, and happy to work with the state and happy to work with the entrepreneurs here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. It was really interesting to hear the perspectives of digital solutions. And I think it's the era of AI, ML, and digital solutions. So, and Kerala is posing to become one of the pioneer locations in digital solutions industry 4.0. I think we have a lot of potential to discuss, deliberate, and develop further. And of course, this technologies, I think you have been refining it and it's evolving in a space for plastics. In future, other waste streams can also think about like textiles, because there comes the complexity much more. Yeah, I can understand. So thank you for sharing that. And I'm also feeling a less energy from the audience that there are no applauses. So can you please give hands to Sandeep? I think you are sad because the questions are not taken, but we will take the questions towards the end. So we will have a good discussions towards the end. So please wait till the last of this session. And thanks again. So now we have a very interesting discussion on biodiversity. So Dr. Anil Kumar, Chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board, would be discussing. And also thanks to Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Why? Because the topic of biodiversity is also brought into the discussion in circular economy. Because earlier circular economy was thought to be a topic of waste management alone or recycling alone. But here we are expanding the ambit of circular economy and we are discussing biodiversity. So over to you, sir, for your discussion.
So distinguished chair, distinguished moderator, the fellow discussants, ladies and gentlemen, I will have my slides now. Can I have my slides, PPT? Yeah. So next 15 minutes, what I will try to introduce the subject matter in relation with the circular economy principles. So what I am trying to discuss with you, the importance of biodiversity and forest with reference to our state, Kerala, and how effectively we can link the circular economy. So integration of circular economy and waste management. So I would be taking a very critical ecosystem, and then plastic as the kind of waste symbol, especially when you take the plastic menace. India is the largest plastic producing company and the plastic utilizing company. Next slide. Yeah. So if you take the best format, the framework to describe the circular economy and the nature and the environment, this figure, the donut economics, where if you can see the inner circle, the social foundation, where the shortfall, we have the many countries. India is now a changing economy, so we have a kind of better development compared to the other global south countries. But we have shortfalls with reference to the health, with reference to the income and work, with reference to the social equity, gender equality, and so on. And coming to the ecological ceiling, the outer circle, there most of the planetary boundaries, there are 9 planetary boundaries scientists have identified, and 6 of these 9 planetary boundaries already transgressed, in the sense it is went out of the safe operating space. So we should be able to see whatever circular economy which we are discussing, we should be able to see that we are operating from the safe and just space, the safe operating space. And if you take biodiversity, India is a mega biodiversity country, and the Western Ghats is the biodiversity hotspot. Out of the 36 biodiversity hotspots identified from all over the world, Western Ghats is the most densely populated biodiversity hotspot. And when you come to Kerala part, the Kerala part is, compared to the other states. We are very dense. We are a small state. And if you take Kerala's size of India, the geographic size, just 1.2%. But Kerala holds almost 25% of India's biodiversity. And in case of plant species, it goes up to 26%. So the Western Ghats and Kerala is very rich in biodiversity, and we have so much of endemism. And if you take the forest, we have all different types of forest, the tropical wet evergreen to the grasslands, plantations, and so on. A fine heterogeneous forest landscapes our state has. And if you take the bird areas, the bird conservation areas, Kerala has been recorded with very unique, very rare, endemic and threatened bird species. We have bird sanctuaries, and we have different forested types, as I said, and we have the landscapes, the typical Kerala landscapes, from the mountain ecosystem to the coastal ecosystem to the midland. So a beautiful state, and we have protected areas, many, at least some, I think 12 to 13% of the Kerala state is protected under various protective mechanisms. But if you take the circular economy linkage, you can see the kind of the areas where we should be able to work. The fundamental thing is the resource efficiency, but particularly with reference to the wild resource extraction. And in case of the biodiversity, the totally unsustainable kind of extraction, whether it is from the forest areas or from the marine habitats or the wetland habitats. And if you take the habitat conservation, the heterogeneity of the habitats, it is getting compromised. So we are trying, in the light of the development, our kind of, the habitat diversity getting narrowed. And in case of the bio-based circular model, we should be able to use the forest biomass and agro waste in a kind of, the closed loop systems. And we should be able to see that the waste reduction and pollution control, because these are all known entry points. I will be highlighting my kind of, the examples with reference to one of these areas. And you can see different areas where I will be focusing on the waste reduction and the pollution control, where how the circular economy can help us to minimize the waste coming from the source, and how we can reduce the kind of leakaging, and also how do we reduce the threats to the forest flora and fauna. And if you see how the source from where the waste comes and where does it go to the sink, and there what is it connecting. And if you can see, the plastic goes to the marine environment simply through the river. So the river ecosystem, the river originates from the mountain areas and connects to the water bodies, the marine system. We should be able to focus the river ecosystem. And this river ecosystem, if you see the global context, and some 11 million metric tons of plastic enters ocean annually through the rivers and through the lake system. And rivers transport some 80% of the total load. So river ecosystem, if you take in the case of Indian context, India's rivers carry some of the highest plastic loads globally. And if you take Ganga show alarming kind of plastic levels. And also the But unfortunately, the circular economy, we are not able to connect the integration of biodiversity with the river health. And here, if you see the case of Kerala, the Western Ghats, we have some 44 rivers originating from the Western Ghats. And out of these 41 rivers come to the Arabian Sea. And we have the midstream and to the sink. If you take the major sink connection, the Vembanad Lake and the Ashtamudi Lake, the two largest lake system in Kerala, and the waste ultimately getting into the marine environment. And if you take the microplastic presence in the marine environment, especially the fish, so much has been reported. So this is where, if you take the plastic pollution statistics, the Periyar River up to some 124.95 items per liter during the monsoon season. And the predominantly fibers, fragments, filaments, you can see the data. And in case of Pampa River, some 100 tons of waste annually into this river. And if you take the Kallada River, where it feeds to the Ashtamudi Lake, and plastic waste, especially from the urban setting, is so huge. And it is actually polluting to the maximum level the Vembanad Lake, another Ramsar site. And to the end, it goes to the Arabian Sea. You can see the Kerala coast contributes to the Indian Ocean's plastic over Gayer via riverine discharge, the ghost nets, the PET bottles, and so on. And the microplastic presence, I said, that is so severe there. And for example, if you can see the Ashtamudi Lake, this was last year, and massive death of fish in that area. And also in many parts of our suburbs of the Cochin, this fish death, mass fish death has been reported, mostly the pollution from the water bodies and from the nearby the urban areas. So how we will address this issue? So I am proposing a 3R framework, like the 3R framework for the plastic. So the first R is the removal of plastic from the riverine ecosystem. We can very effectively link the circular economy principles there in the removal. I will explain later on. And the recovery of the keystone species in the system, especially with reference to the tree species, tree keystone, the buffer keystone, and also the animal species. And the restoration, the very critical aspects of the restoration of the ecosystems on the river banks. And if you see the removal of plastic from riverine ecosystem, we should be able to see the community-led cleanups. For example, in Kerala, the Kudumbashree mission, the Harida Kerala mission, and so on, they are into there. But we should be able to involve all key institutions, including the religious institutions, educational institutions, even political institutions, and the plastic waste mapping, that is very important, and the zero leakage zones, and the EPR aspects which he said we should be able to see that. So the hotspots identification there in the removal, in case of water bodies, as I said, the Pampa, the Vembanad are all the hotspots here. And restoration of species, the ecosystem, the buffer areas, especially the kind of the riverine buffer, that is very important, where the riparian buffers, by mimicking eco designs, the native species, we should, because the strong, healthy, diverse riverine ecosystem can filter so much of pollutants coming into the water bodies. And some of the actions there I have mentioned there, we should be able to have a kind of, the converged approach there. And recovery, if you take the species, very kind of a flagship species we had in our riverine ecosystem. For example, if you take otters, or if you take the mahseer fish, very tall, big fish, but many of such kind of flagship species have been extinct, and we should be able to see that these species have been recovered and reintroduced to the system. So this also will be able to generate so much of employment and also the kind of academic interest there. So the conclusion is, unless we understand and accept the governance gaps, especially with reference to the mainstreaming biodiversity in the kind of sustainable development, also in the pollution control, and unless we exploit the opportunity of convergence, because quite often we work in isolation. So we should see that the stakeholder groups and the departments, the whole of government and the whole of society come together. And there, if you see the call to action, we should see that at the global level, beautiful frameworks, beautifully written documents are available. But we should see that this is embedded in the kind of, the action framework. And also at the national level, the river health management. So that is very, very critical. This is where into integrate with the circular economy metrics and also the pollution control boards, their metrics, the river health, they should be able to take it as a major metrics. And in the case of Kerala, we should be able to launch a source to sink campaign where, the upper catchment, the mountain area, the Western Ghats, the protection of the Western Ghats, the kind of avoiding plastic in the source region, reducing the plastic in the source region to the sink by linking forest, by linking rivers and the coastal governance under the circular economy and biodiversity umbrellas with this 3R approach, the restoration, the recovery and the removal. And with this approach, I think we should be able to have a proper framework to integrate biodiversity into the circular economy framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a pleasure to see the integration of biodiversity and circular economy concepts together and bringing the concept of bioeconomy along with that. So that's something which is discussed rarely, and that integrating biological and technological cycles is really interesting. And fortunately, we with GIZ, we have been working with the state also on projects on marine litter with the Department of Environment and LSGD. So some of the aspects that you have reflected is quite resonating, especially fishing net. We are thinking of a new project with the state. So those aspects and the 3 keywords, removal, restoration and recovery. These 3 are really a framework, a guidance that we can take up forward. So in the discuss the nammade jaiva vaividhyavum circular economy ആയിട്ടുള്ള കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് തമ്മിലുള്ള ആ ഒരു അന്തർധാര അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഒരു ലിങ്കേജ് വളരെ detail ആയിട്ട് സാറിന് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്തു. So I think this is a discussion that we can take up forward also in the coming months and years. Thank you so much. അടുത്ത സെഷനിലോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. Madam Dr. Jyoti, the session by Dr. Jyoti, she would be talking on institutional waste management. So over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon all. Thank you so much for Srikla Madam, KSPCB chairperson, and all the members of KSPCB for giving us an opportunity to be part of this international conference and also to be part of this international conference and panel discussion. And I wish to congratulate all KSPCB engineers and staff who have been working on this for many months. I know it personally. So, I think all of us should give a big applause to KSPCB, and with that we will start. So I am from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham University. Our Chancellor is Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, or lovingly called as Amma. And now, Amma always emphasizes nature as first mother. And it is an indispensable part of each and every one of our life. So it is our dharma to protect and preserve our nature. So with this vision and mission, our university has envisioned and designed a curriculum which is education for life and education for living. And education for life is our actual vision, and this curriculum equips youngsters to imbibe knowledge and skills to lead an ethical and socially beneficial life. This is very important in the current days, because when we read newspapers and all social media, we will understand these two important points. Whatever we study, wherever we work, ethics and values are very, very important. So from now, we make sure that our graduates are doing well in their career. So the first institution was started in 1994, and after that, now we have 10 campuses since 1994, from Amaravati at Telangana, Amritapuri in Kerala, Kollam. I am part of that campus. B, Bangalore. C, Chennai. Then it goes to F, Faridabad Medical Campus, and also School of Computing and AI. Then we have Haridwar, 2025 new campus. Then Kochi campus near to this, which is a health campus, and the School of Arts and Sciences and Business Management. Then we have Mysore, and the last one, 2024, started is Nagarkovil campus. And we have gone through all accreditation, and we have the highest UGC NAC A++, and for excellence, we got 6 + 2 years, 8 years in 2021. And we have gone through all national institutional ranking frameworks. And since 2016, we are always in the top 10 educational institutions. And in the Times Higher Education ranking, we stand top 100 in the world and first in India. So this is about Amritapuri campus. We have in the university around 135 plus academic programs, 10 schools plus 20 research centers in Amritapuri campus, and total land area is 93 plus acres, built up area 13 lakh, around 7,200 students plus 2,000 faculty members plus staff members, and we have completed all necessary requirements from all government authorities. Our challenge is Kerala is a small state, especially the Amritapuri campus is in an interior village. It is a wetland, and in between the red color shows the public participation within the public ownership within the nearby areas. But we make sure that we are keeping very good relationship with the public. So far, since 2002, the establishment of our campus, we don't have any problem from public. I'll have water. Sorry. So we have a team to look at the waste management facilities, both academic community, external participation from industries, research organization, and from our ashram side also. So we have, our university has a strict sustainable policy, and we are committed to make sure that we are strictly following the policy. And by 2035, we are actually dreaming to make our campus a renewable energy campus, 100% renewable energy campus with zero carbon emission, and we are trying for that. And we are strictly following the requirements of life mission objectives. So this is the sustainable policy that we are following. Now we are upcycling 3 tons of plastic per year, and some of the plastic samples are in our nearby stall, and we use 4 lakh water for toilet purpose and also for gardening purposes. Then we are trying to make, now we have 470 kilowatts, and we are on the process of converting it into 2.5 megawatts, and the work is going on. And the uniqueness of our campus is using of environment-friendly sanitary napkins, which is called as Saukyam, which is prepared from banana fibers. I have a video, and in the video, the complete process will be shown. And so far, we have sold out 3 million Saukyam pads. Especially, we have experiential learning, living lab course in the curriculum, and during vacations, students go to villages, and we have adopted around 2,000 plus villages, and students and faculty visit there and find the problems of the village, come back and find technical solutions for that. And this was started in 2013, and we observed that the village women have a problem with sanitary napkins because they can't afford to buy the napkins. So we have made cheap reusable Saukyam pad, which is very friendly. Then we have so far planted 11,850 plants in the year 24-25 and saved 3,283.5 tons CO2. And CSR activity, we are conducting so many social responsibility activities. Unlike industries, our social activity is one of the social activity I'll tell. Now we have a course of soft skill in the 4th and 5th semesters, and in this one mandatory requirement is a social responsibility project. Now students should go during vacations to nearby areas, and they will be mentored to undertake this social, how they have to do these social responsibility projects. They will be working on teaching new languages in computer, then they will be teaching on various aspects of health, environment, then education, farming, etc., etc. It goes on. So in the last 15 years, we have completed 135 projects, and also more than 8,200 plus students have participated in this. This is the model that anyone can adopt. Because if we are just giving now options for students, they won't take it up. So if it is a part of a curriculum, we can. So in August last week, we conducted an international water conference, and it was just an initiative to make it a carbon neutral academic conference, and we could reach to somewhat to our expectations. And also we are trying now today and 2 more days. We have Mata Amritanandamayi Devi's birthday celebrations going on, and we are expecting more than 1 lakh people to come. And last 1 month we were discussing about how we can achieve carbon neutral during these birthday celebrations. And the problem is, even this will be a problem, how much CO2 equivalent will come, even pen, bottles. Now the thing is, when we start, we will go to the minute level, how we can reduce. But like a previous speaker shared, he told, unless we don't have an alternate option, we may not be able to reduce it to 0 level. So these are various activities students undertaking in the college, conducted by various clubs like Amrita Energy, Swaraj, and Environmental Club. Then we have a youth movement, global youth movement, Ayuth, and several other activities are planned by the authorities, and we make it sure that maximum participation is ensured. In the recently completed September 20th World Cleanup Day, more than 4,000 students, faculty, and ashram mates participated, and we could complete 28.2 kilometers coverage in 4 panchayats. Solid waste management, I have a video to show the solid waste management. Request, can you just play the video?
സന്നദ്ധ സേവന മേഖലയിൽ അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര തലത്തിൽ മുഖമുദ്ര പതിപ്പിച്ച മാതാ അമൃതാനന്ദമയി മഠത്തിന്റെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്തെ സേവന മുഖമാണ് അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠം യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസ്. സദ്ഗുരു ശ്രീ മാതാ അമൃതാനന്ദമയി ദേവി വിഭാവനം ചെയ്ത ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തോടൊപ്പം ജീവിതത്തിനു വേണ്ടിയുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം മുൻനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് സമൂഹം നേരിടുന്ന ആനുകാലിക വെല്ലുവിളികൾക്ക് പരിഹാരം നൽകുന്ന സാമൂഹ്യ സേവന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിൽ സജീവ സാന്നിധ്യമാണ് ഈ ക്യാമ്പസ്. അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസിനെ സുസ്ഥിര ക്യാമ്പസ് ആക്കി തീർക്കുക എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യത്തോടെ മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം, ജലസംരക്ഷണം, ഊർജ സംരക്ഷണം, കൃഷി എന്നീ ഘടകങ്ങൾക്ക് ഊന്നൽ നൽകിയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ നടന്നുവരുന്നു. മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണം ലോകത്തിലെവിടെയും വെല്ലുവിളികൾ നേരിടുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ മാലിന്യ സംസ്കരണത്തിനും നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനത്തിനുമായി കേരളത്തിലെ മറ്റൊരു വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലും കാണാൻ കഴിയാത്ത അത്ര വിപുലമായി 12,000 ചതുരശ്ര അടി വിസ്താരത്തിലുള്ള അമൃത സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ സോളിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ സ്ഥാപിച്ചതിലൂടെ ക്യാമ്പസിൽ പ്രതിദിനം ശേഖരിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന 250 കിലോ ഖരമാലിന്യങ്ങൾ 52-ലധികം വിഭാഗങ്ങളായി തരംതിരിച്ച് നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനം ചെയ്തു വരുന്നു. മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ ചിട്ടയോടെ വിവിധ ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ സ്ഥാപിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന നിശ്ചിത നിറങ്ങളിലുള്ള ചവറ്റുകുട്ടകൾ മുഖാന്തരം ഉറവിടത്തിൽ വെച്ച് തന്നെ തരംതിരിച്ച് ശേഖരിക്കപ്പെടുന്നതിനാൽ ഈ ക്യാമ്പസിലെ മാലിന്യം വേർതിരിക്കൽ എന്നത് അനായാസമാണ്. ഇപ്രകാരം പ്രതിദിനം 1100 കിലോ ജൈവ മാലിന്യങ്ങളും ഉറവിടത്തിൽ തന്നെ തരംതിരിച്ച് ശേഖരിച്ച് ബയോനീർ, ഓർഗാനിക് വേസ്റ്റ് കൺവെർട്ടർ എന്നീ ഉപകരണങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കമ്പോസ്റ്റ് ആക്കി മാറ്റി കാർഷിക ആവശ്യങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിച്ചു വരുന്നു. കൂടാതെ ക്യാമ്പസിൽ പ്രതിദിനം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന 120 കിലോ സാനിറ്ററി മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ ഡബിൾ ചേംബേർഡ് ബേർണർ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനം ചെയ്തു വരുന്നു. മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ തരംതിരിച്ച ശേഷം റീസൈക്കിൾ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത സിംഗിൾ യൂസ് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് വസ്തുക്കൾ പുനർജനി എന്ന ക്യാമ്പയിനിലൂടെ ചർക്കയും തറിയും ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഉപയോഗപ്രദമായ വസ്തുക്കളാക്കി മാറ്റുന്നു. ഡിസ്പോസിബിൾ സാനിറ്ററി നാപ്കിനുകളിലെ ഉപയോഗം നമ്മുടെ ആരോഗ്യത്തെയും പരിസ്ഥിതിയെയും ഒരുപോലെ ഹാനികരമായി ബാധിക്കുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഡിസ്പോസിബിൾ പാഡുകളുടെ ഉപയോഗം പരമാവധി ഒഴിവാക്കുക എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യം മുൻനിർത്തി സൗഖ്യം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ വാഴനാരുകൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നിർമ്മിക്കുന്ന പുനരുപയോഗിക്കാവുന്ന സാനിറ്ററി പാഡുകളുടെ പ്രചരണവും ഉപയോഗവും ആരോഗ്യ പാരിസ്ഥിതിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഒഴിവാക്കുന്നതിന് ഏറെ സഹായകമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്രകാരം ലോകമെമ്പാടും 7.5 ലക്ഷം വനിതകൾ സൗഖ്യത്തിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരികയും നാളിതുവരെ 30 ലക്ഷം പാഡുകൾ വിറ്റഴിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. പുനരുപയോഗിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സാനിറ്ററി പാഡുകൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുക വഴി പ്രതിവർഷം 4100 ടൺ കാർബൺ ഡയോക്സൈഡ് നിർഗമനവും 95,000 മെട്രിക് ടൺ സാനിറ്ററി മാലിന്യം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് ഒഴിവാക്കുവാനും സാധിക്കുന്നു. വലിയ തോതിലുള്ള മലിനജല സംസ്കരണ സംവിധാനങ്ങളുടെ നടത്തിപ്പുകൾ പൊതുവെ എവിടെയും അത്യധികം വെല്ലുവിളികൾ നേരിടുന്ന ഇന്നത്തെ സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഇതിൽ നിന്നും തികച്ചും വ്യത്യസ്തമായി ക്യാമ്പസിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന മലിനജലം സംസ്കരിച്ച് കാർഷിക ആവശ്യങ്ങൾക്കും ടോയ്ലറ്റ് ഫ്ലഷിങ്ങിനുമായി പുനരുപയോഗിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി 600 KLD 250 KLD സംസ്കരണ ശേഷികളുള്ള ഉദ്യാന സമാനമായ 2 സീവേജ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റുകൾ കൃത്യതയോടെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നു. ഇപ്രകാരം പ്രതിദിനം 3.5 ലക്ഷം ലിറ്റർ ജലം കൃഷി ആവശ്യങ്ങൾക്കും 1.5 ലക്ഷം ജലം ഫ്ലഷിങ്ങിനുമായി പുനരുപയോഗിച്ചു വരുന്നു. ജലദൗർലഭ്യം നേരിടുന്ന കാലയളവിലേക്കായി 5.5 ഏക്കറോളം വിസ്തൃതിയുള്ള ജലസംരക്ഷണ മേഖലകളും 10 ലക്ഷം ലിറ്റർ സംഭരണ ശേഷിയുള്ള 3 മഴവെള്ള സംഭരണികളും ക്യാമ്പസിലുണ്ട്. കൂടാതെ എല്ലാ കെട്ടിടങ്ങളോടും അനുബന്ധിച്ചും മഴവെള്ള സംഭരണികൾ സ്ഥാപിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്രകാരം ശരാശരി 1,90,00,000 ലിറ്റർ മഴവെള്ളമാണ് ഓരോ മഴദിനത്തിലും ശേഖരിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്. ജലം പാഴാക്കുന്നത് ഒഴിവാക്കാൻ ഉതകുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള പൈപ്പുകൾ, ടാപ്പുകൾ, ഓട്ടോമേറ്റഡ് ഉപകരണങ്ങൾ എന്നിവയും ഇവിടെ ഉപയോഗിച്ചു വരുന്നു. 120 ഏക്കറിലായി പരന്നു കിടക്കുന്ന അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസിന്റെ ആരംഭകാലം മുതൽ നാളിന്ന് വരേക്കും ജൈവ കൃഷി, ജലസംരക്ഷണം എന്നിവയോടൊപ്പം കാലാവസ്ഥയ്ക്ക് അനുസൃതമായ സുസ്ഥിര കൃഷി രീതികളിലൂടെ പരമ്പരാഗത രീതിയിൽ കൃഷിയിലേർപ്പെടാൻ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ഏറെ പ്രോത്സാഹനം നൽകുന്നുണ്ട്. തൽഫലമായി പച്ചക്കറികൾ ക്യാമ്പസിനുള്ളിൽ തന്നെ കൃഷി ചെയ്ത് പാചകം ചെയ്യാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുമുണ്ട്. നെറ്റ് സീറോ ക്യാമ്പസ് എന്ന ലക്ഷ്യത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ ചുവടുവയ്പായി ഊർജ ഉപഭോഗവും അനുബന്ധ ചിലവുകളും ജനറേറ്ററുകളുടെ ഉപയോഗവും പരമാവധി ചുരുക്കാനുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളിലും ജീവനക്കാരിലും നടത്തിവരുന്നു. ഇതിനായി വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളുടെ പൂർണ്ണ പങ്കാളിത്തത്തോടെ അമൃത നാനോ സോളാർ എന്ന വിഭാഗത്തിൽ നാളിതുവരെ നിർമ്മിച്ചെടുത്ത 3000 കിലോ വാട്ട്സിലധികം വൈദ്യുതി ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുവാൻ ശേഷിയുള്ള സോളാർ പാനലുകൾ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ വിവിധ ക്യാമ്പസുകളിൽ സ്ഥാപിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്രകാരം 470 കിലോ വാട്ട് പ്രവർത്തന ശേഷിയുള്ള സോളാർ പ്ലാന്റ് അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 4 അതിലധികമോ യാത്രക്കാർക്ക് ഒരു വാഹനം എന്ന ആശയം മുൻനിർത്തി CNG, വൈദ്യുത വാഹനങ്ങൾ എന്നിവ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ ആരംഭിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തതിലൂടെ 466.6347 മെട്രിക് ടണ്ണിലധികം കാർബൺ ഡയോക്സൈഡ് നിർഗമനം ഒഴിവാക്കുവാനും കഴിഞ്ഞു. കൂടാതെ ക്യാമ്പസിനുള്ളിലുള്ള യാത്രയ്ക്കായി 60-ലധികം സൈക്കിളുകൾ ലഭ്യമാക്കിയതും ഈ ലക്ഷ്യം നേടാൻ സഹായകമായി. ഇതിനു പുറമെ വിഷുത്തൈനീട്ടം പോലുള്ള പദ്ധതികൾ വഴി കഴിഞ്ഞ 7 വർഷങ്ങളിലായി വിഷുക്കാലത്ത് 10 ലക്ഷത്തിലധികം വൃക്ഷത്തൈകളും ജൈവ കാർഷിക വിത്തുകളും സൗജന്യമായി അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസ് വഴി വിതരണം ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ലോകം നേരിടുന്ന യഥാർത്ഥ വെല്ലുവിളികൾ സമൂഹവുമായി ഇടപെട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് അവയ്ക്ക് പരിഹാരം കാണുക എന്നത് ലക്ഷ്യമാക്കി വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് പ്രായോഗിക അനുഭവങ്ങളിലൂന്നിയ പഠനാവസരം നൽകുന്നതിനായി രൂപകൽപ്പന ചെയ്തതാണ് അമൃത സ്കൂൾ ഫോർ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഫ്യൂച്ചേഴ്സ്. ഇതിലൂടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളുടെ അക്കാദമിക താൽപര്യങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം കൃഷി, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, ആരോഗ്യവും ക്ഷേമവും, ജലവും പൊതുശുചിത്വവും, ഊർജം, ജീവനോപാധി, ലിംഗസമത്വം, പരിസ്ഥിതി, കാലാവസ്ഥാ മാറ്റവും അതിന്റെ വെല്ലുവിളികളും എന്നിങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഐക്യരാഷ്ട്രസഭ മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന 9ഓളം സുസ്ഥിര വികസന ലക്ഷ്യങ്ങളുമായും ചേർന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ഥാപനം പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതുപ്രകാരം ജീവാമൃതം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ 2100-ലധികം കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്ക് കുടിവെള്ള സൗകര്യം ഏർപ്പെടുത്തുകയുണ്ടായി. ചുരുക്കത്തിൽ പ്രകൃതിയോടിണങ്ങി ജീവിക്കുവാനും പരിസ്ഥിതി സംരക്ഷണത്തിൽ ഉണർവ് നൽകുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്കുമുള്ള മാതൃകാ പഠന കേന്ദ്രമായി കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് അമൃതപുരി ക്യാമ്പസ്. ഇതിനുള്ള അംഗീകാരമെന്ന നിലയിൽ 2024 ഐക്യരാഷ്ട്രസഭയുടെ പങ്കാളിത്തമുള്ള യുണൈറ്റഡ് നേഷൻസ് എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്ന സംഘടനയുടെ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഗ്രീൻ ഗൗൺ അവാർഡ്, പാരിസ്ഥിതിക നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായ സംഭാവനയ്ക്കുള്ള 2024 ടൈംസ് ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ അവാർഡ് ഏഷ്യ പുരസ്കാരം, പരിസ്ഥിതി സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് മികച്ച സംഭാവന നൽകുന്ന വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനത്തിനുള്ള കേരള സംസ്ഥാന മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണ ബോർഡിന്റെ എക്സലൻസ് അവാർഡ്, കേന്ദ്ര മാനവ വിഭവശേഷി മന്ത്രാലയത്തിന്റെ സ്വച്ഛത റാങ്കിംഗ് അവാർഡ് എന്നിവ അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠത്തിന്റെ പരിസ്ഥിതി സംരക്ഷണ പ്രയത്നങ്ങൾക്കായി ലഭിച്ച അവാർഡുകളിൽ പ്രമുഖമായവയാണ്. കൂടാതെ യുനെസ്കോയുടെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻഷ്യൽ ലേണിംഗ് ഫോർ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഇന്നൊവേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് സമിതിയിലുള്ള സ്ഥിരാംഗത്വവും 2020 അമൃത വിശ്വവിദ്യാപീഠത്തിന് ലഭിച്ചു. പരിസ്ഥിതി സൗഹൃദ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ, സുസ്ഥിര വളർച്ച ലക്ഷ്യമാക്കിയുള്ള ദീർഘവീക്ഷണത്തോടെയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ എന്നിവയിൽ ശാസ്ത്രീയമായ സമീപനത്തിലൂടെ ഭാവി തലമുറയ്ക്ക് മികച്ച നാളുകൾ കാഴ്ചവെക്കാൻ ഉറച്ച കാൽവയ്പുകളോടെ മുന്നേറുകയാണ് അമൃത.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for highlighting the initiatives from Amrita. So we have a small presentation from the chairman, Assam Pollution Control Board, on the topic of circular economy. So may I welcome sir to the stage to deliver a short presentation on the initiatives which are taken by the state. And, so may I welcome Arup Kumar Mishra, chairman, Assam Pollution Control Board, to the stage, please.
Thank you, Vivek. Dear friends, don't be scared. I won't take much of time because circular economy has been one of the major topics that me and my group have been working in last couple of years. This presentation was basically presented in Jabalpur about 1 year back, 47th A.N. Khosla Memorial Lecture. It's a very prestigious lecture in India, organized by the Institution of Engineers. So I thought that why not just share a few slides. I'll skip most of the slides. A lot of things have been already spoken about circular economy. It was part and parcel of Indian culture. Part and parcel of Indian culture, but in between, as in almost all the spheres of life, India lost its heritage, good practices, successive invasions from the Islamic part, Middle East and other countries, and then the servitude we had to go through because of the British invasion. Therefore, we lost touch. As a result, now, other countries are trying to teach us about circular economy. That's very unfortunate. It's an era of uncertainty. You can see here, climate changes are becoming real. It was a myth some 10 years back. People says, when we have not bad times. Already we have seen 5-6 ice ages. Hollywood has made wonderful movie on ice age. What is so new about that? People used to debate. But today nobody says that climate change is a myth, it's a reality. Rising epidemics, pandemics all across. Global population rise, extraction of more resource than the earth can tolerate. Shrinking natural resources and irreversible loss in biodiversity. My friend from Kerala Biodiversity Board has brought out some wonderful issues. And we are also reached Indo-Myanmar hotspot. After Amazon rainforest, the place I belong to, Assam and the northeast of India, is a second or third in rank in terms of biodiversity. This is a picture we all know, and many of the points have been already linked up with the circular economy. Why today we are talking about circular economy? Some of the reasons are listed here. 45,000 square miles of forest are lost every year in the world, never to be regained. 60% of major rivers of the world are either dammed or diverted. 75,000 people lose their life every year due to disasters. 50% of freshwater fish species lost in last 20 years. And after that, we are talking about sustainable development, we are talking about technology and so many things, but the basic reasons lie somewhere else. I was talking to my friend Adarsh Pal from Punjab. We have been last 3 years meeting each other frequently in different meetings. I always tell that don't try to keep the main issues under the carpet and talk in isolation. We all talk about big, big things. We have brought this technology, we have got this foreign collaboration and this and that. But the reality lies somewhere else. Almost 1.5 billion people in this world live in a very fragile and conflict-affected places. After the Russia-Ukraine war, after the war in Israel-Palestine, I'm telling you these numbers will even go up. Almost 50% of the poorest people on earth live in these geographies, and this number might grow to 82% by 2030. I'm not saying somebody else, foreign or experts are saying this. Around 244 million people are homeless, 65 million out of these are forcibly displaced. Now, if you go and tell them about sustainable development and circular economy, it makes no sense. I'm basically a field worker. Only last few years, I'm in the office working in the traditional setup. When I was teaching in engineering college and roaming around the whole country, I saw the realities and where we have failed to really make a strong point or strong grounding. So it is no wonder today circular economy has come up as an alternative. I'll skip this. You see these 10 points. All of you have done some studies, some work, some coursework in those circular economy, nothing but sustainable development, cradle-to-cradle approach, biomimicry, blue economy, zero waste, regenerative agriculture, sharing economy, slow movement, industrial ecology, and lean manufacturing. These all 10 points are also part of circular economy. It comes in a new package today. Circular economy was always part of Indian culture. This is a simple diagram. On the left, you see the linear economy, which one of my friends already has shown. And this, on the right-hand side, you can see the circular economy. These are the basic two models that the world follows. A linear economy and a circular economy. When I was doing my master's in Kanpur IIT, my professor Gehlawat told me, "Arey, rasta ka samne, us par mein, agriculture university hai. There is agriculture university. Why don't you go there and see something? They are doing wonderful work." Well, what wonderful work? Let's see. Whole world is suffering from the problem of bagasse, of molasses, and pressed mud. There are three basically byproducts when you make sugar out of sugarcane. You take the juice and make sugar. And what is the first thing? The bagasse. Entire sugarcane, crushed sugarcane, leftovers. Second is molasses. Third is pressed mud. Molasses problem was solved first because all the distilleries in Maharashtra and UP, to make alcoholic beverages, they used to have the molasses. It's basically ethanol. And then second part was solved by the company itself, industry itself. Instead of using fresh diesel, petrol, etc., fuel oil, they used to burn the bagasse to generate the heat to make steam. Third problem was not getting solved easily. I'm telling you the real life story of circular economy in India. And the third problem was not solved. That was basically your pressed mud. Then Central Building Research Institute and Roorkee University, now IIT, they came up with a solution that if, while making our village roads and other expansion projects, civil projects, we can use this pressed mud along with the concrete, then a large part of this will be used. Today, I'm very glad to say, India has shown the world all three byproducts, which was a headache for all sugarcane manufacturers, sugar manufacturers, now a reality. So therefore, it is possible to close the loop, and this is, let me skip this. I have been told about this. Look around your house. When I address the women folk in Assam, I tell them, you have 60% of your containers from plastic, used plastics, plastic, metallic containers, etc. Nobody will allow, even my mom, my wife doesn't allow to throw the wonderful containers that we buy for different products. We finish the product, but the container stays in the shelf. It's a good thing. Average Indian middle class family uses 60%. Washcloth, duster, mops, perhaps wear t-shirts, saris or bed sheets. We don't buy, very often we don't buy fresh mopping cloth, etc. for our Kamwali Bai, the lady who works in a house. So like that, hydroponics. My friend Javed Alam in Patna has made history in India. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam called him to Delhi to give award. In Patna city, not a single fused bulb, tube light, incandescent bulb, or glass container was going. Even Pepsi, Mirinda bottles, PET bottles, he cut into half. He put it, hydroponics is what? Soil-less culture. You grow the plant in soil-less condition. You have to give a support to the plant. You might question me, where the strength of the tree will come, plant will come, if there is no soil? You hang it, and from the top you give a support, string support. And whatever 21 important minerals are available for the plant from the soil, that 21, he made a biofertilizer, mixing all the 21. Calcium, sodium, borium, iron, everything was there. So, basically he tried to prove, and now it has become very popular. People talk about hydroponics. I'm talking about 25 years back. So, these are good practices. These are things which actually make circular economy possible. No throwaway, but this is Javed's garden. Javed Alam's garden in Patna. You go to his house, he will feed you chilies, vegetable, tomatoes, everything from his kitchen garden made of hydroponics. This is our one Guwahati. Co-incineration has been. So there are three elements for those young engineers and scientists of Kerala Pollution Control Board. You have to close the cycle. I told about the sugarcane story. Renewable energy, your airport. You can be proud here in Kochi that India's first and fully renewable energy airport is Kochi International Airport. Every unit of power is coming from solar power. I have not come first time here. This is my fifth visit to Kochi. 2013 or 14 I came first time, spent some time. Even at the time also, Kochi was known in the whole globe. And there is systems thinking. Don't think individually in scattered manner. Think of system. Think of system. If you think in systemic manner, then all these problems will be solved. I'll skip this. No more theory. Transitioning from linear to circular economy. People have spoken here, but as a single slide, I am showing you the challenges. Initial investment for circular economy is not yet low, it's high. Even today, it's pretty high. Research and development has to be done much more. Supply chain adjustment has to be done. Training, education, we must take it very seriously. Regulatory compliance, we are there, boards, consumer awareness and engagement, and risk management. All these 7 are the basic challenges today we face. Forget about this type of slides. Building blocks, whatever is going on in India, many of the programs are already talking about circular economy. Panchamrit and Mission Life, Madam spoke about Mission Life in Amritapuri, National Action Plan on Climate Change, Zero Defect, Zero Effect, Indian Resource Panel, in Food and Agriculture sector, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana for irrigation, E-National Agricultural Market, we call ENAM, apps like Kisan Suvidha, Pusa Rishi, M-Kisan, the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. These are ongoing national programs for the whole country. All 28 states and 8 union territories to adopt. Don't try to reinvent the wheel or reinvent the zero. Programs are going on, adopt them, and then automatically circular economy will be coming to us. Smart City Mission is also circular economy. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, solid waste management rules, plastic waste management, these are all coming under this problem. I'll skip this part. Circular design, typical closed loop, already I've spoken. My last slide. Circular economy breaks. It has to break the link between economic growth and use of resources. If you don't break the link, think of it, you will never succeed. Economic growth is different, use of resources is different. Studying together and bringing every point and counterpoint sometimes doesn't yield the desired results. Circular economy is in the minds of governments, corporate professionals, and researchers. But pursuing circularity as an end in itself should not be taken as the final solution or provide a false sense of security. I'm afraid Today, we have so many people in the country talking about circular economy and saying that I practice it, I practice it. I hope that the 22% below poverty line people of India and the poor people of India do not get a false security out of that. Questions raised are, will the jobs generated by innovations be better jobs? Who will get them? Circular economy may reduce material extraction and waste through the reuse, but at what cost or what other resources? So circular economy is not a silver bullet for sustainability, prosperity, and employment. We do have a go a long way to achieve CE by best policy, development, education, and collaboration among all players. Final words. Transitioning to a circular economy requires all of us to team up and commit to do the things fundamentally different. In the end, circularity may be just one way to make us aware that we need a more encompassing, integrated, and restorative sustainability path, which includes people as much as technology and nature. This is what Adarsh was telling. People also must be given equal importance to technology and nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for providing a brief overview again after this panel. So it really gives an insights to everyone on circular economy. May I request the organizing team to quickly rearrange the stage so that we quickly go into a discussion mode, taking some questions also from the audience. It has been pending for a while, so I think we should take a couple of questions. And if time permits, we will take one question for the panel in a very short while. So in the meantime, may I request the audience also to prepare the questions. We will take maximum of 3 questions from the audience. Specifically, if you have any specific queries addressed to the audience, to the panelists, please raise those questions. May I also request the organizing team to also pass on the mics to the audience so that questions can be taken. We will take 3 questions. Any questions? You may please raise your hand so that the organizing team can bring the mics to you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah. Can we please pass the mic to the front row?
Yes, I am Dr. Radhakrishnan. Actually, my question is on the concepts of circular economy. We have recycling, repurposing, refurbishing. All such methods are available. But is it an end goal? No, in terms of sustainability, because we mainly focus on the plastics. So discussion corner around the plastics. But as long as the bioplastics is not available in an economical way, can we think of what is the benefit that we drew out of this recycling or repurposing? Only that could be in terms of minimization of resources and minimization of some amount of energy. Other than that, the plastics will reside in this nature. So, is it a viable proposition that we can resort to such a technique? It is good that we do such a technique. Everywhere it is being done. Until and unless we have a concrete technology to get rid of this waste, can we adopt it further also? That is the first question to me. I think any of the eminent speakers can address that. Another question also shall I pose? One more question is to Mr. Sandeep.
Just one question. So maybe the question is with regard to the bioplastics or recycling. Can you just quickly put it in?
Plastics alone. Because we are finding many uses out of it. We are reusing it, reusing it, recycling it, repurposing it.
Okay.
could not get your point, but anyhow, I think this was an alternative which you see as a bioplastic compostable. I feel the environment effects remains the same.
Yeah.
They are harming the system with the same.
Yeah,
You
of
can
course.
take it as it is a disintegration only. Earlier, the plastic remains visible to you everywhere. This bioplastic or compostable and those kind of, they are simply disintegrating.
But
so where the microplastic will go? All the bisphenol, dioxins, phthalates, they will come out of that.
But if you use bioplastics, to some extent we can get rid of this problem.
So anyhow,
Synthetic plastics,
this is
we
my
cannot do
view.
anything.
But the best thing is alternative to plastic. The best thing is there. Why we are discussing circular economy if you don't want to follow this? I have already told our system was always circular. Whether it was not there, it is only not going back to the tradition, but it is accepting our traditional, natural, you can say, environment-friendly systems and take them in a modern way.
Yes,
So
sir,
this is
that
the
was circular. No, way back, I think it was circular in nature. But unfortunately, with the advent of plastics, I think we stopped this system.
So anyhow, we will discuss
We
later
could not
on.
take it forward.
Anyhow, please, thank you.
Sir, we'll take that question bilaterally and discuss it. I understood the bioplastics component.
Yeah, one more question to Mr. Sandeep.
Sandeep?
Mr. Sandeep.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, what
Maybe
is
keep
the,
it very brief, sir.
What is the percentage uncertainty involved in the
I
segregation
think
of
one
plastics?
question for one person will be okay. I
okay.
think if there is more involvement or younger ones, please. I understand this was a very long and very mixed kind of, you can say, but you can have any questions in your mind regarding to this particular topics, please. Otherwise, we will finish.
We are actually standing in front of your lunch. I can understand. One more question we will take because, okay, one question, last question. Sir, we will discuss with you bilaterally the questions. Sir.
I'll come to you, sir.
Don't be afraid of asking. Please.
Sir, I am Sumitra. I am working for Kerala State Pollution Control Board. My question is about light pollution. It said that there is no legal framework in India to control the light pollution. Can you please tell us about the other legal framework existing in other countries, developed or undeveloped?
Great question, thank you. Yeah, there are currently no legal framework and currently no even research going on in India about light pollution. Across, say, the Western world, there is a lot of awareness about how lighting impacts the environment. And even there is no statewide or federal countrywide protection. So in terms of specific wildlife being affected by light pollution, so there are local level policies and mainly done by non-profit NGOs in America and in Europe. So they are very restricted to areas that where wildlife need darkness. So for example, nature reserves where birds or bats are threatened by light pollution. So even in the Western countries, there is no statewide or countrywide policy because one, there is a lot of pushback in terms of public. People fear that reducing light causes safety concerns, but there are ways to lighter spaces without affecting the environment. And especially in India, with the amount of light that's increasing, North India is already become so bad. The situation in South India is still helpable. So we are at a very critical time where local governments, starting from very local level of towns and panchayats and going up to the state government and at the national level, where we can come up with certain policies. And the solutions are very simple. Shield the light, yellow or oranger colors, and turn it off when it's not necessary, dim the lights when it's possible. That's all. Very, very simple solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think we have to come to a conclusion for this session. And sir, the questions that you have raised, sir, may I request the organizing team if you can note down these questions so that this can be discussed with Mr. Sandeep also. Please, may I request the organizing team to please note those questions. And I think we have to conclude this session. It's been a while. We had a lot of insights, and I think we will be able to have a bilateral discussions after this panel. ആർക്കെങ്കിലും കൂടുതൽ സംശയങ്ങളോ ഡിസ്കഷനോ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ സെഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഈച്ച് ഓഫ് ദി സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് വിൽ ബി അവൈലബിൾ ഹിയർ. എല്ലാവരുമായിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നേരിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കാം. അങ്ങനെ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിൽ സമയം വളരെ കുറവാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. May I request the chair if you want to share a very brief 1 minute. So 1 minute if you want to.
I think we have already discussed, but anyhow, this was a diverse kind of things. So many issues and topics have been brought in front of you to understand, to discuss. Again, as I previously spoke, I think the most important thing always here will be between two E's. One E belongs to economy, other E belongs to environment. So our developmental model have always been economics based. So, and there is a harm of the environment, always. In between it comes like that we should have balance, but nowhere balance exists. Whatever things have been shown here, what is happening in number, in amount on the ground, they are not going to change the things. That is the issue, real issue. But ultimately, if you ask and propose from my point of view, so I request that from today or from now onward, our developmental model should be environmental based. What is the harm in telling this kind of thing? So if you have to keep the economics always on the top, nobody will going to take care of environment. It's only in the books, the different R's, different thought processor. Professor Arup has told about the status of the SDGs and so many things. Only words are changing. The things are not changing on the ground. So we need to act. That's why sometimes we thought that, we say that others have to change. I take it reverse. I have to change. So it's not anybody's responsibility. It is my individual responsibility. So self-regulation is the answer. So thank you very much for participating and giving the encouragement to the everyone, and thanks to the whole panelists and speakers, and I think big applause for all the speakers and rather audience as well. Thank you very much. Good day, good evening.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I think we are moving into the last segment of the session, which is memento distribution and a group photo. So I will hand it over to the organizing team.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to all the panelists and our chairperson for managing such an insightful and informative session. So I request all our panelists and our chairpersons and moderator kindly stay back to receive a small token of a memento from this day. So let me first welcome on stage Mr. Ranko Kurtovic, Head Strategic Sustainable Material Procurement, Messes Equafil, Italy, to please kindly join us on stage to hand over a memento as a token of our love and gratitude of appreciation to Professor Dr. Adarsh Palwik, former Chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board, who is our chairperson for the current session. So welcome, sir. I request you to please hand over this memento to our chairperson for this previous session, who have wonderfully chaired the session on the topic circular economy and waste management. Thank you so much, sir. Everybody, let's put a big thunderous round of applause for Professor Dr. Adarsh Palwik, former Chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board, for his amazing presence and insightful thoughts during the previous session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Next, let me welcome Dr. Shant A. Thimia, former Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, onto the stage. Request you to please receive the honor, sir, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Ranko Kutovik. I request you to please kindly occupy your seats. Yes, thank you so much. Next is my honor to welcome Dr. Shant A. Thimia, former Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, to please kindly join us on stage. to hand over a memento to one of our panelists, Mr. Ankur Yadav. Yes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up loud for Mr. Ankur Yadav. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Shant A. Next, let me welcome Mr. Amit Khurana, expert from Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi, to please kindly join us on stage to hand over a token of our gratitude and appreciation to one of our panelists, Mr. Sriram Murali, National Geographic Explorer and IUCN SSC Firefly Specialist. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Next, it's my honor to welcome Dr. Arup Kumar Misra, Chairman, Assam State Pollution Control Board, to please kindly join us on stage to congratulate and give away a token of our appreciation and gratitude to Dr. N. Anil Kumar, Chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board. Thank you so much. Let me now welcome Dr. K.P. Radhakrishnan, Professor and Head Department of Biotechnology and Biochemical Engineering, Sri Chitra Tirunal College of Engineering, Trivandrum, to please hand over a memento to Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh, CEO and co-founder, Ishitwa Robotic Systems, Ahmedabad, India. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful words during this session. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Dr. K.P. Radhakrishnan, for joining us on stage. Next, to hand over the memento to Dr. Jyoti Essen, Associate Dean in HOS, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Let me welcome our Chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, Ms. Srikala S. Ma'am, to please kindly join us on stage to kindly hand over this token of love and appreciation for Dr. Jyoti Essen, Associate Dean in HOS, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Thank you so much. Next, it's my honor to welcome Mr. Babu Rajan, Chief Environmental Engineer, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, to please kindly join us on stage to hand over a token of love and appreciation to Mr. Vivek JM, our moderator for the previous session, who have moderated the session on circular economy and waste management so flawlessly. Thank you so much for moderating the first session of ORA 2025. Thank you so much, sir. That was such an informative and insightful session to start ORA 2025 with. So I welcome all our panelists, chairpersons, and moderators to kindly step forward for a group photo, please. After the photo session, we are now dispersing for lunch. Attention everybody, now we are breaking for lunch. Requesting you all to please kindly reach back the venue by 2 p.m. sharp. We are a bit late, but requesting you all to please kindly try to stay back. Come back to the venue by 2 p.m. sharp, because we'll be able to start the next session by 2 p.m. then. So please kindly abide with the timings. So now we are dispersing for the lunch. Thank you so much, our amazing team of panelists, our moderator and chairperson, for the wonderful session where we started ORA 2025 with. I'm also welcoming each and everybody who have been very generously present throughout this session and listening throughout first session, to also join us for the second session on the topic water pollution, which is to be started at 2 p.m. sharp. So please abide with the timings. Please now disperse for the lunch and come back by sharp 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Hello, check. Hi, everybody. Hope you all had a delicious lunch break. Now we'll have to resume with the sessions. The second session for ORA 2025. The International Conclave on Environment is going to start in next another 5 minutes. So requesting all the delegates to please kindly speed up. Lunch finish ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ വെന്യൂലേക്ക് സീറ്റഡ് ആവണമെന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. Everybody, please be comfortable. Lunch കഴിക്കാത്തവർ ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പ്ലീസ് മൂവ് ഓൺ ടു ദ ലഞ്ച് ഏരിയ വിച്ച് ഇസ് ടുവേഴ്സ് ദ ലെഫ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദിസ് വെന്യൂ. അപ്പം എല്ലാവരും ലഞ്ച് കഴിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ്ലി തിരിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ വെന്യൂലേക്ക് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. വിൽ ബി സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് ഓഫ് ദിസ് സെക്കൻഡ് സെഷൻ വിച്ച് ഇസ് ഓൺ ദ ടോപ്പിക് വാട്ടർ പൊല്യൂഷൻ ഇൻ നോ ടൈം. So requesting everybody to please join back immediately. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcoming you all to please join back at the venue. എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ച് വെന്യൂലേക്ക് വരണമെന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. We are already a few minutes ahead of our schedule. So lunch ഒക്കെ ഫിനിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാവരും ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടെ വെന്യൂലേക്ക് തിരിച്ച് സീറ്റഡ് ആയിരിക്കണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. We are moving on to our next session, which is to be on the topic water pollution. So നമ്മുടെ panelists, speakers, our chairpersons and moderators are all ready. So നമുക്ക് audience ആണ് ഇനി എത്താനുള്ളത്. I hope you all had your lunch. So please make it a bit quick. എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ച് immediately വെന്യൂലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചെത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. Thank you so much. I can see so many of our delegates are standing outside the venue also. Please make it back to the venue. Please be comfortable. Please find your seats and be comfortable. എല്ലാവരും ഫുഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ചു വരണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. Thank you so much. Hi everybody, here is a gentle reminder for everybody to please come back to the venue. We are about to begin our next session in the next couple of minutes. Lunch finish ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവരും ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് വെന്യൂലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചെത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ് because we are about to begin our next session immediately. All our delegates who are still waiting outside the venue, requesting you all to please come inside and be comfortable. വെന്യൂവിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ ഡെലിഗേറ്റ്സിനോടും റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു to please be comfortable and inside the venue because നമ്മുടെ സ്പീക്കേഴ്സും നമ്മുടെ നെക്സ്റ്റ് പാനലിസ്റ്റ് റെഡിയാണ് for the next session. So I hope we'll all be back in next couple of minutes and be comfortable. Thank you so much. So welcome back everybody. We're moving on to the next session of ORA 2025. Hope you all had a good lunch break. So moving on to our next session on the topic, water pollution. It's my honor and privilege to welcome our chairperson for the next session, Dr. Shant A. Thimaya, former chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Welcome, sir. It's a privilege to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up loud for Dr. Shant A. Thimaya, former chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Please. Please be seated, sir. Yeah. Next up on stage, let me welcome our moderator for the next session, Dr. G. Madhu, Fact Chair Professor, School of Engineering, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Welcome, sir. It's a privilege to have you here. Let's hear it out loud, everybody, for our moderators and panelists for the next session. Thank you so much for joining. Now, let me take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists for the next session. Let me first welcome Mr. Ranko Kurtovic, Head Strategic Sustainable Material Procurement, Messes Equafil, Italy. He's going to be speaking on the topic marine pollution with emphasis on microplastics and disposal of fishing gear and nets. Welcome, sir. We are so proud to have you here. Please take your seats. Thanks a lot. Introducing our next speaker, Dr. E.J. James, Pro Vice Chancellor of Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences. He's going to be speaking on the topic environmental flow and significance in pollution prevention. Welcome, sir. We are so proud to have you here. Let's hear it up loud, everybody, for our set of panelists for the next session on the topic water pollution. Welcome, sir. Up next, let me welcome our next panelist, Mr. Amit Khurana, expert from Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi, who's presenting on the topic antimicrobial resistance and wastewater treatment. Welcome, sir. Next, let me welcome Ms. Vinaya Wilson, Project Coordinator, Kottapuram Integrated Development Society. She's going to be speaking on the topic eco-alternatives to plastic from water hyacinth. Very grand welcome to you, Vinaya. Absolutely wonderful. Next, let me welcome Dr. G. Madhu, Fact Chair Professor, School of Engineering, Cochin University of Science and Technology, to please kindly take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organizers of the Environment Conclave 2025, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you to this technical session on water pollution. As all of you may know, water pollution severely harms ecosystems as well as human health. It causes loss of biodiversity, ecosystem degradation, food chain disruption, and harmful algal blooms. Now, coming to the impacts on human health, it causes impacts like waterborne diseases and toxic chemical exposure, leading to various long-term effects. Also, water pollution has got economic as well as societal impacts. So this technical session on water pollution will deal with many of these aspects. We are privileged to have with us an eminent chair, distinguished panelists, and a vibrant audience. At the very outset, let me welcome and introduce the chair of this session, Dr. Shant A. Timaya, former chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Give him a big hand. Warm welcome to Dr. Shant A. Timaya. I will give a brief biography of Dr. Timaya. He served as the chairman of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board during November 2021 to November 2024. He has also served as the board member in the Board of Governors of National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Surathkal during 2015-2021. He is a BTech in mining engineering from the Karnataka Regional Engineering College, Surathkal, now NITK Surathkal, Mangaluru. Then he went on to obtain a Master of Technology degree in Industrial Pollution Control from the same prestigious institution, KREC, NITK Surathkal, and his PhD is also from the same institution. He obtained his PhD on the topic in the area of socio-economic and environmental impact studies. He has also served as a member of the Board of Studies of Tumkuru University for 3 years, from 2018 to 2021, to frame academic curriculum for Master of Science program in Environment Science and PhD. Prior to that, he founded and headed a corporate company dealing with the multidisciplinary industrial activities, including preparation of EIA reports and EMP, socio-economic environmental impact assessment, and also established and promoted EIA related organization with QCI and NABET accreditation. He has received numerous awards and recognitions. He is the recipient of the prestigious Nada Prabhu Kempegowda Award for the year 2016, Guru Anigraha Award for the year 2022 conferred by Shivasri Media Group, recognizing the extensive service in the field of environment. Under his able leadership, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board entered the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest number of people, the most people sculpting with modeling eco-friendly clay Ganesha idols on 28th of August 2022. Number of, in fact, 3,308 Ganesh idols were made of this eco-friendly clay. So under his leadership, KSPCB has had made great strides in protecting the environment. Today, the state of Karnataka stood third best state in environmental performance category, next only to Kerala and Chhattisgarh. KSPCB is in the forefront in implementation of single-use plastic ban in the country and is on the top of the achievers list. So with this brief introduction, let me once again welcome Dr. Shanti Maya to this august audience. Now we have a very distinguished team of panelists. So we have 4 panelists in this technical session. Today we have with us Mr. Ranko Kutovic. He is head of the Strategic Sustainable Material Procurement of Mrs. Aquafil, Italy. He will be presenting the topic marine pollution with emphasis on microplastics and disposal of fishing gear and nets. Let me give a brief introduction about Mr. Ranko Kutovic also. As I mentioned earlier, he is with Aquafil, Italy. He is the strategic procurement manager of this industry. He is basically a graduate in physics from the University of Mathematics and Physics, Ljubljana, obtained his degree in 1995. His fields of expertise include sustainable plastics recycling and waste management. Yes, he has been with Aquafil Italy since 2015. He is involved in creation of worldwide plastic supply chain network, implementation of circular economy business models at industrial scale. He started in logistics, then he moved to sales, and from 2015 onwards, he is engaged in these activities. Then the second panelist in this session is Dr. E.J. James, a very distinguished water resources engineer and specialist. He is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. He will be talking on the topic environmental flow and significance in pollution prevention. Let me briefly introduce Professor E.J. James. He had a long stint at the Center for Water Resources Development and Management, Calicut. He was there for 30 years. He retired as Executive Director of CWRDM and Scientist G. After his retirement, he joined Karunya Deemed University, Coimbatore, and he has served in various capacities there, including Director of the Water Institute, Dean of Research, Dean of the School of Agriculture and Biosciences, Pro Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and Institute Professor. He is continuing as the Pro Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university. He is a BE in Civil Engineering and M.Tech in Coastal Engineering. He obtained these degrees from KREC Suratkal, now National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Suratkal. He received his PhD from the University of Calcutta and conducted postdoctoral research at the Center for Ecology and Hydrology in Wallingford, UK. He investigated over 80 research projects, funded research projects, national with funding from national and international agencies, and has more than 150 publications to his credit, and several of them have won awards and certificates of merit. He has supervised over 24 students for their master's and PhD work, and he is associated with a large number of international agencies like UNDP, UNEP, JICA, GIZ, Wetlands International, and ICEF. So, warm welcome to you, sir. The third panelist in this session is Mr. Amit Burana. He is from the Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. He will be presenting the topic antimicrobial resistance and wastewater treatment. Mr. Amit Gurana, he is presently the Director of the Sustainable Food Systems Program, Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. He holds a bachelor's degree in occupational therapy from CCS University, Meerut, followed by master's in business administration from Amity University. His fields of expertise include animal and environmental dimensions of AMR. It's a very important topic, a topic of concern nowadays. Sustainable food systems and agri-climatic linkages. He was with EvaluServe and GRAIL research from 2005 to 2012. And from 2012 onwards, he is serving the Center for Science and Environment. At CSE, he has produced over 20 policy research reports on the issue of antimicrobial resistance, agroecology, agri-climate issues, food safety, and junk foods. Multiple cover stories and numerous articles in Down to Earth, the very popular environmental magazine of the country, and its annual State of India's environmental issue. And he has received several awards and recognitions. He has been a member of a few expert technical working groups on AMR and food at the national and international level. So warm welcome to you, Mr. Amit Khurana. So the next panelist is an young social worker. She is from KIDS, Kottapuram Integrated Developmental Society. She is serving as the department coordinator there, and she will be presenting the topic, Eco Alternatives to Plastic from Water Hyacinth. That's the topic that she is going to present in this session. Ms. Vinaya Wilson, warm welcome to you, Ms. Vinaya. She is a postgraduate in social work, and her fields of expertise include project proposal preparation and documentation works, and she is serving as project coordinator in KIDS, Kottapuram Integrated Development Society, for the last 2 years. So we have an exciting lineup of perspectives today. So to begin, I invite our esteemed chair, Dr. Shant Timmayya, to deliver the opening remarks and set the context for the session. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished delegates, officers from various government agencies, NGOs, and media friends, good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Kerala State Pollution Control Board for inviting me for this international conclave on various subjects, which will be predominantly talking about pollution control measures, methods, and its also alternatives. I am privileged to stand before you to chair this session, which is very important, water pollution. As we all know, Water Act, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, came into existence in 1974. We are celebrating 50th year of existence. These boards are constituted predominantly to prevent and control of various pollution, be it water pollution, air pollution, and Environmental Protection Act 1986, subsequently the Environmental Impact Assessment Notification 1994. So these are the important four important legislations which came into existence in the country. Water Act 1974, Air Act 1981, the Umbrella Act, the Environment Protection Act 1986. After this 1986, important notification, as I mentioned, EIA notification 1994. and especially for coastal districts of various states. Another important notification came into existence. This is CRZ notification 1991. So these are the important legislations which came into force to protect the environment and ecology. So therefore, today I congratulate team Kerala State Pollution Control Board for this organizing this international conclave covering various topics which are very relevant, pertinent as of today's scenario. So now water pollution and its control. So there are three aspects we have to keep in mind: young engineers, young students, and professionals and subject experts. What are the three aspects? So one is pollution control at source. That is the primary aspect we always should think of. Second is pollution control during transmission. So now whether water pollution, air pollution, noise pollution, any pollution for that matter. So these are the three important control measures. Third is control at receptor. So control at source, control at transmission, and control at receptor. These are the only three methods where we can implement for effective control of pollution. So therefore now, in this session, various speakers, experts are going to touch upon plastic pollution and source of plastic pollution and pollution flow, exactly how it's going to impact the flow of pollution into the water body. So third one is ARM, antimicrobial resistance and water treatment technologies. Another one is alternative to plastics. So across the globe, plastic has become a menace. Recent research reveals that not even a square mile is available in the ocean free from plastic. The research also shows about 11 trillion plastic pieces available or polluted in the ocean. So therefore, whether it's a plastic, whether it's a microplastic, so this is causing tremendous marine pollution in the ecosystem. So we talk about microplastics, which has become a part of the marine ecosystem. As I mentioned, not even a square kilometer is free from this plastic in the oceans. So recent Netherlands, they conducted a study. Even this microplastic is found in blood, which is very alarming situation. So this exposure to plastic also caused lot of health issues in marine ecosystem as well as in human body, which will predominantly harm human health. So therefore, this in 2022, to control this plastic menace, Government of India has come out with the banning of the single-use plastic across the country. So In Karnataka, as Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, we were the leading implementer of the single-use plastic across the state. So likewise, this single-use plastic implementation of this banning has to be effective on ground. Secondly, this environmental flow, the pollution flow into the ecosystem also the experts are going to talk about. And alternative to plastic, already a lot of research is going on. How to replace this plastic, already in various states, morning one speaker was talking about this bagasse. So from bagasse, it's a fine dust from sugar industry, and it's spread either like a heap, either like a mountain in the sugar industry. These are very, very harmful to human health, because it's having a sharp edges. So once it goes to eyes, its impact is severe. So therefore, this bagasse has become a nuisance all these years in sugar industry. So now from bagasse, they started doing, some kind of research has happened, and various plastics is being replaced from this bagasse, plates, spoons, cups, all these things now they are replacing, and extensive research is going on in other aspects also. See, we all talk about reduce, reuse and recycle, 3 R's. But I always believe in 4 R's. What is that one more R? In the morning we were talking about 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle. And 4th R is research. Until unless we do research, we cannot replace and displace this polluting material in the ecosystem. Therefore, research also has to be given maximum importance in developing alternatives to various environmental pollution issues. So with this, I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this session, and I wish the speakers will touch upon important topics which are very relevant. As we know, Kerala is a rain-fed district, and plastic, once it's a plastic which is on land, once it joins the sea, it becomes a blue plastic. So how we can control, mitigate and prevent this plastic? What are the alternatives? What are the flow? How exactly the flow? And during flow, how we can control the pollution? So all these aspects will be addressed in this session. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful opening remarks. We will now move on to the technical presentations. So each panelist will have about 10 to 12 minutes for the presentation. Let me first invite Mr. Ranko Kutovic, Head Strategic Sustainable Material Procurement, Mrs. Aquafil, Italy, for presenting the topic Marine Pollution with emphasis on microplastics and disposal of fishing gear and nets.
Dear guests, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, dear organizers, thank you for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak about what we do, and hopefully we inspire somebody to follow us. I'm coming from a company named Aquafil in Italy. It is a family-owned company established more than 50 years ago. Before there was nothing, there is now an industry. We have more than 2,000 employees. We are present worldwide. We have many offices. One important function is that we try to sell our products, but also the other important function is that we try to buy back our products, and not only our products, but nylon waste, nylon scrap. Why this is important? Because we try to close the circular economy in a single loop. These are our production areas. Mainly we are famous worldwide as a carpet maker, or better, filament for carpets, like carpets on the floor, in the cars. Then we produce also textile fiber for brands and garments, and a small division is making plastics, polymer, which can be used also for fish net production. And this is what I would bring attention for. Why I'm here today? You can see on the photo the waste fish nets. This is what usually is dumped, discarded, or burned, or left in the shore, or even sink in the sea. My colleagues, other panelists explained the difference between linear and circular economy. What we try to do is, the last one you can see, we recycle and recycle again the product so that never goes to the dustbin. And I would like to recall the words of professor in the first session who said there is no waste, just resource. And that is what we try to show. What we do? EcoNil is name of eco nylon, and the symbol is endless possibility, because it is a natural chemical property of the nylon that you can infinite number of times recycle it without degrading. It is made of 100% scrap, plastic scrap, carpet scrap, garment scrap, automotive plastic scrap, fishnet scrap. So by definition it is made of waste. Or, I repeat, it is made of resource that others are wasting. We have also 4 R's, like the other panelists. One is rescue, one is regenerate, one is remake, and the last one is reimagine. Rescue is important because this way we remove the waste from the nature and environment. Sorry. Regenerate is what industry is doing. We have fellow competitors in mechanical recycling, and we are pioneer in chemical recycling. Then we remake the product like it would be made from oil-based virgin material, and our customers are reimagining new products without any quality depreciation. Why is our process different than the classic nylon or plastic production process? On the top, you can see everybody producing plastics is starting from oil extraction, oil transformation, then they produce caprolactam, and they produce final product for the market. and that market is dumping the material after use. What we do, we collect sorted plastic back, and we use it again in our process as a feedstock. So the first phase, oil extraction, or let me say environmental resources, we don't need at all. Rescue, this is what we are already doing in India for several years. This is plastic waste from plastic industry. This is textile waste from carpet and garment industry. This is how the warehouse is looking, where all these resources, or for others, scrap and waste materials are collected. And this is how our feedstock looks like. This is fish nets again. More fish nets. You would be stunned if you know how many 1,000 tons of fish nets every year have been put in exploitation. And we know that only a peanut quantity we recycle yearly. Where we retrieve the fish net waste, you can see India is an important source for our industry. We collect used fish nets and fish gear from coastal areas, and we bring it back to recycling. What we offer is customized service. We try to teach, educate, and help everybody who wants to do this collection and rescue of the plastic marine waste. Nevertheless, where it comes from. It can be from India or Asia or Africa or Latin America. So you understand these are the problems about plastic waste. And if this is not removed from the sea, it stays in the sea. We have the so-called microplastic pollution, ghost nets, etc., etc. What we do once we receive this material back, we chemically regenerate it. We simply take the polyamide chain, we cut it into single pieces and then regenerate again. It's easy to say, not so easy to do. So this is the basic chemical symbol for caprolactam. This is the chain of polyamide, where all these caprolactam molecules have been bonded together. It is polymer called polyamide. And these black dots can be additives, contamination, whatsoever. And what we do, we separate again. On the left side, the basic caprolactam molecule, and on the right side, everything that was found in the process, in the production or exploitation, or at the end, dirt or contamination. What is the difference between us and other classic mechanical recycling? Mechanical recyclers, no matter how good the sorting is, from the top where there is a polyamide with all the additives and dirt and contamination, stays the same. They cannot remove it chemically, they cannot do much except washing maybe. And what we do is that in our regeneration system, classic single caprolactam molecule we extract by distillation, similar like in oil business. We take it out, filter, and make a completely new regenerated nylon that is absolutely same quality like virgin nylon made from oil. Of course, all the rest, contamination, additives, dirt, everything else stays in the reactor, which we internally by pyrolysis use for production of energy and steam for our plant. And the only waste we remove from our factory is ash, unorganic ash from this process. What we try to do is our products, polymers and filaments that we sell to our customers, they make products from regenerated nylon and not from virgin nylon. I'm quite proud because 10 or 12 years ago I was skeptic about what our owner, Mr. Bonazzi, wanted to do, but then he showed us the way. Today we are selling our product to more than 1,700 brands, and here you can find some of them. Mercedes-Benz, you know all, Gucci, Prada, BMW, you know them all, right? What is the product about? It is the fishnet, and this is why I am in India also trying to do the circular fishnet project. Case studies, one was in the Greece, Europe, where we tried to make the first circular fish farming net. Partner is Diopas, who is a fishnet maker and fishnet collector. Philosophisch, who is the fishnet aquaculturing company. And they made the fishnet out of our Econyl polyamide, put it in the sea, and the fishnet was, after 1 or 2 life cycles, I don't remember exactly, removed and brought back to our plant to recycle again. This was promoted in Seafood Expo 2024 as a first case study, because this is, from our point of view, the first pioneering case of circular fishnet. It was also presented on G7, where Food and Agriculture Organization was looking for solutions in this area, and other conferences. The next one is actually much bigger scale, and that is where we cooperated together with Nofir in Norway. This is the fishnet collecting and recycling company. Hampijan, one of the world's biggest fishnet maker, producer. They also have a factory here in India called Kohinoor. Egersund is Aqua Group, is the biggest Norwegian fishnet and fish farming equipment supplier. And Greece Seafood, this is the aquaculture company who believed that fishnet, either coming from virgin oil or from regenerated nylon, has the same quality. This is in the May this year, we presented this to Norwegian and international public, where we were the first ever able to show that circularity in fishing and fish farming is possible. And this is the last case. We have it done with Japanese partners, Kinoshita and Momoi, well-known fishnet makers, selling also to India. And we have the same case from waste, regenerate, new production, new fishnet, and the goal is to get the fishnet back. So this is my scope of my visits in India, how to convince fishermen, service companies, communities, also governmental bodies to apply the system that fishermen will automatically bring back the fishnet after use, and that would be automatically going to recycling. And this is where we know we need no additional oil extraction. We just use fishnet again and again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranko, for the insightful presentation. So it was a very interesting presentation. He has clearly explained how fishing nets, dumped fishing nets in oceans can be chemically regenerated for reuse. Very interesting concept. It's truly a circular economy concept. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the second panelist. May I request Dr. E.J. James, Pro Vice Chancellor of Karunya Institute of Science and Technology, to make the presentation on environmental flow and significance in pollution prevention. Thank you.
I was feeling sleepy when I come on this stage, but because of all these lights, I was awake. I don't know whether it is intentional, but it's a good thing. When you feel sleepy, you put some light, floodlights on the face, you will wake up. Now, only thing is that I want to know whether there is a paper on light pollution here. I'm not sure about it. If you have one, I would like to stay back and hear that. Okay. Now, the chair, the moderator, the fellow panelists, delegates, officials, and friends. Chairman, I am from your same alma mater, maybe much before you went there. Okay, fine. Now, I'll be speaking to you on significance of e-flows. Why I omitted the second part given to me, that is to say, removing pollution. I always believe that pollutants should not be diluted. Dilution is not a solution to pollution. It should be treated and then sent out, and not just make the rivers flush it out. That is not the philosophy in which we believe. I just wanted to make it clear. Now, I just wanted to tell you what is e-flows. The Brisbane Declaration said what is e-flows. And later they slightly modified it and added culture to it. You remember Haridwar? You remember Pampa? So they added culture to the definition. What is the definition? E-flow is nothing but the quantity, the timing, the quality, and level of water to be maintained in a river to protect, to conserve an ecosystem. The ecosystem may be an estuary, maybe a shoreline water body. It can be even any sort of freshwater body. And please remember, in turn, it supports cultures, economies, and sustains the livelihood of people and well-being of humanity. And that's about it. This is based on the Brisbane Declaration, which was modified later. Now we go to the next slide. Why these e-flows have become important? It's mainly because there has been a population explosion. There has been an economic boom. There has been a change in land use and land cover. And finally, there is a climate change. Because of all this, we became aware of the importance of the environmental flows, which you call as eco flows, or you can call it as in-stream flow, you can call it by any one of these names, low flow, all these minimum flow, normalized flow. But when they say this, they have focus on something or other, but it all means more or less the same story. Now what has happened? we have got point source alterations to hydrology, and we have got spatially diffused alterations to hydrology, which has created problems to the environment. Why? The flows, original flows in the rivers have been altered, and it has affected the transportation, the movement of biota, and also the entire ecosystem. Now we go to the next, where the consequences of alterations to flow, if you ask me, it is changes in the energy dynamics, the hydro-peaking, which is created by some of the reservoirs. I remember during the floods in Kerala, they let out the Idukki reservoir and all water came to Ernakulam and people got drowned. I won't say drowned, people were made to vacate their places, habitats. Reduction in the connectivity, which will have an impact on modification to biotic composition, affect the migration of organisms, dictates the evolutionary adoption of many riverine biota, disruption of longitudinal connectivity, which has got its own impact on the flora and fauna in the water bodies. And rapid changes in flows adversely affect the flora and fauna, changes the sediment characteristics, and therefore the entire aquatic ecosystem. Now we go to the next. 4 methods I have described there for finding out the E-flows. The easiest is, as a hydrologist I say, easiest is the hydrologic approach, because all other approaches are complicated. What is hydrologic approach? We have got, they call it Montana because of the fish there, the Tennant approach, where he says that divide the year into two periods of the year, and try to find out the mean annual flows there, and try to find out how much water should be let out to the stream or whatever it is, whatever body you have. More complicated is the range of variability approach, where you will have a variability of cases which you will have to consider apart from 2 seasons in a year and all that. Then you have got indicators of hydrologic alterations, which is being propagated by the US Nature Conservation. And the desktop reverse approaches are there. These are all incorporated into building block methodology and ecological limits of hydrologic alteration. Now that's about the hydrology base. Hydraulic base, when you go, you take a particular cross-section of a water body and try to find out what is the wetted parameter, what is the velocity of flow, and what is the depth of flow, and if you want to know, what is the substrata. And if you know all this, in a particular cross-section, you will be able to understand what is happening to the biota because of your flow, how it will affect the flow. Not directly biota is involved, hydraulics is involved. So you will have an idea about it. But this approach will give you the idea about only one cross-section. We are interested in the whole water body. Now the third one is little more complicated, the habitat simulation. For example, you have got mangroves in one estuary. You should know what is the ideal salinity conditions for mangroves to grow. And you will have to think of how you can pump out or let out that fresh water to keep the salinity at a level where the mangroves will grow vigorously. It can be any species of mangroves, it can be Rhizophora, Avicennia, each one of them may have their own conditions. I gave you only an example. Along with this, you have to consider various other ecological parameters and try to see what is the flow needed for that. The fourth one is holistic approach. It is a bottom-up approach, or it can be a top-down approach where you have got BBM, building block method, Aloha, and desktop reverse model. All this you can have. But what you are going to do here is you consider the entire river basin as one unit and try to see what is going to happen at different stretches of the river basin, and what are the flow variations there, and what are the type of biota you have there, how they are going to change. I'm sorry, I'm little pedagogic, because a subject like this can be told only in a pedagogic manner. I don't like pedagogy as a teacher, but I'm forced to do that. Now, a case study from Point Calimar wetland. I was in Tamil Nadu. This is a Ramsar site. All the three Kerala Ramsar sites, I moved the case and got it approved by the Ramsar board. Now, Ramsar Bureau. Now, this is a study carried out in the, what you call, the Point Calimar wetland of, you see the deltaic portion of the river Kaveri. What I try to do is that this is the delta. On the left-hand side top, you have got the delta, and on the right-hand side top, you see that, the flows are decreasing. These flows are decreasing even after the award of the tribunal in 2007. Why? It is here where you will have to talk about the climate change. Chairman sir, they say that in the Coorg, because of the climate change, the origin point of Kaveri, there is a decrease in the flows, and which is reflected. And at the bottom, I have got the two stream gauging stations which I have considered for my study. Now, here you have got the indicators of hydrologic alteration. If you look at it, after the award was given by the tribunal, Kaveri tribunal, even after the award, you have got a reduction in the flows in all the months. And see, the RVA boundaries which you have got there is always low, not high. As far as our case is concerned, it is low. And see, the number of 0 days has increased. 0 flow days have increased, which means even after the award was given of 400 TMC, 404 TMC of water to Tamil Nadu, it has not improved. So this is something which I want you to clearly understand. Now, if you look at the total environment flow in Kaveri, which has got 800 TMC of water, there is not even 5 TMC of water which is used as environmental flow. What a crime people are doing towards environment. And please remember, Point Calimar is a Ramsar site of international importance. Now you see, all the months you have got a lowering flow trend. Now, the IHA model, which I use using the US Nature Conservation Bureau's attachment, I have tried to find out what are the parameters. You see here, the annual flow duration curve. You have got that red line, red arc at the bottom, which means you have got flows only for 55% of the year. Remaining period, you don't have flows. And please see, even in August, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, you don't have any flows. This is a situation with regard to Point Calimar. Now, if you look at this, what you find is that on the top, you have got the flow duration curves for different months. And on the right-hand side, you find that February, March, April, May, no flow. And how will the aquatic ecosystem of Muthupet estuary and adjoining bird sanctuaries survive without water? And how will the mangroves survive without water? That is something which you have to think of. Because mangroves cannot have your 34 parts per thousand salinity. It can tolerate only 20 ppt of salinity, according to my study. Now, if you look at it, this is on the bottom, you have got the sampling locations and salinity. Salinity along the longitudinal cross-section, longitudinal section, you have got the salinity level on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, up to the growth of mangroves, what are the salinity profiles? And you have here the freshwater flow into the Muthupet estuary, which is supposed to be an estuary with the largest mangrove growth in Tamil Nadu. It is not Pichavaram, it is theirs. So, see how much water is flowing into the estuary. Now, if you look at it, I try to find out the relationship of the distance and the salinity level. And I found if you want to have 17 ppt of salinity in the area where you have got mangroves, what you require is, you require 10 meter cubed per second of flow to be maintained, which is not maintained now. It should be maintained if you want the mangroves to have less growth. In spite of the fact that the forest department is planting mangroves there, without seeing that water is coming to that place. So, if you have 10 meter cubed per second flow, let us come to the pollution part of it. You have got 10 kilometers to travel, it takes 10 hours time. To travel 10 hours, 10 kilometers, it takes 10 hours for flushing. Anything which is dissolved or suspended in water will take that much time to come to the mouth of the river. Even if you do all this, what you require is 11 TMC of water to be let out into the estuary. And you know, Kaveri Tribunal just arbitrarily said, you let out 10 TMC of water, Karnataka is also involved, 10 TMC of water to the ocean. They did not know why 10 TMC of water should be let out to the ocean. They never knew it at that time. Dr. Madhu, I'll finish it up.
Yes, yes.
Because now, there's a case study where they have used Tenet method, Tasman method. Tenet method, I have already solved. Montana method, I have already talked to you. Divide the year into two and then try to find out what are the flows. Second one, Tasman, they try to do the monthly flows so that more of variation in flows will be reflected in allowing the, and variable monthly flow, again you have the, what you call, the flows which are 90% of the flow duration curve. Here you have got the details of the first one. You see, they have calculated it for some of the rivers in Kerala, in India. The environment flow is 40% and 20%. In non-monsoon season, 40%, and monsoon season, it should be 20%. But this is again arbitrary because they don't know anything about the biota. The second one, Tasman also, monthly mean flows they have taken into account. Here you have got divided into low flow, high flow, and intermittent flow, and for each one of them they have calculated it in the case of the variable monthly flow. And smack then has done it by flow duration curve, 90% or exceeding flow duration curve for 90% of the time. If you give it, that is the right thing. These are the, if you look at it, the Tasman and the VMF methods gave the highest correlation in the case of Tapi River. And in India, we have got various figures for all these. I take just 2 minutes more. In India, we have got different stipulations for our rivers. Himalayan rivers, 2.55 of the 75% dependable annual flow in cubic. One flushing flow is desirable during the monsoon, with a peak flow of not less than 250% of the 75% of the dependable flow. This is for Himalayan rivers. Other rivers, minimum any 10-day flow, not less than the observed 10-day flow, with a 99% of the 75% exceedance. And in the hydroelectric schemes, we have got certain stipulations. 15% of the minimum inflow into the reservoir should be let out. These are all arbitrary, please take it for granted. And Smaktin and Anputas has given certain stipulations for Krishna, Godavari, Narmada and Mahanadi, including Kaveri. What he did was that the flow duration curve, he had the percentages from 0.01% of flow duration to 99.9% of the flow duration, and the biota he divided into different categories like largely natural and going down to severely modified. In between you have got certain grades, and he tried to correlate this particular ecosystem consideration to one flow duration curve value, and try to say that these are the values which you have to follow. In the case of NAPTA project, as you know that this is in the Indus, now it has come into waterfront also. They have suggested that 5 cubic of water should be let out. Yamuna, now I don't want to go into all that, I am going to conclude. Now you see that in India what we have done in the Indus Valley, 16 dams. On competition between India and Pakistan, we have constructed the dams. 40 canals, 1.5 million kilometers of water courses. On the right-hand side, you can see 28% of the flow deprived, 75% of the silt is not going to the Ran of Kutch or the downstream reaches of Indus Valley. This is what is happening. Here on the left-hand side, you have got the Indus Valley civilization, how they had managed the system. On the upper part, they have got the drainage, which is diverted into the lower part, and then lower part, you have got the drainage water to be let out. Here, because of the Haldia port, we have diverted the flows of Ganges, and on the right-hand side, you have seen the mangrove sanctuaries are getting lost, and the inland navigation channels have got silted up. The quality of water has gone down, so much so that the fish population, which was the only thing for the people, have protein for people, have got suffered. In Chilika, the whole flows in Mahanadi with Hirakut, which Panditji called as the temples of modern India, it has been blocked. Naraj Barrage blocked the flows to the Chilka Lake. Chilka Lake got blocked. I was involved in their investigation. Finally, we cut open a new mouth, and we said that the operation of Naraj Barrage should take into account the water requirements of Chilka Lake. They did it. The Airavati dolphins are back. Fish landing has 100 times gone up, and all the birds, flamingos, are back in the. We can also, engineers can also destroy an ecosystem and reconstruct an ecosystem, renovate an ecosystem. yeah, this is your great Periyar. We diverted water from the Periyar to Idiki to Mulamattam, Mulamattam to Muattapuzha. And this is your basin. Then from the upper part, we have diverted into Tamil Nadu. And because of all this, you see the bottom reach now, salinity intrusion and stagnant waters. Pollutants are remaining. All those industries in Udyoga Mandal and nearby places are, okay, be careful, okay, are polluting the river, which is not getting flushed out, in spite of your regulator, which I recommended when I was the chairman of that committee. It's not functioning to the requirements which we have. In Kerala, if you think, almost all the 44 rivers, when they go to the Arabian Ocean, salinity intrudes to almost 10 to 20 kilometers upstream. And there is no flow. And if you have any pollutant let out into the river, it takes, in Chaliar, it takes 20 days for a pollutant to travel 20 kilometers from, at that time, Golevar Ranch was there. Okay, fine. So please be careful. We should have more. We don't have a policy, unfortunately. I don't think that Kerala has a real policy to take care of it. The Kerala water policy may be talking about it. This is Vembanad backwater system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. You have clearly explained the importance of maintaining environmental flow in the rivers, and also you have discussed with the help of a case study from Kaveri Delta. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the third panelist of the session, Sri Amit Khurana from Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. So Mr. Amit will present the topic antimicrobial resistance and wastewater treatment. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I can understand post-lunch presentation number 5, right tough. I'll try my best. Okay, so at the outset, let me congratulate Kerala State Pollution Control Board for celebrating this 50th years of stewardship, if I may say. Let me also congratulate the Pollution Control Board on including a topic like antimicrobial resistance in a session like this. Typically, that doesn't happen. Primarily because AMR is seen as a public health issue, which has environmental connections. It is not really like an issue of waste, or not really an issue like of energy or climate, but it's primarily a public health issue. And I'm also, in a way, taking this opportunity to, therefore, give a broad sense of what is AMR, what is the global response, national response to it, because in my experience of working on this for over a decade and a half, I can tell you, it's the environmental sector stakeholders who are typically not really aware about this issue, this being a biological component. The chemical component, yes, the antibiotics, yes, but there's a lot of biology involved into it, genes and bacteria. Somehow I feel that that part is, therefore that part is less, there's this less awareness. And also for the fact that a lot of historical focus that we see with PCBs is on heavy metals, toxins, pesticides. Somehow antibiotics do not really come into picture. So I'll take this opportunity today to discuss that. Okay, point number 1, what is AMR? What are the impact? What are the drivers? Very simply, it's typically called AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and microbes here mean bacteria, virus, fungi, parasites. But most of what we discuss about AMR is largely about antibiotic resistance, which basically means the bacteria becomes resistant to a particular kind of antibiotic. It's a natural phenomenon. Even if we don't give antibiotic to anyone, the gut, some bacteria in the gut or some bacteria in the soil will become resistant. But the worrying part is that it's the use or misuse of it which causes acceleration of this response of selective resistance, selecting for resistance. You can see this picture. It clearly tells you how some bacteria become resistant and they thrive. What are the drivers? Now, environment is a critical pathway for AMR, but what are the other ones? Crop production systems. Antibiotics are used in crops, streptocycline, streptomycin, tetracycline. Some of you may know. These are legally allowed to be used in our country. And by the way, streptomycin is a drug for tuberculosis, a second-line drug for tuberculosis. It is used in food animal productions, in poultry, in aquaculture, in dairy, and more so, if I may say, in the intensive systems, the so-called intensive industrial agriculture systems where you have high stocking densities. Human health, again, the issue is overuse and misuse. The issue is over-the-counter sales of antibiotics. The issue is using a lot of high-end antibiotics where they are not required, similar issues. So it's a multi-sectoral issue, but unfortunately, environmental dimension has not really received the necessary attention so far. Thankfully, for the last couple of years, if I may say, things have started to have there's some change that we now see, but a lot needs to be done. The scale of impact is huge, and it is much beyond human health, if I may say. Why? We are talking about multiple organisms, multiple bacteria. We are talking about different types of bacteria, gram-negative, gram-positive. We are talking about infections of multiple organs. We are talking about different sources of infection. We are talking about multi-drug resistance. And of course, this is prevalent across all age groups and across all countries. It's a global problem. I mean, in 2021, there were more than 1 million deaths which were reported. It is estimated that about 2 million deaths per year can potentially happen by 2050 every year. There are a lot of losses and a lot of economic losses as well as losses at the level of productivity are also estimated. Most of these are studies. Nobody can really say that, okay, this many will die. That's not how you really project the deaths. But this is an estimate. This still tells you about the scale of the problem. And that's what has to be kept in mind when we move forward. So why we should worry? Actually, it's a triple crisis. That's how CSC has defined this, has understood this. One is that antibiotics are becoming ineffective. So antimicrobial resistance is a scientific topic, but how it really relates to us as a common man, antibiotics are becoming ineffective. So there's a category of antibiotics which are called critically important ones. They are the last resort ones used in ICUs, hospitals. Those are losing their power to kill the bacteria. Expensive ones are used and the treatment options are reducing. What is the crisis number 2? The antibiotic development crisis. No new class of antibiotics has developed since 1980s. Whatever has developed is actually coming across as something which is not really useful in many parts of the world. And of course, the issue of access. So even if you have developed both the new antibiotics as well as the earlier antibiotics in the rural settings in our country, in many other parts of the global south, the problem of people dying from lack of antibiotics is more than the problem of people dying from resistant bacteria. So it's a problem of excess, which is ACCESS, and it's a problem of excess, which is EXCSS in the food, for example, overuse in the food animal production settings. So that's the nature of crisis. That's what we call hollow pipeline. I mean, you can just see this is analysis we did of 15 big global pharmaceutical companies in 2023 or 22. We published this in our as a down-to-earth cover. You would be surprised. Only 1.3% of over 1,000 molecules were antibacterial molecules. The companies are not interested in developing antibiotics. Their entire energy is going to, and money is going to develop drugs for cancer, autoimmune diseases, diabetes. Why? Because there's more money there. So they call it market failure, but we call it commercial interest. So what is the global governance mechanism? So United Nations is involved in this in many ways. The first high-level meeting happened on AMR happened at the UN General Assembly 2016. That was the first such meeting on any such issue. And then recently in 2024, the second high-level committee meeting happened. Political declaration has been signed. India has also signed that declaration, which is basically all member states, the 197 countries have signed that to contain antimicrobial resistance. G7, G20 nations all discuss it. There's this intergovernmental organizations list of all that. They are working on it. But at the national level, it's the central and state governments. It's a multi-sectoral issue. So you would see at the Animal Health Ministry, the Environment Ministry, the Agriculture Ministry, so on and so forth. But civil society, industry, scientific community, media, all of us have a lot of role to play here. And that's why we say in reality, it's a whole of society and whole of government issue. It's not just about human health. It's not just about environment. It's a one health issue. So let's come to the second point, which is AMR and the environment. That's the broad structuring of the problem that we have done at CSC. So you have some point sources, which is farms, as I said, the animal farms, poultry, dairy, agriculture, horticulture farms, factories, pharmaceutical industry in particular, CETPs, feed mills, slaughterhouses, processing units, household and community, all the antibiotics that we consume ultimately goes to sewage and sewage treatment plants. So the community side of it, plus the disposal of unused and expired drugs, expired antibiotics. And then the healthcare waste, hospitals, vet clinics, laboratories, so on and so forth. So the problem is complex and cross-cutting, we know. Important to note is that there are 3 AMR determinants: antibiotic residues, chemical moiety, bacteria, and genes. So you have to handle 3 things. That makes it even more complex. And the nature of waste actually varies as per the sector. You would find antibiotic moieties outside a manufacturing plant, but you would find a lot of bacteria outside in the hospital waste. So that also has to be taken care of. That's the global response to the issue of, I would say, environment, and in particular pharmaceutical sector, because that has been the focus. So as I said, there's a group called Global Leaders Group. Sunita Narayan, our DG, is part of that Global Leaders Group. It is a 20-member group, global governance mechanism on AMR. UN came up with a report which basically identified hotspots. There's this very important guidance that came from WHO on how to set standards for this antibiotic residues in pharmaceutical wastewater. So that's a very important document which I think pollution control officials should take a look at. And the ANGA declaration, which I just mentioned. What's the national response? National, I mean Indian response so far. A very broad highlight, if I may just try to elucidate. So, so India had an AMR National Action Plan. That the phase 1 of it was in 2017, and the tenure was by 2021. We should have had a phase 2. The phase 2 is not really developed as of now, as far as I know. But it actually had the National Action Plan. It actually had all the activities, what was to be done, but limited action happened. We don't have any antibiotic or AMR specific standards in our country. I mean, who else better than you know this? The BOD, COD standards do not really address that issue. Thankfully, CPCB started developing the standards for residues sometime in 2018. I think by about 2021, they came up with the standards, but because of the industry concerns, the Ministry of Environment and the central government did not notify those. And meanwhile, again, thankfully, CPCB decided to come up with guidelines, and they clearly have a very interesting, very elaborate guidelines on how to measure API residues and the recommendations on how to manage this. I must say that Kerala is perhaps the only state, to my knowledge, for the last so many years of working in this space, which has actually taken up the environmental dimension very seriously, environmental dimension of AMR. And we also got the chance to be a part of some of this exercise. So it's the only state pollution control board, to my knowledge, who has some project on environmental surveillance. Only state pollution control board. And it all started, I think, about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. CPCB also has a waste management guidelines on poultry and dairy, but again, those are not really antibiotic or AMR centric. So, coming to the wastewater part, so pharmaceutical sector somehow has received a lot of focus within the environment, and this particular waste is now catching the attention nationally as well as globally. Why? Because it is considered as a hotspot. One, India is a big producer and exporter. It's a big player in the global supply chain. There's huge pressure from global south. I can tell you, I'm part of certain committees. Huge pressure to procure from environmental friendly countries and companies. They are changing Europe is coming up with a big strategy. They have a strategy, and now several countries in Europe have changed their procurement policies. They've brought in the environmental considerations over and above the price considerations. So much so that there's this pressure post-COVID to diversify the supply chains, and now you would not believe African countries are also, they've begun producing. So there's a huge pressure on the Indian pharmaceutical industry. But it is in our own interest. It's in India's own interest to address this issue, not just from the environment point, but also from the public health point. And our understanding is that besides the industry, pollution control departments, state pollution control departments have a lot of role to play here. You can see on the right side of it, we are talking about 25 locations, hubs just for antibiotics in 9 states, 35 CETPs in 6 states, only 4 have wastewater recovery systems based on our knowledge. We could be incorrect here because things are evolving very fast, but by and large, this is the sense that we had till about 2 years ago. We came up with this report on antibiotic pollution from manufacturing, and then we had a series of consultations with pharmaceutical industry, state pollution control boards. So one meeting, we organized a meeting in the beginning in 23 in Delhi, then we organized a meeting with workshop with Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, had about several pollution control board officials there from Gujarat to Goa, and then in this, then last year we had a meeting with Telangana Pollution Control Board, wherein we invited people from this southern region pollution control boards, as well as the industry. And this was the summary of a very broad summary on this particular issue. To our understanding, Indian pharmaceutical industry, in particular the big ones, and those particularly involved in exports, they understand the problem. They recognize that this problem has to be addressed. Small and medium scale players, they need more support. Industry understands the importance of discharge limits because there was huge pressure, huge reluctance from their side initially, but now they understand that they will have to comply with it. They will have to come if they want to really export. However, they also want that these discharge limits reflect the local realities, and of course it has a phased approach. They also are saying process control measures help, mass balances help, but they also, and of course some advanced technologies such as zero liquid discharge, but it needs to be customized and requires a lot of investment. AMR pollution from small scale industries is a big concern, primarily because they are getting it handled through CTPs, and CTPs are not really equipped, and that's where the role of State Pollution Control Board really comes into picture. Also because of the fact that most of what we are producing is coming from small and medium scale producers, so CTPs have to be handled in a very, very systematic way. And yes, all this will be benefit if we have low cost waste treatment technologies. It will otherwise be very, very difficult for a country like India to move forward on this effectively. So what does the pollution control department should do typically at a broad level? We have been talking to African colleagues. We work in Africa, we work in other global south countries. What is very clear is that environment is a big thing. We have to be careful where we focus, and the focus has to be on waste. So the real problem of AMR, most of it can be contained with the preventive approach of how you produce your food and how you manage your waste. So the focus has to be on waste from farms, factories, sewage treatment plants, as well as healthcare settings. We need to work towards some guidances or regulations or standards, come up with our own discharge limits, drug take-back programs, EPR we have been talking. Land application of waste and manure is an issue. A litter from a poultry farm where a lot of antibiotic is used, if it becomes a manure and it is then applied to the crops, the chances of resistance transfer is huge. Poultry litter as a fertilizer in aquaculture ponds again becomes a pathway for cross-sectoral transfer. So you got to handle that. You have to make the waste safe from these food-producing animal settings. And then, of course, surveillance and monitoring. We just want to say one thing here. There's a huge focus on surveillance. Our understanding is that a lot of this is pulling down the other efforts. India would need much more realistic preventive approach, much like a hand wash or much like a namaste, but not really trying to measure too much everything, because environmental surveillance will be cost prohibitive. It will be expensive. So you have to be careful. We are talking about hundreds of antibiotics, and we are talking about perhaps tens or hundreds of bacteria, and then genes, who knows how many. We got to be very, very careful here in trying to not do surveillance, but rather than spending our money wisely on preventive approach and actually managing the waste. And of course, awareness and in-house capacity, particularly the microbiological point of view. And yes, upgrade the lab infrastructure and upgrade the CETPs. So with that, I finished. Just wanted to tell you, we were part of the original Kerala State Action Plan team here. It started in 2017. It till date is pioneering the AMR, action against AMR across all states in our country. The health department, yes, but also the environment department, there is some development. We worked with the animal sector stakeholders here. We have worked with the environmental, we came up with the integrated surveillance framework. This was in 2020. A meeting was held here, co-organized along with the Pollution Control Board, right in Kochi. So that's our history of this. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Amit, for the nice presentation. As you have seen, antimicrobial resistance is becoming an alarming issue in our, all the states in our country are facing this issue, and we have to formulate action plans to meet this challenge. Thank you, Mr. Amit, for bringing this issue to this august audience. Now we move on to the final presentation of this session. May I request Ms. Anila Thomas of Kottapuram Integrated Development Society to make her presentation on eco-alternatives to plastic from water hyacinth. Over to you.
Hi, good evening all. Okay, so I'm greatly thankful towards Kerala State Pollution Control Board in order to give us this valuable opportunity, because we are representing as an eco-alternative product that is mainly water hyacinth. So firstly, I'm introducing about our organization, that is Kottapuram Integrated Development Society, KIDS. So our organization had completed around 37 years of working from the year of 1987 onwards. So actually, this is a non-voluntary organization, non-profitable organization working for the poor people who are mainly in the coastal and also in the rural areas. And actually, the working areas are mainly going through the 12 departments. So one of the major department is the Natural Fiber Craft Department. So under this department, we are mainly focusing on the 2 natural fiber craft, actually related to the towards this topic. The one of the thing is the main one, that is water hyacinth. With this water hyacinth, we are also making different products using the screw pine also. So I'm just firstly discuss about the screw pine thing. That plant also will protect the coastal areas from the soil erosions and all. So this one is the screw pine plant. Actually, this is an unwanted plant in the community, because this plant will multiply very soon. So actually, this plant is having the thorns in the both sides of that leaves. So we will be removing firstly we will collect the leaves from this plant, and we will remove the thorns, then we will drying it and making a round circle. So using the round circle, we will be making various products like sling bags, then files, decor items, mats and all. This is about only the screw pine one. I am coming to the point, that is this water hyacinth. So in Malayalam, it is known as kolavara. I don't know if you are familiar with this. Actually, this is a weed or a plant that is multiplying very fastly in the water bodies, that is in the lakes, in the ponds and all. So Actually, how we are protecting these water bodies is by collecting all this water hyacinth plant from the water, because actually the geographical feature of our area is it is an coastal area. So most of the people is depending on the fishing and related activities. So one thing is that if this plant is on these lakes or ponds, they can't do their proper jobs and all. And also this plant will always, the penetration of sun, will block the penetration of sunlight in the water. And also this will badly affect the aquatic plants and also the aquatic organisms, fishes and all. So firstly we will collect this water hyacinth plant from the lakes, ponds and all. So firstly the consequences of this plant while they are on these lakes or water bodies. So firstly it will reduces the penetration of sunlight into the aquatic organisms, and also it also threatens the fishing related activities and all. Then it also clogs the irrigation related canal works and all. So, and also it makes more opportunity for the mosquito breedings. So by this we are actually making a valuable, a sustainable, then durable product with this plant. So these are the steps that we are taking place. Firstly, we will collect and also we will harvest this plant. After that, we will be collecting the plants having 30 to 40 centimeter length of stems will be taken, because that stems can only be used for making the products. Otherwise, it can be used for making the products. There is a particular measurement, that is the 30 to 40 centimeter measurement is there. Then only we can use in order to make the files or the large sling bags and all. So after that we will be drying with the direct sunlight. Then we will make a bundle of this raw material. Then we will be using it for the various products, that is different types of lampshades, baskets, bags, decor items, sling bags, etc. So actually there is no machineries for doing these all craft works and all. These craft works are actually carried out by the artisans, that is mainly the women in the rural and the coastal community. So after that is the last one, is one of the product that we had done. That one is the loom mat weaving bag. It is an handloom bag. These are the other products that we had done using this water hyacinth material. So even though we are making this menace or this barrier as a valuable product, but we are also facing many challenges when we are working with this, because actually because it is a time-taking process, because only a experienced or a well good experienced one can only engage in this practice, because a skill is needed for this, because we have lots of patience and we have to sit on the ground itself. Then only we have to hands-on weaving work is there. So actually this product is more costly because it's hands-on work. Okay, and also some of the artisans are also facing some health issues also, because from this product many dust particles will be came very easily. So there are some respiratory issues are also facing, even though some challenges is also there, but we are actually focusing our community how can we preserve or how can we conserve our water bodies by using the unwanted or using the menace thing for the fisher community. So actually this thing in words it is simple, but when it is practically it is a time taking process. So this one I had already told you, there will be some eye irritation will be there, then headaches will be there, respiratory issues will be there. So for this product, one of the issue is that there will be, during the rainy seasons, there will be fungal attacks will be there on this product. So at that time, we will be putting Solvax in this product. So it will be safe from this fungal attacks and all. And actually, this product is well, that means that we can use it for the many of the years, 2-3 years, it is durable. Okay, and also this one is a laborious work, because it is for this work, hard work is there, then experience is needed, then only this product can be made. Then one of the thing is that if the stem length is very little, we can't use it for making any products. So 30 to 40 centimeter length is needed in order to make all these products. So, okay, thank you. I don't know, it is clear to you. You can visit our stall. We had put a stall outside, and it is actually costly, the products, because it's hands-on working. Thank you.
Thank you, Anila, for the nice presentation. You have explained how these natural materials are used for making useful products. Thank you very much. So now we have completed the presentation by all the panelists. So let me thank all our speakers for their thought-provoking presentations. We will now move on to a short moderated discussion. I will begin with a couple of questions to our distinguished panelists. Then we will move to the audience for a few questions. So our first panelist was Mr. Ranko Kutovi. I have one query. You have discussed about the regeneration of nylon 6 fishing nets using chemical methods, chemical recycling. So what are the challenges in the depolymerization of nylon 6 fishing nets to produce caprolactam? First, anyway, you have to retrieve caprolactam from this, and what are the challenges that you face?
Thank you for asking. The main challenge is having the raw material as clean as possible, because there is no magic you can do nylon from polyester, polypropylene, and so forth. You may remember from this morning we have seen the AI-driven sorting device. It is really important that we receive the material properly sorted, segregated, cleaned and washed. Otherwise the chemical process will never be economically sustainable. Although it is robust but not sustainable, and we are still fighting on the market to compete with virgin material from oil extraction industry, and that is important financial factor to create value and margin.
Thank you. Now, one more query. How can fishermen and the coastal communities, how can they be engaged in reducing this marine debris, fishing nets, fishing gears and all that?
It is in fact a simple but a difficult question. We were thinking to implement different systems. One is to rent a net, so the fisherman and the fishing company or fish farming company after use is bringing the net back, or a rental agreement, or can be a deposit scheme, so that when the fisherman brings the material back, gets rewarded. This is the only way that common people understand. Otherwise, if there is no reward, they will just continue and doing it like now, landfilling or just throwing away. So important is to involve also the sales channels of fishnets and distributors, fishnet makers, and invite them to educate fishermen and users to bring the material back on shore, so where it is accumulated and then the recycling starts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ranko. And now I move on to Professor E.J. James. You have clearly explained the importance of environmental flow in our rivers. Some time back, Professor G.D. Agarwal, the eminent environmentalist of our country, he fasted unto death, demanding stoppage of hydroelectric projects in the river Ganges. His point was again maintenance of environmental flow in the river Ganga. So how can we address this issue? How can we address the issue of environmental flow while constructing big dams for hydroelectric projects?
The hydroelectric power projects have got an advantage and a disadvantage. One is that it ensures flows during the low flow summer time. If you look at it, both in Periyar and Chalakudi, you have got maximum number of lift irrigation projects only because of Pringalputtu in Chalakudi and all the Idamalayar and other projects in, and you have got flows in Muatupuzha only because of Idiki project tailwater. But there is a harmful effect on that. The river system calls for high flows during sometimes, low flows during sometimes. This is all needed for the type of fish which we have, which will have to migrate and then finish their life cycle. So, it is not that you control it, but the biota requires it in a particular form. Frequency, the velocity, all these things are required, which our hydroelectric projects may not be able to keep. For example, from Idiki, the waters have been transferred to Muatupuzha. Now what has happened? That water should have come to the downstream reaches of Periyar in the natural condition. But you have deprived it of that. So, artificially, only thing which Government of India says now is that, for example, I have talked about the Naphtha dam. It's one of the largest hydroelectric projects. They have said that they will give 5 meter cubed per second of flow downstream. Like that, we should have a stipulation for lean flow period. What about the monsoon period? It should get flushed out. If there is anything, it should clean. So I feel one of the students had done a PhD work under me on Periyar system, how the hydroelectric projects are helping the lean flows and how it helps the what you call, but I find at the end of the day, whatever good it is doing cannot be compensated for the bad it does. So
again, sir, silting is a big problem in our rivers.
Yeah.
That affected the depth of many of our rivers as well as dams.
And another thing is that below all these hydroelectric projects, you have got the irrigation projects.
Irrigation is
which doesn't allow water. Yes. For example, below Idamalayar, you have got the Bhudathan belt. Below Shabarigiri, you have got the Pamba Valley irrigation belt. So below Peringalkuttu, you have got the Tumburmuli. So what happens is that the purpose is not served because you have got irrigation projects downstream. It's a cascading system. You will have to think of a cascading system and how you will maintain it at all stages.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now a word to Mr. Ami. Center for Science and Environment has done a lot of work in this area, and I have read many articles about antimicrobial resistance in down to earth. I think you were the first to bring this issue into the public domain. Now again, you were talking about this environmental surveillance of AMR. So what are the challenges? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities in the environmental surveillance of antimicrobial resistance?
Yeah, okay. So one clearly is that we have to understand what is environment here. Is it the rivers, groundwater, agriculture, soil, or is it the waste from farms? Or is it the end of pipe treatment that is required, and just immediately after that you have to do the surveillance? So a broad categorization of point sources and non-point sources. Now the question is, what do you do surveillance for in a non-point source? There are 100 plus antibiotics. There are equal number of bacteria. Then you have so many genes. So, and what I need to do surveillance for is also dependent on the upstream factory, right? Or a farm nearby. So what kind of antibiotics are used in a local area? I can be searching for X antibiotic, but the Y antibiotic is used, and I will feel that I have not found X, so it is fine. But the point is X was never used. It was the Y which was used. Same goes for bacteria. The gut microbiome, let's say, of a poultry in a particular area is influenced by so many factors. And I'm searching for some different bacteria. That's one, and then the scale of it. And then one major issue now is, even if I get to know, because resistant bacteria is anyways there in the environment, whether it has become resistant due to an anthropological reason, or let's say it was there just like that. So, and then genes also, resistant genes are there, even if I don't use an antibiotic. So how do you differentiate between what is being caused due to a human intervention versus natural? So, and then the cost of it, the machines, the reagents, analytical chemistry anyways is a very complex. In my view, environmental scientists do not know much about bacteria.
Techniques and all that.
And then when you try to understand the resistance, what are the breakpoints? What are the methods, reagents, a lot of that stuff. So therefore, after having advocated for surveillance framework, not just in India, but globally, and having worked with many countries and developed their extensive surveillance framework, we have realized that it perhaps did not serve us well. We got to be very careful in where we invest our money. We don't have much resources. We have to be very wise, and therefore very carefully selecting, and therefore we are saying focus on waste. Just manage the waste well, reduce input, so what goes in will come out, so you better control what goes in. Not really try to focus on measuring what has come out. That's it.
Then one more issue. Now these antibiotic compounds, antibiotic pharmaceutical compounds, especially antibiotics. The presence of antibiotics has been detected in many river waters all over the world. In India also, in Kerala, it has been detected in rivers like Periyar. That is also an area of concern. Now, that will also, when we consume that water, anyway, conventional water treatment methods will not address this issue. Antibiotics will not get removed. And how can it affect antimicrobial resistance in the consumers?
Yeah, so one of course is if the antibiotic we consume, it immediately impacts our gut microbiome. That's one. So some kind of resistance will develop there, genes will emerge. Through our fecal waste, they will go out. Sewage treatment plant, both residues, genes, as well as the resistant bacteria. And then there's a concern that you are saying, which is very true, that how much of treatment what we are doing in STPs is actually addressing the issue. In fact, the counter theory is that because of the low concentration of antibiotics in the sewage treatment plants, the chances are even more that sewage treatment plants actually become a breeding ground for resistant bacteria. So that's an issue. But yes, I think to be able to say that this antibiotic that has come from this farm is making this particular bacteria resistant, and I am exposed to that resistant bacteria, is a very complex process. To try and even understand that, perhaps it'll take many years. How to address that? Metagenomics is one issue which is coming. A lot of genomics, people are investing in genomic surveillance. It helped in COVID, trying to understand the genes and in a way figure out what is the local outbreak scenario in a particular situation. People are trying to see how mass wastewater surveillance of residues as well as bacteria can help us understand, but it is tricky.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amit. Now finally to Ms. Anila. So you have discussed about these two potential natural resources. So what are the challenges in scaling up these technologies that you explained?
Yeah, I already told you that there are many challenges when we are working with this raw materials and all. Sir asked me that in large scale ways, no, yeah.
Large scale.
Yeah. So actually we are having more orders from internationally also. We are having many orders. At that time actually it is very time consuming process, this making of this products and all. But even though we are having 25 artisans who are skilled in this area, so even though if there is no missionaries and all, they will be taking within 1 week they will be making all the works and all, so we can meet the large scale needs of the beneficiaries and all. And also we are having a dyeing and drying center also, which is under the Ministry of Textiles. So there are also some workers is there. So when there is large scale needs came, we can meet all those things.
The margins will be more.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Then again, now people have come up with many startups.
Yes,
startups
sir.
with these natural materials. So are there any successful startup initiatives in our area?
Yeah, of course, sir. Because under Kids we have itself one emporium where we are selling all these products, and also we have one entrepreneurship unit at Kozhikode, Iringal. Also we have one unit is there. So actually it is a tourist place, so our products are selling very fastly. And also we had a tie-up with Ministry of Textiles and also with NABARD also. So with this tie-ups we are getting more projects, and also we are getting funds in low interest funds and also loans in order to all these projects and all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience.
Yes, I would like to ask one question to Mr. Amit. You told that in-house capacity building for monitoring of the antimicrobial species, that has to be developed. You told that, am I audible? Yeah, in-house capacity building for microbial components of AMR. Capacity building has to be enhanced now, because these organisms will mutate, and it is not that easy to detect each of these species. Every time it undergoes changes. So in-house capacity building, how feasible it is?
Basically,
okay. How feasible it is in develop
Dr. Madhu.
Mutated bacterial species.
Actually, what I meant was that it's a pollution control departments should develop capacity building in-house. That's what I meant. And so if the question is how do they do it, the microbiological assessment?
Yeah, is it a feasible option?
Yeah, very much. I mean, antibiotic sensitivity testing, AST, is a very simple process. You can, any microbiologist, either a veterinary microbiologist or a human health microbiologist, can give a very clear understanding on how this can be done, what machines could be used. Actually, it is not very capital intensive, or it doesn't require too much of sophisticated machines. The other approach is you actually do molecular testing, which is PCRs and all. Here too, we have molecular biologists in our country very much. So technique-wise, it's not a problem. The most challenging part is antibiotic testing, which is HPLC, LCMS. That is more technically challenging.
Yeah, that is expensive also.
But understanding bacteria, if it is resistant or not, there are very clear processes. Those are not very expensive. The only thing is you have to perhaps now include AMR in the curriculum of the environmental scientists who are studying first, and then also who are working. They should be exposed to such trainings. That's what I meant.
Okay. Then shall I ask one more question?
One more.
Yeah, one more question. Okay, that is to Mr. Ranko. Mr. Ranko told that the chemical stability is maintained during depolymerization.
Would you please repeat the question?
Yeah, during depolymerization, chemical stability is maintained. Are you supplementing? How is it possible? Are you supplementing with more raw materials or additives?
So when nylon was invented, it is the reverse chemical reaction. So when you take caprolactam, in one way you make polyamide, and in reverse way you make caprolactam. And that is a stable molecule, natural cyclobenzene, something like that. I'm not an expert. And that is a stable molecule in nature. By simple distillation at 80-85 degrees Celsius, we collect it at the distillation column, filter impurities, and we produce new polyamide out of it. So it's chemically, naturally stable.
So no addition of or use of supplements are required, no? Additional use of additives.
So the beauty of this process is that all the additives, when the long chains are being cut into single molecules, all the impurities, additives, pigments, contaminants stay unbinded in the chemical vessel reactor, and only the good part is evaporating by distillation. So all the other stuff stays at the kettle bottom, and that is the raw material for our pyrolysis plant, where we burn it till the ashes, and we use energy out of it for running our plant.
Okay, thank you.
So any other question?
First of all, I congratulate all the eminent speakers for their wonderful presentation. You explained all those things in a very humble and very simple language. And my question goes with Mr. Amit Khurana. And the question is that, first of all, you explained so many policies for controlling the leaching out of this antimicrobial. Am I audible? Okay. Sir, you explained so many policies for controlling the leaching of these antimicrobial resistant bacteria into the water bodies and other systems. If already we found out a water body which is contaminated with so many microbes which are resistant to these antibiotics, if there are any remedies for clearing up that water bodies?
No, the question is, she is asking if the water body now already contaminated. Yeah. Okay. So which is polluted with all these
different
microbes.
types of microbes.
So how this AMR is going to help in implementing
sir,
it?
Any programs already done for clearing such kind of water bodies from this contaminated microbes?
You mean to say case studies?
Yes, sir. I am asking for
Any case studies, where a success has been achieved?
Yeah, so, I mean, we haven't done such studies, but I mean, I actually have not come across much studies like that, but in the attempt overall, whatever I have seen is to reduce the chemical part of the problem, which is antibiotics. Because it is assumed that there's anyways a lot of bacteria, and in fact we are using bacteria to treat the waste. In fact, that part, bacteria in the water is actually not seen really a big issue in my view, vis-a-vis AMR, because, and then of course there's this part that how, if that bacteria is not resistant, let's say, no problem, let's say, from the perspective of AMR, not from the perspective of food safety or otherwise. So I haven't come across much studies. There would be some studies perhaps.
But in the recent context with Kerala, we are facing some amoeba. So that is brain-eating amoeba. Recently, we found some case studies in Kerala. It's caused some death also. That is, some studies are saying that is also the part of this achieving this resistance.
Yeah.
So that's what I am asking.
Yeah. So as I said, antimicrobial means not just bacteria. It is virus, parasites also. So yes, there is this growing concern about first bacteria, but then fungal now. Fungal infections are becoming resistant. So far the I know. I'm coming to that. Parasitic infections, yes. Anti-malarial drugs had some problem in Africa because the Plasmodium vivax, that parasite became resistant. Yes, and possibly now the amoeba issue is also. Yes. But the global attention so far on this entire AMR issue is largely on bacteria, and now it is also talking about fungal. It is not talking about amoeba or parasites. One possible reason is the way in which the horizontal gene transfer happens from bacteria to it. And the other is that in viruses, it's a self-limiting thing. So the life of bacteria perhaps is much higher, and so the propagation of the AMR, the genetic transfer is much higher, like that.
Yeah, my other question is that I told you, this amoebas, the presence of this amoeba in the water bodies. If some such cases are present, what will be the remedies? Do you have any suggestions for that?
Clean water.
How we will clean, sir?
I mean, wastewater treatment plant or water treatment plant. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, let me just say that. For the first time in India, perhaps a couple of years ago, as far as I understand, clean water actually was directly connected to the issue of health. And that is what CSE has also been working to say, that in India, in particular, spread of bacterial infections, forget about resistant infections. If we are able to provide clean water, it really helps a lot of infectious diseases. Really, really helps. So how do you do that? Technically, I'm sure there would be experts who will be able to really tell you which technology for what kind of bacteria or what kind of this. There are technologies which are used by the industry. I mean, we know reverse osmosis in our homes also it is used, right? But I mean, we boiled water, we boiled milk for a lot of years to kill the bacteria, right? But we can't do that at a mass level. So there are different ways. I'm sure there would be several methods to do that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, my doubt is about E-flow. During summer, we may not be able to maintain minimum E-flow. But when monsoon comes,
I cannot hear.
sir, can I repeat, sir?
Yeah, please, sir. Please repeat.
Sir, during summer, we may not be able to maintain minimum E-flow in the rivers. But when monsoon comes, the entire pollutant loads will be flushed to the sea. Have you conducted any study regarding the impact of shock load on the marine ecosystem, sir?
So, so she was talking about summer it will be lean flow will be there, flow will be very lean. But in summer, as you explained, it will be excessive flow.
During monsoon?
Sorry, monsoon, not summer, monsoon. So there will be excessive flow in the river. So it is that flushing we were mentioning about.
When suddenly monsoon comes, the entire pollutants will be flushed to the marine ecosystem. Have you conducted any study regarding the impact of shock loads?
So during monsoon,
summer flows and monsoon flow.
So monsoon flow, entire pollutants will get flushed out to the marine ecosystem.
I'll tell you, I studied this problem in Chalia. What happens is that when the monsoon comes, what you have is a two-layer flow. There will be a tide coming from the ocean. It will be coming like a tongue, a prism. And fresh water will be flowing over the prism. It will go. So if you take a measurement depth-wise, you will find that the top portion will have fresh water and bottom portion will have saline water, because during monsoon you have got a two-layer flow in all the rivers on the west coast of India. Now, when the summer comes, what happens is that you have got limited fresh water. So the saline water mixes with it. So it is totally mixed, because there will be a highly dynamic action of tide and the flow, and it is completely mixed. So you will have only one type of flow to a distance of about 20 kilometers or wherever it goes. Now, if you look at it, I try to find out also the exchange process. Exchange process of saline water from the sea and the fresh water. What is the exchange process of the fresh water to mix with the saline water? Why I did was, if you know that the fresh water is mixing in a particular form and the diffusion in a particular form, then any pollutant or any suspended matter in fresh water will behave like fresh water. So using the same equation, I will be able to find out what is the concentration of pollutants at various cross-sections. I will also be able to calculate what is the flushing time from 10 kilometer distance to go to the sea. This also I can calculate. So I have done it for Chaliar. I have done it to some extent for Periyar. You know, Periyar, there is an original Idamalayar project when it was started. There is a component for flows to be let out into Periyar to take 16 meter cubed per second of flow will be let out to Periyar to flush out Periyar. This component was there. But later came the Bhudatangat dam, and they forgot about the whole history. So fresh water was not pumped in. So by finding out the mixing of salinity and fresh water, in the estuarine portion, we will be able to also calculate the flushing time, the movement of pollutants. Even if you have the movement of fish egg, you will be able to say how it will be moving, what distance it will propagate. So all these things can be calculated using even bacterial contamination. You can try to find out how it moves. If you know the half-life, you will be able to know how the bacteria moves from place to place. All these are possible, but only thing in Kerala what we find is that after you just imagine the sea level rises a little bit, what will happen to our rivers downstream? Our rivers downstream, you cannot have any drinking water schemes, you cannot have any irrigation schemes, nothing. Just think what will happen to our Vembanad backwater system when the sea level rises
and the salinity levels go up in the Vembanad backwater system, what will happen to the rice cultivation, what will happen to the fish, what will happen to all these you have to think of. So, when we are talking about climate change, what will happen to our coastal wetlands and coastal stretches of the rivers is something which we'll have to start thinking right now. Otherwise, with an average width of about 50 kilometers for Kerala, what will happen? 1/3 of Kerala is saline. Think over it.
Thank you, sir. Time for one last question. Anyone in the audience? No? Okay. Okay. So now I think we can. Yes. Now it's time for winding up the session. I request our esteemed chairman to give his concluding remarks.
So good evening, all of you. We have come to the end of this session, which is water pollution related topics. Basically, these kind of conclaves and conferences will give a kind of input for policy makers like us, like pollution control boards and other government agencies. What we have to do is we have to take the inputs from various, the research and the subject experts who are giving their case studies, their experience, their exposures, and those things we have to convert into the policy so that that can be implemented for improvisation or further mitigative measures. For example, AMR is a subject which is taking up a shape. So for that, capacity building, training programs, and also how exactly this basically the AMR is antimicrobial technology. So to start with, this is a sewage treatment plant or effluent treatment plant. Okay. So how exactly this AMR technique can be utilized in a sewage treatment plant? As sewage treatment plant, as the STP becomes older, the performance and efficiency of the STP will also become slow and inefficient. In fact, you can see a lot of STPs, over the time, if you do the performance, unit operations, sampling and testing, if you do, the performance of STP, which was early, in the beginning, primary, secondary, tertiary, definitely over the period of time, the performance will come down. So that we have to analyze what is the reason behind that, and that whether this kind of a latest technologies can be implemented, or monitoring and measurement of these unit operations has to be improvised. So all these things has to be further we can implement as a policy for better performance and efficiency of these treatment plants. So as far as coming to overall theme of this session, basically very crucial, because water pollution, until unless we understand and we innovate and we do research, okay, so it should not become like a what is the permissible limit? Say for example, BOD is say 30. So my performance of STP is 29. So yes, I am well within the permissible limit. No, it should not be like that. Okay. Today, 29 mg per liter continuously. Imagine the load. So what is that continual improvement? Continual improvement means from 29 to 28. Like you have to go on reducing the BOD in the treatment plant. So the industry or any infrastructure projects, I am meeting the guidelines by maintaining 29 mg per liter. I am safe. No, it's not safe. So how we have to continually improve the efficiency of STP or ETP, that as a regulatory authority like boards has to ensure, and that a kind of a standard operating procedure has to be evolved, so that it will be a kind of a manual for the industry fraternity, and also the consent mechanism. If we can incorporate in the consent mechanism, that will be kind of a awareness for every one of us. So therefore, with this, I congratulate all the honorable speakers, subject experts for sharing their very valuable, valid experiences in their field. So with this, I thank every one of you. And any further questions, you can interact during a tea break. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those inspiring concluding remarks. So with that, we bring this session to a close. On behalf of the organizers, let me thank our esteemed chair, our distinguished speakers, and all of you in the audience for your participation. We look forward to continued dialogue and collaboration on these important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So on that note, we are wrapping up the second session for ORA 2025, the first day of ORA 2025, which was on the topic water pollution. Thank you so much for such an elaborate session. Thank you so much to all our panelists, our chairpersons, and the moderator. Now I request the whole panel to kindly stay back to receive a token of appreciation from the organizers and the team. So let me first welcome Dr. Jyoti Essen, Associate Dean in HOS, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, to please kindly join us on stage to give away an honor, a token of love and gratitude for Dr. Shant A. Thimiya, former Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, who have been the chairing our previous session. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable presence and all your thought-provoking insights throughout the session. Thank you so much. Up next, let me welcome Dr. Arup Kumar Misra, Chairman, Assam State Pollution Control Board, to please come and join me on stage to honor Mr. Ranko Kurtovic, Head, Strategic Sustainable Material Procurement, Messes Equafil, Italy, for his amazing contribution and valuable insights for the previous session. Welcome, sir. Please. Thanks a lot for all your insightful discussions and informative insights. Thank you so much. Up next, let me welcome Mr. Sriram Murali, National Geographic Explorer and IUCN SSC Firefly Specialist, to please come and join us on stage to honor Dr. E.J. James, Pro Vice Chancellor of Cornell Institute of Technology and Sciences, for his amazing presentation for the previous session. Please, sir. I welcome Dr. E.J. James to please receive this honor. Thank you so much. Up next, let me welcome Mr. Ankur Yadav, Environmental Policy and Resource Efficiency Advisor, JIS India, to please kindly join us on stage to honor Mr. Amit Khurana, expert from Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi, for his amazing contribution and valuable insights on water pollution for our previous session. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable presence and all the thought-provoking ideas that you have been imbibing on all of us. Thank you so much. Up next is my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. K.B. Radhakrishnan, Professor and Head, Department of Biotechnology and Biochemical Engineering, Sri Chitra Tirunal College of Engineering, Trivandrum, to please kindly join us on stage to honor Ms. Anila Thomas, Department Coordinator, Kottapuram Integrated Development Society. I think on behalf of her, it is Vinaya who is receiving the honor. So thank you so much, Vinaya, for your knowledgeable session and for introducing a breakthrough product through your session. Thank you so much, Vinaya. Up next, let me welcome Ms. Srikala S., Chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, to please kindly join us on stage to honor our moderator for the previous session, Dr. G. Madhu, Fact Chair Professor, School of Engineering, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Please, ma'am. I welcome our moderator for the previous session, Dr. G. Madhu, to please receive the honor. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful moderation. Thanks a lot. Thanks, ma'am. I request all the panelists along with the chairperson and moderator to please raise for a group photo. Requesting the whole panelists to please raise for a group photo. Thank you so much. Immediately after this photo session, we'll be moving on to a very, very special segment. We'll be releasing the theme song of Kerala State Pollution Control Board. So everybody, please kindly stay tuned. Only after the release of this theme song, we are going to break for tea. So, ellavarum onnu stay back and request cheyana. Please stay tuned for this most awaited release of the theme song of Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. That is a wrap for the second session for the day one of ORA 2025, presented by the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. That was an amazing session and was extraordinarily insightful. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Ladies and gentlemen, tea break, we'll be having a wonderful cultural bonanza night also. So welcoming everybody to stay back for all these celebrations of the night ahead. Kerala State Pollution Control Board theme song രചിച്ചത് നമുക്ക് ഏവർക്കും പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട മിസ്റ്റർ കൊടുമൻ വിശ്വംഭരൻ സർ ആണ്. And theme song in the Sangeeta Samvidhanam, the music direction is done by Sri Binu Anand, and പാടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് is by Mr. Ganesh Sundaram and Srimati Praveena. So ഈ ഒരു theme song ന്റെ ഒരു live performance ആണ് ഇതിനെ തുടർന്ന് നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും കേൾക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. So after the release of this much awaited cultural theme song of Kerala State Pollution Control Board, we'll be breaking for tea. Thank you so much, all the panelists, moderators, and chairpersons, for a wonderful and insightful session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you all will find some time to individually catch up with our panelists also later this evening. So, all right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the most awaited release of our theme song of the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Are we ready? Can I please have all your attention? I know, I think everybody is quite busy asking questions and seeking answers from the panelists. So can we please take a break for next another 5 minutes from the formal sessions, everybody, please? Okay, all right, everybody. Oru nalla kayadi kekavo, please. I think everybody is so hungover from the formal sessions, so I think it's time to take a break. Chillax, everybody. Okay, so നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും കാത്തിരുന്ന ഒരുപാട് ആകാംക്ഷയോടെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന നമ്മുടെ കേരള സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിന്റെ തീം സോങ്ങിന്റെ റിലീസ് മൊമെന്റ്സിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രവേശിക്കുന്നത്. So as we release this beautiful song here, let me also commemorate and acknowledge few people who have worked tirelessly behind making this a grand reality. നമ്മുടെ തീം സോങ്ങിന്റെ രചന ശ്രീധര ശ്രീ കൊടുമൻ വിശ്വംഭരൻ സർ ആണ്. He is here with us today. By Sri Binu Anand. He will be joining us later this evening. And Padiyada is by Mr. Ganesh Sundaram and Srimati Praveena. They are also going to join us today later in this evening. So, nammal ellarum avare kaanum. So, yes. Are we ready? Okay. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, oru niranja kayadode, let's hear it up louder for the release of the theme song of Kerala State Pollution Control Board. So, here we are going to release it through a beautiful performance. All eyes on the stage, please.
കേരളം കേരളം ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം, സജ്ജന സായുജ്യം കേരളം, മലിനരഹിത രഞ്ജിത കേരളം, 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 ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം, സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം. പുഴയൊഴുകും താഴ്വാരം നൽപൂവിളിയുയരും പൂമുഖവും,
പുഴയൊഴുകും താഴ്വാരം നൽപൂവിളിയുയരും പൂമുഖവും,
കൈതപ്പൂമണമിയലും കാറ്റിലുലാവും കായൽ കൊട്ടാരം,
കൈതപ്പൂമണമിയലും കാറ്റിലുലാവും കായൽ കൊട്ടാരം,
മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണമേകിയ വൃത്തി വിളഞ്ഞൊരു മലയോരം,
മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണമേകിയ വൃത്തി വിളഞ്ഞൊരു മലയോരം,
അഭിവൃദ്ധി നിറഞ്ഞിതു മമ ദേശം, കേരളം, കേരളം, ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം, 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 ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം, 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 സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം, 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 സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം. പ്രാണൻ നിലനിർത്തിയിടും വായു പവിത്രമായി സംരക്ഷിക്കാം,
പ്രാണൻ നിലനിർത്തിയിടും വായു പവിത്രമായി സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ,
നമ്മുടെ പരിസരമോരോ ദിനവും നന്നായി പരിപാലിക്കാം,
നമ്മുടെ പരിസരമോരോ ദിനവും നന്നായി പരിപാലിക്കാൻ,
കാതോർക്കാം, കൈകോർക്കാം, കാതോർക്കാം, കൈകോർക്കാം, പുതുനാമ്പുകളീ മണ്ണിൽ വിടരാൻ പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം,
പുതുനാമ്പുകളീ മണ്ണിൽ വിടരാൻ പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം,
മലിനരഹിത മന്ദാകിനിയൊഴുകും പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം,
മലിനരഹിത മന്ദാകിനിയൊഴുകും പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം,
ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം,
ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം,
സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം,
സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം,
മലിനരഹിത രഞ്ജിത കേരളം, 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 ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം, സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം, ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം, സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം.
Thank you so much, everybody. How was that performance? It was like a cherry on top, alle. So we had such a productive day, back-to-back sessions ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള വളരെ ഇൻസൈറ്റ്ഫുൾ ആൻഡ് ഇൻഫർമേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സെഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആൻഡ് വി ആർ റിലീസിംഗ് ഒരു മൈൽ സ്റ്റോൺ മൊമെന്റ് ആണ് ഫോർ ദ കേരള സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡ്. We are releasing this theme song finally, and that too with such a mesmerizing performance, which Keralathinte aa oru elegance um grace um cultural aa oru traditional elegance okke ulla oru performance aanu. Thank you so much our dear artists for that beautiful performance. So ini ee oru evening korachudi colorful aakanayittu we are adding a martial arts performance also. So get ready everybody to be mesmerized by this martial arts performance. Oru kalari paita performance koodi kandadine shesham we'll come back to some legendary artists who have worked tirelessly behind making this theme song into a grand reality. So welcoming our artist kalari paita performance nu vendite nammade artist ne ഏറ്റവും സ്നേഹത്തോടെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. I think we can all give an energy boost alle. How can we do that? Thank you so much.
गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मम् तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः गुरवे नमः गुरवे नमः.
Body flexibility movement. So for the back, inner body flexibility movement. long 6-5, performed by Santosh and Taji. Long 6-5. Next, chick rotation, red chick rotation, performed by Ranjit. Red chick rotation. Single dagger fight, performed by Vinod and Lali. Single dagger fight. Axe fight, performed by Ranjit and Shaji. Axe fight. Sword and Shield Fight, performed by Santosh and Shaji. Sword and Shield Fight.
Thank you so much. That was truly mesmerizing. Thanks a lot for that truly energetic and power-packed performance. I think we'll have one last shot with all our artists on stage once again. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിന് തന്നെ കേരള തനിമ, നമ്മുടെ ട്രഡീഷൻ, കൾച്ചർ എല്ലാം വിളിച്ചോതുന്ന ഒരു ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ ആർട്ട് ഫോം ആയിരുന്നു നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. So I'm welcoming all the artists to please kindly join back on stage again. So ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a big thunderous round of applause, Orikal Kudi? So നമ്മുടെ കേരള സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിന്റെ ഈ ഒരു റിലീസ് ഓഫ് തീം സോങ് ഇത്രയും ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ ആക്കി തന്നതിന് താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് ടു ഓൾ ദ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റ് ഓൺ ബിഹാഫ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ ഓഫ് us here. താങ്ക് യു. So now, നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും നമ്മുടെ തീം സോങ് കേട്ടു ആൻഡ് അതൊരു വിഷ്വൽ ട്രീറ്റ് തന്നെയായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി at this wonderful day. So now it's time to acknowledge some beautiful people who have put so much effort to bring this into a grand reality. So ആദ്യമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ തീം സോങ്ങിന്റെ രചന ചെയ്തത് ലിറിസിസ്റ്റ് മിസ്റ്റർ കൊടുമൻ വിശ്വംഭരൻ സർ ആണ്. സോ അദ്ദേഹം നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്ന പോലെ തന്നെ ഭാരത് പെട്രോളിയത്തിൽ നിന്നും 2020 ചീഫ് മാനേജറായിട്ട് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം നിരവധി ഭക്തിഗാന ആൽബങ്ങൾക്ക് പാട്ട് രചിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ BPCL കൊച്ചി റിഫൈനറിയുടെ തീം സോങ്ങും അദ്ദേഹം തന്നെയാണ് രചിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. സോ നൗ ആസ് വി ഓൾ നോ നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ മിസ് ശ്രീകല ആസ് മാമിന്റെ ബെറ്റർ ഹാഫ് കൂടിയാണ് അദ്ദേഹം. സോ we are now going to see something very very special on stage. So ഏറ്റവും ആദരവോടെ ആദ്യമായി ഞാൻ ശ്രീ കൊടുമൻ വിശ്വംഭരൻ സാറിനെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ആദ്യം സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. Everybody, let's put a big round of applause together for our lyricist for the theme song of our Kerala State Pollution Control Board. So സാറിനെ ആദരിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി to honor him, we are going to see a very very sweet, incredible moment on stage. Let me now welcome very respected Ms. Srikala as Chairperson Kerala State Pollution Control Board to please kindly join us on stage. Welcome, ma'am. Such a beautiful moment. Thank you so much, sir, for putting your heart out for this beautiful theme song for the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. And all the best for all your future endeavors also. Rendu perkum thanks a lot. So next, we're going to see on stage few more people who have put their hearts out into bringing this song out. So our theme song in the music direction ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ശ്രീ ബിനു ആനന്ദ് ആണ്. So അദ്ദേഹം നമ്മുടെ ഗാനഗന്ധർവൻ യേശുദാസ് സാറിൻ്റെയും ചിത്ര ചേച്ചി ജാനകി അവരുടെ ഒക്കെ ഒപ്പം സോങ്സ് അവരുടെയൊക്കെ ഗായകരുടെ ഗാനങ്ങൾ സംവിധാനം ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. കൂടാതെ നിരവധിയായ സംഗീത ആൽബങ്ങൾക്കും സംഗീതം നൽകി വരുന്നു. ഹി ഈസ് ഓൾസോ ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് ഓഫ് MA മ്യൂസിക്. സോ അദ്ദേഹം ചേർത്തല സ്വദേശിയാണ്, നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും സുപരിചിതനാണ്. ഇഫ് ഹീസ് ഹിയർ, യെസ്. സോ നമ്മുടെ മ്യൂസിക് ഡയറക്ടറും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗായകരും ദേ ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു ജോയിൻ us soon. സോ നമ്മൾ ടീ ബ്രേക്കിന് ശേഷം കൾച്ചറൽ Okay. So the music director and the singers of our theme song will be arriving shortly. Nammude cultural performance ne sheshamayirikkum avare kaanan pattuka. So now I would like to welcome our artists who have made our theme song into a visual treat to please kindly join us on stage. Nammude artist ne ഏറ്റവും ആദരവോടെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. ഒരു ചെറിയ ആദരവ് ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. So to give away the honor, let me welcome ma'am to please kindly join us on the stage. Srikala ma'am, വേദിയിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഫസ്റ്റ് അനാമിക AS, മിസ് അനാമിക AS, കലാമണ്ഡലം ഷിജു കുമാർ, ശിൽപ, Mr. Santosh B, Mr. Lalu F, Ms. Maithili Krishna, Kalamandalam Shivarajan, Ms. Akhila, Adityan DA, Ms. Adityan, Ms. Abhirami, Mr. Ranjit T, Mr. Shaji R, Ms. Gayatri, Mr. Vinod M, Margi Ravindran Nair, now finally Kalamandalam Mr. Shiju Kumar, so thank you so much to all the stunning artists for making this release of this theme song even more colorful and beautiful. So I think namukku ipo oru tea break edukam. For post tea break we have a beautiful graceful performance adum as we are all representing this goats on country nammade keralatte thanima vilichodunna oru performance thanneyayirikkum. So stay tuned everybody. Oru tea break nu shesham namukku ellarkum tirishu varam. So please have a good break time. Thank you.
top door. I'm obsessed with. college students get free Gemini upgrade for one.
Hi everybody, good evening. Good evening. Okay, so can I get back all your attention? I think we are all networking with each other. Can I have all your attention please? Yes? And be comfortable because up next witness is going to be a very, very beautiful visual retreat which you're going to love very much. So I want to just make sure that aarum adu miss out cheyyunnilla ennu. So can I have everybody please back on the chairs? Because I really think that Arthur performance deserves a full strength audience. So how about it? Ellarum thirichu vannu nammade seats il vannu comfortable aayittu irikkanam ennu request cheyana. So meanwhile I am going to welcome the so talented artist who is going to be coming here up next, which is Miss Mahalakshmi Sarveshwaram. Ladies and gentlemen, nalloru kayadi kodukam for Mahalakshmi Sarveshwaran. She is a very talented, God-gifted dancer whose journey blends tradition with innovation. So she is a National Balshri Awardee and a recipient of the Kala Tilagam title from the University of Kerala. She's trained under eminent gurus including the Sri Parshvanath Upadhyay. She has graced prestigious stages such as the Spirit of Youth series of the Music Academy Chennai and performed with the Punya Dance Academy as well. Her artistic reach extends to theatre and film, and in 2025 she was elected for Civilization to Nation, a global musical led by Nita Mukesh Ambani. She also serves on the State Advisory Committee for the ICASA, Every Child a Scientist and Artist program under the Kerala State Biodiversity Board. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a performance from the legendary Mahalakshmi Sarveshwaran. Everybody, let's put a biggest thunderous round of applause. And on the top of that, it's not just the usual Bharatanatyam performance. I'm not just saying that Bharatanatyam is not as graceful and elegant ennalla, പക്ഷേ to top it, ഒരു cherry on the top എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലെ നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് കാണാൻ പോകുന്നത് Bharatanatyam performance along with ഒരു contemporary touch ഉള്ള ഒരു story telling way of dance performance ആണ്. So just giving you a heads up, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ആ dance performanceലൂടെ തന്നെ ആ ഒരു magical journeyയിലൂടെ പോകാൻ പറ്റും. But just giving you all a heads up, this theme is called Reflections എന്നാണ് ഈ ഒരു ആർട്ട് ഫോമിന് അവർ നെയിം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. It's a ground breaking dance production blending Bharatanatyam and contemporary moments. We can see the birth of solar system to humanity's milestone like fire കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചത്, wheel കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചത് മുതലുള്ള നമ്മുടെ മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഈ ഒരു മാൻകൈൻഡിന്റെ പല മൈൽസ്റ്റോൺസ് മുതൽ ഇന്ന് അവർ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്ന ഇന്നോവേഷൻസും പ്രോഗ്രസും വരെ പറയുന്ന ഒരു നെറേറ്റീവ് സ്റ്റോറി ടെല്ലിംഗ് ഭരതനാട്യം കോണ്ടംപററി മിക്സ് ഡാൻസ് പെർഫോമൻസ് ആണ്. സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇനഫ് ഓഫ് ദ ഹൈപ്പ്. ഇനി നമുക്ക് റിയൽ പെർഫോമൻസ് കാണാനുള്ള ടൈമായി എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു അല്ലേ? ആണോ? I don't think our performance കാണാനുള്ള ടൈം ആയി ഇന്ന്. Are we all good? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും പെർഫോമൻസ് കാണാൻ വേണ്ടി എക്സൈറ്റഡ് ആണോ? ആണെങ്കിൽ can we please get back to hear a big thunderous round of applause everybody? All right everybody, with that big thunderous round of applause, let me welcome the whole team and the legendary Mahalakshmi Sarveshwaran. Yes.
In the vast cosmic expanse, a silence envelops, echoing the void before time. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts and gives birth to this universe. As galaxies spin into existence, the narrative unfolds, weaving the cosmic dance of particles and the symphony of evolving stars. From the dramatic Big Bang theory, a celestial spectacle unveils the mysteries of our cosmic origins.
ഊർജത്തിൻ ഉന്മാദ താണ്ഡവമായി ഉയരേട്ടുണർന്നു പ്രപഞ്ചം. ഉഗ്രവിസ്ഫോടന പ്രഭയിൽ ആരാടി കൂരിരുൾ അസ്തമിച്ചു. നവലോക യൂഥത്തിൻ നാഥന്മാരായി ശതകോടി സൂര്യന്മാരുദിച്ചു. സമയയമുന തരണമൊഴുകി ഗമന
star is born, a radiant beacon in the grand celestial tapestry. We named him the Sun, one among billions and billions of stars. Around him, like tiny dancers, planets took their positions, while gravity orchestrated their dance. Among these tiny planets, one shared a unique bond with the Sun, a celestial romance written in the language of gravity and light. His golden warm rays touch and embrace her lovingly, bestowing the gift of life on her, and she reciprocated by twirling gracefully around him, and her name was the Earth. Earth, the barren canvas, awaited for the spark of life. In the primordial dance of molecules, a bubbling, turbulent ocean of chemicals churns and mixes beneath the lightning stormy skies. Life on Earth emerged. From a single-celled to more complex organisms, they adapted and crawled out of the cradle of water to explore the uncharted lands. Through the epochs of ice and fire, shaped the planet's narrative of adaptation, survival, and evolution. In a world ignited by the flames of fire, a spark of innovation flickers in the mind of our ancestors. In an agrarian landscape, the transformative power of the circular marvel has rolled its way into our existence. The wheel. Used initially only in simple agrarian tasks like plowing, pottery, and basic transportation, the wheel seamlessly eased manual labor with the advent of mechanization. Aerodynamic wheels, pivotal role in shaping turbine technology, lit up the world with electricity. As we embraced wheeled transportation, trade routes expanded, fostering cultural exchange, economic growth, and global connectivity. Physics has served humanity to unravel the tapestry of this universe. Sir Isaac Newton's gravity taught us about the planetary motion, while Albert Einstein's relativity reshaped our perception of space and time. Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger took us to the enigmatic subatomic particles through the quantum mechanics. Meanwhile, a dramatic split of the atom with nuclear fission and fusion unleashed the formidable energies within. A haunting melody of elusive dark matter silently conducts the unseen cosmic orchestra. The rhythm of physics. Quantum mechanics, relativity, relativity, fission, fusion, fission, fusion, dark matter, dark matter, embark on a journey to celebrate the profound impact of scientific discoveries in the field of medicine. The villain hidden in the microscopic world navigates into the human body. But the ballet of scientific brilliance in the field of medicine opened the microscopic wonders to discover the penicillin that led to the triumphs of antibiotics. Moreover, our relentless pursuit of understanding DNA to unravel the genetic mysteries, magical painkillers, anesthesia, and the modern medical marvels of organ transplantation are some of the scientific gifts to modern medicine. Mathematics. Equations are supposed to state the equality of two expressions. While we celebrate the major mathematicians like Aryabhatta, Pythagoras, Archimedes, Srinivasa Ramanujan, and many other great minds, is the equation between the nature and the advancements we claim through science equal? Let's take a moment to reflect. Mimamsa. I am Earth, Mother Earth, your cradle. Once adorned in pristine green grace, now scarred by your reckless embrace. My forests, once lush, now weep, as the nature you humans sweep. My mighty mountains tremble, the emerald jungles dwindle. My oceans echo the tales of your plastic despair. Once vibrant coral reefs, now so rare. The fishes plea for their life, now chalked by human strife. Rivers tainted, oceans distressed, I bear witness and deeply stressed. The air once pure, now toxic and tainted. Yet your contamination persists. Oh humans, hear my whispers in the wind. vanish. Their habitats crumble. Yet, do you pause and hear my humble mumble? The golden toads, Caspian tigers, passenger pigeons, dodo of Mauritius have already left me. And now, blue whale, Javan rhino, Haitian elephant, mountain gorillas, wakita, orangutan, and many will soon be gone. Oh humans, hear this plea, 'cause I want extinction no more. Your greed and degradation has left me feverish with rise in temperature. Snow crumbles in the polars. Can't you hear the cry of the cub bears? My heart aches for what has been lost, and I want extinction no more. I know that you are not a threat only to my nature, but also to yourself. Don't you remember? When your intellect reached its pinnacle and made the most dangerous fruit out of it, which killed thousands of innocent lives. That day, in the bright skies of Hiroshima, comes a fighter plane. From there, you dropped the most destructive seed down to the land. Little boy and fat man, is this the biggest gift of your scientific prowess? A nuclear weapon? Humans, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. But now I beseech to you, my children of progress and the stewards of the future, to be the custodians of a world where both science and nature flourish in tandem.
thank you so much for Mahalakshmi and team for their fabulous dance. Karsya, Drishya, Shravya, Lasya Bhavangal കൊണ്ട് നമ്മളെ ആനന്ദത്തിൽ ആറാടിച്ച അനുഗ്രഹീത കലാകാരി മഹാലക്ഷ്മി സർവേശ്വരനും ടീം അംഗങ്ങൾക്കും ഹൃദയം നിറഞ്ഞ നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുന്നു. Please welcome Professor Dr. Adarsh Pal sir for hand over the memento to Mahalakshmi and team. Sir, please. Anupama Anil. Sorry, Mahalakshmi Sarveshwaran. Yes, sir. Of course. Anupama Anil.
One by one.
Anisha. Ardra Shaji P. Ardra Shaji P. Atulya S. Nair. Sai Krishna K.R. Shyama S. നമ്മളെ അതിശയിപ്പിച്ച പെർഫോമൻസിന് ഏറ്റവും ഘടകമായത് അതിൻ്റെ കോസ്റ്റ്യൂമും പശ്ചാത്തല സംഗീതം എല്ലാം കൂടി ചേർന്നായിരുന്നു വിരുന്ന്. കോസ്റ്റ്യൂം ആൻഡ് മേക്കപ്പ് ശ്രീലത. Abhiya Suresh SM. Arabhi Shaji P. Light Award for Lighting, Invisible Lighting from Trishur, Sanesh Kedi. Dancer Anamika AV. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mahalakshmi and team. അടുത്തതായി നമ്മുടെ വേദിയിൽ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഗാനം, അതും ഒരു ദൃശ്യ ശ്രവ്യ വിരുന്നായിരുന്നു. അതിന് സംഗീത സംവിധാനം നിർവഹിച്ചത് ബിനു ആനന്ദ് സാറാണ്. സാറിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ പിന്നണി ഗാനരംഗത്തും യേശുദാസ്, ചിത്ര തുടങ്ങിയ അതുല്യ പ്രതിഭകൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി സംഗീതം സംവിധാനം ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചലച്ചിത്ര പിന്നണി ഗാനങ്ങൾക്ക് സംഗീത സംവിധാനം നിർവഹിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ശ്രീ ബിനു ആനന്ദ് മ്യൂസിക് ഡയറക്ടറായിരുന്നു നമ്മുടെ ഗാനത്തിൻ്റെ. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് അവാർഡ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിനായി ഡോക്ടർ ശാന്ത് എ തിമ്മയ്യ സാറിനെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. പ്ലീസ് വെൽക്കം ഡോക്ടർ ശാന്ത് എ തിമ്മയ്യ സർ ഫോർ ഹാൻഡ് ഓവർ ദി മൊമെന്റ് ടു മ്യൂസിക് ഡയറക്ടർ ബിനു ആനന്ദ്. ഒരു അവാർഡ് കൂടി ബാക്കിയുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ പാട്ട് പാടിയ ഗായകനാണ്, വെറും ഗായകനല്ല, പിന്നണി ഗാന രംഗത്ത് പ്രശസ്തനാണ് ശ്രീ ഗണേഷ് സുന്ദരം. അവാർഡ് നൽകുന്നതിനായി ശ്രീ അരൂപ് കുമാർ മിശ്ര സാറിനെ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. വെൽക്കം ശ്രീ അരൂപ് കുമാർ സാർ ഫോർ ഹാൻഡ് ഓവർ ദി മൊമെന്റ് ടു ഗണേഷ് സുന്ദരം.
മലിനരഹിത രഞ്ജിത കേരളം 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 ഹരിത മനോഹര കേരളം സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം
Thank you all for your wonderful representation. ഡിന്നർ ഉണ്ട്. ഡിന്നർ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും നാളത്തെ ദിവസം വീണ്ടും ഒത്തുചേരും വരെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ശുഭരാത്രി. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
പുഴയൊഴുകും താഴ്വാരം നൽപൂവിളിയുയരും പൂമുഖവും
പുഴയൊഴുകും താഴ്വാരം നൽപൂവിളിയുയരും പൂമുഖവും
കൈതപ്പൂമണമിയലും കാറ്റിലുലാവും കായൽ കൊട്ടാരം
കൈതപ്പൂമണമിയലും കാറ്റിലുലാവും കായൽ കൊട്ടാരം
മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണമേകിയ വൃത്തി വിളഞ്ഞൊരു മലയോരം
മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണമേകിയ വൃത്തി വിളഞ്ഞൊരു മലയോരം
അഭിവൃദ്ധി നിറഞ്ഞിതു മമ ദേശം കേരളം കേരളം ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം
കേരളം കേരളം ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം
കേരളം കേരളം സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം
കേരളം കേരളം സുഹൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം
പ്രാണൻ നിലനിർത്തിയിടും വായു പവിത്രമായി സംരക്ഷിക്കാം
പ്രാണൻ നിലനിർത്തിയിടും വായു പവിത്രമായി സംരക്ഷിക്കാം
നമ്മുടെ പരിസരം ഓരോ ദിനവും നന്നായി പരിപാലിക്കാം
നമ്മുടെ പരിസരം ഓരോ ദിനവും നന്നായി പരിപാലിക്കാം
കാതോർക്കാം കൈകോർക്കാം കാതോർക്കാം കൈകോർക്കാം പുതുനാമ്പുകളീ മണ്ണിൽ വിടരാൻ പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം
പുതുനാമ്പുകളീ മണ്ണിൽ വിടരാൻ പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം
മലിനരഹിത മന്ദാകിനിയൊഴുകും പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം
മലിനരഹിത മന്ദാകിനിയൊഴുകും പുതിയൊരു ഭൂമിക സൃഷ്ടിക്കാം
ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം
ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം
സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം
സുഹൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം
മലിനരഹിത രഞ്ജിത കേരളം 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 ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം ഹരിതമനോഹര കേരളം സുകൃത സുമംഗല കേരളം